Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, Every family has its problems. In the Great Hall, Oswell blocked Ser Jon Darry's path, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Between the king and the crown prince, you chose a green boy. Tell me, did you make that decision while you were half asleep? Watch your tongue, Ser Jon said in a low voice. Oswell scoffed. You successfully grasped vitality. Was it your master who provided you with special crops? Was he generous like he was yesterday? The sworn brothers of the Kingsguard were close, but their families were not. Before joining the White Cloaks, House Darry and House Went were both major houses in the Riverlands, naturally positioned as rivals. They knew each other's backgrounds inside out. Thump. Enraged, Ser Jon grabbed Oswell by the collar. Let me tell you something. You can mock me all you want. For the sake of our brotherhood, I won't take it to heart. But if you disrespect Prince Daeron again, I won't hesitate to draw my sword on you. Oswell sneered. Then try it. You. Ser Jon was thoroughly provoked. He shoved Oswell back hard and drew the sword at his waist. Ser Jon. Just as they were about to fight, Durin's voice rang out from upstairs. Oswell and Ser Jon looked up simultaneously to see Daeron standing at the top of the stairs. He was looking down at them with interest. Prince. Ser Jon wanted to fight. You have defended my honor, Ser, Daeron praised without hesitation, his gaze shifting to Oswell, whose expression was dark and uncertain. Is he really this stupid? A Kingsguard openly displaying bias for one royal over another, actively seeking trouble, and offending a prince without hesitation. Why? Daeron couldn't understand it. He suspected someone else was behind this. What? Does Prince Daeron intend to stop Jon from showing off? Oswell sneered, regaining his arrogant posture. Or do you think just because the king granted you lands and titles, you can order people around on Dragonstone? His words were full of resentment. No. Daeron shook his head. You speak insolently to me. I fully support Ser Jon's decision. With that, he unslung the Neptune's greatsword from his back and tossed it down to the floor below. Ser, defeat him with this sword. Ser Jon caught the greatsword, turned, and unsheathed azure blade. It reflected the sharp glint in his eyes. Oswell's face darkened. Jon Darry, do you really want to fight me? I told you. If you disrespect the prince, I will draw my sword. Ser Jon took his stance, giving his opponent time to prepare. Then there's nothing more to say. Oswell drew his own sword, radiating an intense aura. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't spare anyone who disrespected Prince Rhaegar either. So, they would fight. Ha! Both men roared, charging at each other. Swords clashed with full force. Daeron remained calm, silently counting the time. From the argument to the duel, the commotion was loud enough to be heard throughout the stone drum tower. He wanted to see who would show up. Clang, clang. Below, the two white knights fought fiercely, every strike aimed at a vital point. Oswell and Ser Jon were evenly matched in skill, and they had grasped vitality around the same time. They were worthy opponents. But Ser Jon had one advantage. Kneel and apologize to Prince Daeron. Ser Jon roared, pouring his vitality into his arms as he swung the Neptune's greatsword with all his might. Clang. Oswell raised his sword to block. The two blades collided. Oswell's fine steel sword couldn't withstand the impact and shattered into fragments. A shard flew past his eye, slicing the skin on his cheek. Thud. Ser Jon kicked him down, shouting, kneel and apologize. How is this possible? Oswell looked horrified. He couldn't believe he had been so easily defeated by a brother of equal skill. Fighting back the pain, he tried to scramble to his feet. Ser Jon didn't give him the chance. He kicked Oswell hard in the head, tore off his white cloak, and threw it viciously to the ground. Well done, Ser. Daeron enjoyed the show immensely and shouted his approval. He had wanted to teach Oswell a lesson for a long time. Rhaegar hadn't even said anything, yet this guy jumped out acting like he owned the place. Talk about the emperor not worrying but his eunuchs working themselves into a frenzy. Ser Jon fought with even more vigor. With every heavy kick and punch, he demanded an apology, threatening to keep beating him until he complied. Oswell had lost the initiative and was pinned to the ground, unable to fight back. Every time he tried to get up, he was ruthlessly knocked down again. Someone should be coming soon, right? Daeron watched with interest, glancing back toward the study. The study door remained tightly shut. The person inside had no intention of coming out to stop this. So Rhaegar hadn't ordered this. Suddenly, a voice shouted from a corner of the hall. Enough, Jon. A massive, milky-white greatsword appeared. With a skillful upward sweep, it intercepted the Neptune's greatsword, using leverage to force both the sword and its wielder back. Sir Arthur. Sir John's anger hadn't subsided. He demanded loudly, "Are you with him too?" Sir Arthur shook his head gently. "Apologies. I am only here to stop the duel." He wasn't interested in power struggles. "Who is that?" Daeron leaned over the railing and asked immediately. In the direction Arthur Dane had come from, Elia, supported by Ashera, was practically running toward them. And behind the two Dornish beauties was a middle-aged man with Dornish features, Prince Luin. Daeron locked onto him instantly. Luin Martell was handsome and carried himself with a dashing air. He was an attractive older man around 40 with olive skin. He wore the breastplate and white cloak of the Kingsguard, but leaned on a cane with his right hand. His right calf was bandaged and splinted. This made his movements somewhat awkward, but it didn't diminish the graceful nobility of a born prince. Prince Luin surveyed the situation, frowning deeply. Before he could speak, Elia asked anxiously, "What happened? Why are you drawing swords in the Great Hall?" Sir John couldn't tell who was friend or foe, so he looked to Daeron. Oswell, beaten and battered, lay on the ground playing dead. Sir Arthur was concise. Oswell provoked him first. John taught him a lesson. "Is that so?" Elia looked up at Daeron too. Daeron tilted his head. "Rather than Oswell being stupid, I'm more interested in knowing who put him up to this." At these words, Prince Luin's frown deepened. Based on the identities of those present, the answer was already quite clear. Daeron looked around. Oswell was Rhaegar's die-hard loyalist. Since Rhaegar hadn't ordered it, someone else must have egged him on. Arthur Dane had only intervened to stop the one-sided beating and hadn't taken a stance otherwise. He could be counted as Rhaegar's man for now. Elia had arrived in a panic, so she likely knew nothing about it. That narrowed down the target pretty quickly. Seeing Prince Luin remain silent, Daeron smiled. "Prince Luin, my brother just said you were badly injured, but it looks like you're recovering quite well. Broken bones took 100 days to heal. Even for a top-tier knight who had mastered vitality and healed faster than normal, bone injuries required rest. The fact that Prince Luin could walk with a cane meant his injury was significantly better." Daeron glanced at the flustered Elia, a look of scrutiny in his eyes. To bring about such a rapid recovery, only high-quality crops could do the trick. This Dornish woman had almost certainly given the gold star strawberry he gifted her to Prince Luin. 52, Chapter 52, Exploring the Dragonmont. "My dear big brother, even you have troubles you can't solve." In an instant, Daeron understood the cause. Rhaegar's influence was vast, but his actual power base was quite shallow. The forces he could mobilize directly were essentially House Went of the Riverlands, House Connington of the Stormlands, and a few opportunistic minor nobles in the Crownlands. His true rise to power came from marrying Elia, which secured the support of House Martell of Dorne. However, House Martell was a double-edged sword. Rhaegar's foundation was unstable, and House Martell was already showing signs of becoming too powerful to control. "Everyone here is Dornish." Durin's gaze was profound as he understood Rhaegar's predicament. As his words hung in the air, the room fell silent. Who had incited Oswell? Sir Arthur's eyes flashed as he glanced at the silent Prince Luin. Daeron, why would anyone? Elia was still in the dark. But seeing Prince Luin's demeanor, a series of possibilities instantly clicked in her mind, and her beautiful eyes widened. Is Uncle Luin targeting Daeron? Other than him, no one else had the motive or the ability. Daeron looked down at him. "Prince Luin, have I offended you?" Prince Luin denied it flatly. "Prince, I don't know what you're talking about. Such things could never be admitted openly. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss." Daeron continued, "But this time, Oswell took the fall for you. Next time, it won't be so simple." Prince Luin's voice dropped. "Prince, are you threatening me?" "No, I call it polite persuasion." Durin's smile vanished, and he issued a direct order. "Sir John, disarm him. If he resists, execute him on the spot." "You dare?" Sir John absolutely dared. He stepped forward, kicked Prince Luin to the ground, snatched the sword from his waist, and ripped off the white cloak that symbolized his knighthood. Prince Luin nearly faceplanted. Only Sir Arthur's helping hand saved him from complete humiliation. Even so, his face turned alternating shades of green and purple. He felt utterly disgraced. Daeron said coolly, "See that? Now I'm threatening you." Everyone's expressions were priceless. No one expected Daeron to be so bold, publicly humiliating Prince Luin. Daeron wasn't afraid at all. Once he understood Rhaegar's situation, Prince Luin was categorized as a potential threat, or even an enemy. "So what gives you, a Dornishman, the right to act tough in front of me, even in the worst-case scenario?" As long as Rhaegar and Arthur didn't interfere, he was confident he and Sir John could fight their way out. And Prince Doran of Dorne was a schemer. He wouldn't abandon his plan to back Rhaegar just because of a spat with a young prince. "Ashera, help me back to my room to rest." Elia broke the silence and left without looking back. Sir Arthur looked at Sir John with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Then, he scooped up the unconscious Oswell with one hand and left as well. He knew when enough was enough. Daeron gave a signal, telling Sir John to quit while they were ahead. Being provoked by Oswell was annoying. but getting the chance to beat him up and fish out the big fish hiding underwater Prince Luin was a massive win. Moreover, he discovered that Rhaegar's political group wasn't a monolith. It was roughly divided into two factions. Those loyal to Rhaegar could be called the Prince's Party. For now, Ser Arthur and Oswell belonged to this faction. Those represented by Elia, but actually manipulated by Prince Luin, could be called the Princess's Party. The core figure was Prince Luin. The backers were almost certainly Prince Doran and the Dornish nobility. No wonder father is so hostile towards Prince Luin and refuses to let him serve as his personal guard. Daeron had gained valuable insight. The Dragonmont. With Rhaegar's permission, Daeron successfully entered the mountain. Crunch, crunch. Daeron walked over the loose rocks in the natural cavern, alert to the dim surroundings and feeling the heat in the air. Prince, should we have brought more men? Ser Jon asked cautiously. No need. If there really is something here, more people would just be a burden. Daeron shook his head. If there truly was a wild dragon hatchling in the Dragonmont, the fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, given his father's personality, he would definitely try to seize it. Quieting down, they continued exploring the interior of the Dragonmont. Daeron gained a clear understanding of this active volcano that had nurtured dragons. The temperature was high, and the smell was pungent. The internal caves were intricate and complex. Many rock walls bore scratch marks left by dragons, symbols of past glory. Daeron also saw many traces related to dragon eggs. In a smoking cave, he saw piles of weathered, petrified incubation nests. To put it bluntly, dried dragon dung. When laying eggs, a mother dragon secreted a thermostatic fluid mixed with dragon dung to encase the eggs, ensuring the high temperature needed for incubation. Many of the nests Daeron saw along the way had oval indentations where eggs had been chiseled out. It proved that these nests once held dragon eggs. As time passed, Daeron ventured deeper, entering the underground caverns of the Dragonmont. The temperature climbed to a peak. Ser Jon was drenched in sweat. Even though he wanted to follow, he had to stay behind to guard the entrance. Daeron entered the underground cavern alone. 1 lap, 2 laps. Illuminated by torchlight, the underground cavern smelled of sulfur, but there were no traces of wild dragons or monsters, only volcanic rock everywhere. Huh, what's this? Daeron discovered a pile of strange stones glowing with a reddish-purple light, somewhat resembling the ore in the mines. He reached out to touch one. It concealed a high heat. Daeron pondered. Are these reddish-purple crystals also a change brought by the red comet? After a thought, he took out the dragon egg. As soon as the red dragon egg appeared, it seemed to delight in the Dragonmont's environment, its scales gleaming brightly. And when the egg got close to the purple crystals, its temperature rose, exuding an inexplicable sense of longing. Can these help you hatch? Daeron pulled out Neptune's greatsword and tried to chip at the purple crystals. But clearly, these crystals were as hard as the ore in the mines. The weapon couldn't even scratch them. I can't go all the way back just to get my copper pickaxe. Daeron wasn't planning on leaving just yet, and he didn't want to leave empty-handed. He noted the location of the purple crystals and went to explore other areas. He still suspected that the Dragonmont held undiscovered dragon eggs. After all, the mountain was massive. If a dragon had laid eggs in a hidden spot, the dragon keepers might have missed them, leaving them behind. As he walked, the dragon egg in his arms radiated warmth. Daeron had a premonition. This egg was ready to hatch. It just lacked some necessary condition, keeping it trapped inside its shell. Like Daenerys' blood sacrifice in the original story. Dragons, extinct for over 150 years, needed a price to be paid for their return to the world. I will help you find what you need. Durin's expression was determined. Evening. Daeron returned to his room, dusty and travel-worn, ready to fetch water to wash up. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. When he opened it, he found Ashera standing there in a blue-violet gown. Is something the matter? Daeron checked the corridor. She was alone. Ashera curtsied slightly. The princess asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. Today was an accident, and she hopes you will not harbor prejudice against all of Dorne. I have never held prejudice against the Dornish. Durin's prejudice was already a settled opinion. And such official-sounding words, how much of it was true? Ashera sighed softly. The princess is very sorry. She says she failed your kindness and is too ashamed to face you. Referring to the gift that ended up in the dog's stomach. That part sounded somewhat genuine. Daeron leaned against the doorframe, crossing his arms with a cold smile. Ashera weighed her options internally, then spoke in a soft whisper. I can give you a piece of information privately. Prince Rhaegar failed to find the Valyrian steel sword Blackfire. He refused Prince Doran's financial aid and is preparing to go to Braavos to take out a loan from the Iron Bank. 53, Chapter 53. Rhaegar set sail. The second dragon egg. 3 days later, Rhaegar set sail. Taking Ser Arthur Dayne and Ser Oswell went with him. He boarded a large ship and slowly departed Dragonstone. Daeron watched from the cliffs as the ship faded into the distance. He had to admit, he admired Rhaegar's decisiveness. The man didn't waste time. Prince, should we leave as well? Davos looked worried, fearing the people left on the island might cause trouble. Now, Dragonstone was essentially run by the Dornish. Leave for what? Daeron said calmly, this is my family's ancestral seat. It's not for outsiders to dictate what happens here. It was interesting. Thanks to the tip-off from Ashera, Daeron had pieced together Rhaegar's movements, using the tourney at Harrenhal as a focal point. Rhaegar's original plan was likely, sail to Essos, recover the ancestral sword Blackfire to boost his influence, and launch a coup against their father, Aerys. But finding Blackfire had clearly failed. So the plan changed: get funding from Prince Doran, have House Went host the tourney, use the tourney to build alliances, and then launch the coup. That was likely what Rhaegar was thinking, and a reasonable extrapolation of the events in the original timeline. But now, Rhaegar had refused Prince Doran's funding. He was sailing to Braavos to take out a loan from the Iron Bank to personally fund House Went's tourney. It was worth noting that House Went was wealthy indeed, the richest noble house in the Riverlands after their liege lords, the Tullys. But House Went was new money. They couldn't afford the exorbitant prize purse of the tourney at Harrenhal on their own. Someone had to be backing them. That person had to be Rhaegar, or Prince Doran of Dorne. But now Rhaegar had refused Doran's money, preferring to go into debt with the Iron Bank. And look at who he took with him. Aside from Ser Arthur Dayne, a Dornishman, the others were Rhaegar's closest friends and personal guards. This attitude left plenty of room for interpretation. Daeron glanced at the stone drum tower and mused, is the tourney at Harrenhal your first step against father, or is it your first step to break free from Dornish influence? He didn't have much goodwill toward the Dornish right now. Forget the original story where, after the fall of House Targaryen, only the Dornish tried to support the exiled Viserys to reclaim the Iron Throne. If they truly cared, Prince Doran would have sent money and men long ago. What the Dornish really wanted was revenge, an eye for an eye. The Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, lost his cool and died in a trial by combat against the Mountain. They lost the princess and the prince. It's fine to be dissatisfied with father, but trying to replace him now? No way. Daeron faced two questions. Now that he knew Rhaegar's plan, should he expose it? Should he stop it? No need to expose it, and no need to stop it. Exposing it now would just force Rhaegar to find another way, alerting the enemy and rendering his current intel useless. Stopping it was out of the question. Judging by the tourney at Harrenhal in the original timeline, Rhaegar seemed to have lost his mind, turning an alliance-building event into a feud-generating disaster. If Daeron was going to stop anything, it would be stopping Rhaegar from coveting someone else's fiancée. Robert hadn't done anything to him. Robert's father, Lord Steffon Baratheon, had even died in Shipbreaker Bay while trying to find a bride for Rhaegar. Turning around and stealing Robert's fiancée was low. No wonder Robert smashed Rhaegar's chest in with a warhammer at the Trident. Let's go. To the Dragonmont. The ship was gone. Daeron turned and headed down the mountain. He gave Davos a specific task. Today was Summer 6. Summer 11 was 5 days away. Summer 11 marked an important festival. He had promised Shaena and the others that once he got settled on Dragonstone, he'd bring them over for a visit. Davos was to pick them up so they could all attend the luau on Summer 11. Of course, the most important thing was to bring Barristan Selmy. Hatching a dragon egg requires protection. Daeron didn't trust the Dornish. He needed to beef up his security. Yes, Prince. Davos accepted the urgent mission and set off immediately. Summer 9, Wednesday. Sunny. 9 a.m. Deep within the Dragonmont. Daeron was covered in dirt and soot, carrying a hoe in one hand and a satchel slung across his body. Prince, are you all right? Barristan stepped forward to take the items. A day ago, Davos had arrived safely on Dragonstone with Shaena and the others. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Daeron coughed, choking on the dust. Has Ser Gerald returned? Barristan nodded. Barristan wasn't the only Kingsguard who had come. The Lord Commander, Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, had come along too. Whether it was Durin's sincerity that moved Lord Leighton or Rhaegar's influence was unclear. But after receiving the message, Lord Leighton had written back to his uncle, Ser Gerald, in King's Landing. He agreed to return the dragon egg. He had to return it. When the royal family didn't pursue it, having a dragon egg in the Hightower was fine. But once the royal family asked for it back, you'd better return it. Unless House Hightower of Oldtown was confident they could recreate the glory days of the Dance of the Dragons. Daeron had also been very accommodating to Lord Leighton. Lord Leighton had 3 conditions. First, Daeron had to do his best to provide him with special crops for research. If there were special metals, even better. After all, special crops were hard to come by. Even with all of House Hightower's wealth, if Daeron didn't sell, they couldn't buy. Daeron agreed readily. He had plenty of special crops. During his time on Dragonstone, he had gathered a huge pile of forageables. Second, he demanded that after Rhaegar ascended the throne, a seat on the small council be reserved for House Hightower. Note, after Rhaegar ascended. Daeron agreed immediately. If Rhaegar could ascend smoothly, Daeron would eat his hat. The third condition wasn't stated yet. However, Lord Leighton had extended an invitation, hoping Daeron would visit Oldtown personally. Likely for a marriage alliance or something similar. Prince, let me carry that. Barristan reached for the satchel. Daeron dodged skillfully and changed the subject. Sir, I found the remains of 2 mushrooms deep in the mountain. There were bite marks on the roots. I think I'm close to finding it. Barristan looked serious. Rest assured, Prince. If there truly is a monster, I will take its head. He had been on Dragonstone for a day. He had begun to realize just how dangerous Prince Durin's undertaking was. There was a fire-breathing monster hiding in the Dragonmont, suspected to be a wild dragon. Prince Daeron had scoured most of the mountain. Only the most complex underground caverns remained. Success and danger were close at hand. Night. Daeron was alone in his room by the fire. He opened the lid of the incubator. Sizzle. Pungent white smoke billowed out. Resting on the red-hot charcoal were 2 dragon eggs, one red, one blue. You really are beautiful. Daeron caressed the blue egg, unable to express how much he loved it. The egg was primarily cobalt blue. The bottom was slightly blackened, while the tip faded from blue to light purple, finally ending in a touch of honey gold. A stunning gradient. This egg came from the Hightower in Old Town, personally handed to Daeron by Ser Gerald. It was easy to foresee that it would hatch into a magnificent blue dragon. Daeron murmured softly, "When you hatch, how about I call you Targaryen?" As he spoke, he took out a solar essence and placed it between the 2 eggs. The blue egg, suspected to be from the Blue Queen Targaryen, had been preserved for a shorter time and still had plenty of vitality. Sensing the warm energy of the solar essence, it began to devour it greedily. He had already given the blue egg 1 solar essence to stimulate its activity, but that didn't stop its gluttonous nature. The red dragon egg, seemingly feeling the pressure, also began to absorb energy at a faster rate. 54, Chapter 54, A Nest of Dragon Eggs. The Malformed Dragon. The next day, Daeron rose early, gathered his men, and headed straight for the Dragonmont. "Prince, are you sure about this?" Barristan, serving as his personal guard, couldn't help but try to dissuade him. The Dragonmont wasn't like other places. The temperature deep inside was extremely high. Except for Targaryens and those with strong dragon blood, outsiders couldn't withstand it. If anything happened to the prince while he was alone, the king would definitely have Barristan's head. He might even take his anger out on Crown Prince Rhaegar. "Sir, I brought you here to keep the others on the island in check, not to lecture me." Daeron stopped and looked at him seriously. "I won't hide it from you. I already possess 2 dragon eggs. I suspect there are more eggs in the Dragonmont, and perhaps even treasures that can help them hatch. All I need from you is your support." Hearing this, Barristan stood frozen, wondering if he was hallucinating. 2 dragon eggs, treasures to help them hatch. He thought the prince was exploring the Dragonmont to find the black shadow suspected to be a wild dragon. Ser Jon and Davos remained calm. They had known the prince's plans for a while. After failing to persuade him earlier, they didn't intend to stop him now. Both men prided themselves on knowing Daeron well and were aware that the prince held secrets. "Since no one has objections, let's move." Daeron glanced at each of them. No one argued, and the journey went smoothly. Deep within the Dragonmont, through the mouth of a natural cavern, the interior glowed red, as if illuminated by magma. Daeron took a deep breath and plunged in headfirst. "Prince." Barristan reached out a hand, then let it drop helplessly. In the sweltering heat, all he could do was wait and pray for the prince's safety. Rocks, rocks, and more rocks. Daeron entered the underground cavern and found the view surprisingly open. The internal space was larger than he had imagined. But apart from rocks everywhere, there was nothing else. Oh, wait. Through cracks in the dry ground, he could see the blackened surface of oxidizing magma, glowing as it flowed and tore apart. Dragonmont is like this? The magma levels of the mines and the volcano dungeon must be deadly hot. Daeron gritted his teeth, suffering from the intense heat. Any sweat that seeped from his skin evaporated instantly into steam, but heaven rewards the diligent. Finally, he spotted something among the rubble. Daeron rushed forward. A petrified incubation nest, shaped like dried dragon dung, was hidden in a corner. The black, fossilized shell had cracked open long ago, but the marks weren't from tools. It broke naturally. Something crawled out from inside. Daeron crouched down and gently chipped away with his hoe. The black shell couldn't withstand the touch and crumbled into dust, revealing the treasure inside that no one had excavated yet. A clutch of dragon eggs. 5 eggs of varying colors, their shells dusty and dull, crowded together in the ash of the dried thermostatic fluid. There really are dragon eggs. Daeron felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before he could celebrate, he immediately checked the condition of the eggs. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Daeron counted carefully, his brow furrowing. He found 6 indentations left by eggs in the ash, but there were only 5 eggs present. 1 was missing. How could this be? As he examined them, Durin's frown deepened. Of the 5 eggs, only 1 deep green egg retained a trace of vitality. Of the other 4, 1 was cracked from external pressure, and 3 had completely lost their vitality, their shells turning to stone. Fossils. He took what he could get. Daeron put the deep green egg into his inventory and stuffed the others into his satchel. At the same time, he pondered the missing egg and the cracked one. Could it be that one egg actually hatched naturally and crushed another one while breaking out? Daeron was skeptical. The red comet had arrived early, and magic was rising. But even his 2 eggs needed special means to hatch. How could a wild egg hatch on its own first? Still uneasy, Daeron searched the area again. A few purple-red ores. A root system of fungi that's been gnawed on. In the empty underground cavern, Daeron found 2 familiar volcanic specialties. He suspected the purple-red ores were cinder shards from the volcano dungeon, and the fungi roots were likely magma caps, a specialty of volcanic environments, rich in extremely high vitality. Who ate the magma caps? Daeron thought of the wild dragon rumors. Suddenly, he spotted an oval shell fragment in a corner. He picked it up quickly. It was a piece of dragon eggshell, pitch black, its original color indistinguishable. It smelled of a nauseating, fishy stench. Daeron paused, a specific creature coming to mind. Scrape, scrape. While he was thinking, an inconspicuous rock behind him came to life. It shook off the dust to reveal an iron-gray shell, opened a pair of scarlet eyes, and quietly shifted its position. Durin's senses were sharp, but he didn't look behind him. Instead, he suddenly stared at a patch of cracked ground formed by dried magma. Unnoticed until now, a pair of amber eyes, filled with tyrannical cruelty, had quietly opened and fixed their gaze on Daeron and his satchel. The prince has been gone for a while. Should we go down and check? Barristan couldn't help but worry. Ser John was anxious too, but remembering the prince's orders, he said with difficulty, "Let's wait a bit longer." Boom! Before he could finish, a jet of searing fire erupted from the underground cavern. No! Barristan was shocked. The ground trembled slightly, and debris rained down from above. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and charged in. Barristan the Bold wouldn't have his title if he knew fear. Ser John's face went pale, but he was no slower than Barristan, rushing into the cavern alongside him. At this point, the heat didn't matter. Damn bug! Daeron rolled awkwardly, crashing into a pile of rocks to dodge a fatal blow. It was a fireworm. In that brief glimpse, Daeron saw the monster's true face. A red fireworm, 6 meters long and as thick as a barrel. It had been hiding in the dried magma mud. When it saw Daeron taking the eggs, it opened its mouth and spewed a stream of fire. Hiss roar. The fireworm reared its head and roared, but the sound was a piercing hiss. Seeing the human dodge, it rolled its bloated body out of the dried mud, crushing rocks as it moved. Such a bizarre way of moving. Daeron had intended to run, but seeing this, he stopped. Wait, that's not a fireworm. Fireworms, also known as dragon's maggots, were fire-breathing monsters from the depths of the 14 flames in Valyria. Dragonstone had never had that species. Daeron put some distance between them, watching the crawling monster chase him, and realized something. This fireworm was more like a naturally malformed dragon. Family history had records of similar creatures. Laena Velaryon, daughter of Baela Targaryen and Alan Velaryon, had a dragon egg hatch in her cradle. But what came out was a blind, wingless, malformed monster filled with murderous rage. As soon as it hatched, it bit off a chunk of the infant Laena's arm. Alan Velaryon drew his sword and killed it in fury. "Are you a malformed dragon too?" Daeron pondered. This fireworm looked too much like the descriptions. It had a dragon's head and body, but no wings or legs. It had eyes and sharp teeth, but no scales on its body, just hideous flesh, blackened and scarred by magma burns. It lived a life of agony. 55, Chapter 55, Hatching Dragon Eggs. Hiss roar. The malformed dragon's soul was consumed by resentment and fury. Its skin, unprotected by scales, was a mass of exposed, fragile nerves. Every movement brought excruciating agony. Yet it thrashed and chased wildly, trapping itself in an endless cycle of pain. Durin's initial fear was gone, replaced by a faint, indescribable sadness. It wasn't that the family had no dragons. It was that every dragon capable of hatching on its own had turned out to be a congenital deformity. His hands were trembling slightly. In his eyes, this wasn't a monster or an abomination, but property that rightfully belonged to his family. A dragon. A real, living dragon. It had only become malformed because the magical tide was insufficient. If it had been in my hands, it would never have ended up like this. Daeron thought of the newly discovered clutch of eggs, his heart heavy with regret. With this thought in mind, he decided not to leave. He would end this malformed dragon's suffering. A hatchling was only the size of a cat. A 6-meter-long dragon body meant it had lived for at least 3 years. If it were a healthy dragon, he would have turned and run. But a deformed creature with no limbs, no scales, struggling to even move, whose only attack was breathing fire. He was confident he could kill it. Schwing. Neptune's greatsword was drawn, its azure blade a stark contrast to the cavern's gloomy red. Click click click. The magma Dougie scurried sneakily, trying to bite Durin's legs. This was the reptile monster that had bitten Prince Luin. "I don't know how you came to be, but you did a good job." Daeron swung the greatsword. Sparks flew as it struck the magma Dougie's iron shell, failing to kill it. However, forcing it back repeatedly dealt significant damage to the creature. He didn't attack it again but charged toward the malformed dragon thrashing in the rocks. Squelch. A thrust of his sword easily pierced the malformed dragon's flesh, spraying out foul blood as hot as magma. Daeron dodged quickly to avoid being burned to a crisp. Hiss roar. Injured and enraged, the malformed dragon acted like a mindless beast, rearing its head and spraying fire wildly, filling the cavern with thick smoke. Daeron fought and retreated, luring the malformed dragon and the magma Dougie together toward the pile of purple-red crystals. The malformed dragon wasn't hard to deal with. Aside from its powerful fire, it was pathetically weak in every other aspect, essentially a stationary damage sponge that breathed fire. once the two monsters were close. Daeron used a rock to launch himself into the air, landing on the malformed dragon's back, gripping Neptune's greatsword with both hands pointing down. Goodbye. With that, he drove the azure greatsword straight down, piercing the weak point where the malformed dragon's skull connected to its spine. The pitiful dragon collapsed with a crash, its body, filled with nothing but pain, finding release for the first time. Click click click. The massive dragon carcass fell, landing squarely on the magma duggie. The gushing, scalding dragon blood drowned it. The magma duggie was heat-resistant, but it couldn't withstand temperatures comparable to magma. It died instantly, its body emitting thick smoke. Daeron immediately retreated, running a good distance away before diving into a corner, covering his ears, and opening his mouth. When a magma duggie dies, it causes a small explosion. Boom! The magma duggie's corpse exploded. The shockwave blew the malformed dragon's carcass into two pieces and cleared all the nearby rocks. When Daeron stood up again, 3 items had appeared out of thin air in the clearing, alongside the dragon corpse. A giant, deep purple tooth, 2 solar essences, and a pile of cinder shards rich in fire magic. Only killing monsters dropped materials. Daeron collected the precious materials and walked to the malformed dragon's corpse, speculating, did you eat magma caps to survive with such a deformed body? He remembered the gnawed roots of the fungi. Most likely, after hatching, the malformed dragon accidentally ate the magma caps spawned by the Dragonmont, and their powerful vitality allowed it to survive tenaciously. And eating the vitality-filled mushrooms made it special. Similar to the special cow owned by Count Owen's family. That was why it dropped a dragon tooth upon death and even spawned a magma duggie. Dragon tooth, legend says these are the teeth of ancient serpents. The enamel is made of pure iridium. Even in the game, this was a precious material needed in the late game. But you're not a serpent. You're a dragon. Daeron pulled out Neptune's greatsword, which he hadn't had time to retrieve earlier, bringing with it a spray of dragon blood. Prince, are you all right? Barristan and Ser Jon rushed into the cavern, just in time to see Daeron stepping on the dragon's head and forcefully pulling out his greatsword. Ser Jon's face flushed red, overcome with excitement. Barristan's mind went blank, and he blurted out, the bold prince. Daeron glanced back calmly. Nightfall. Shayna was left in Elia's room, where Elia pulled her aside for a quiet chat. She hadn't met Rhaegar's family during the wedding. Meeting Daeron for the first time had left a great impression on her. Elia naturally felt fond of and close to this quiet little girl. Especially since her marriage to Rhaegar had a lot to do with Shayna herself. Do you want to rest for a while? Elia helped her change into a nightgown and took out a comb, intending to brush her hair. Shayna gazed toward the Dragonmont and whispered as if sensing something, they are coming back. Who? Elia paused. Shayna, the dragons. The Dragonmont. An area had been cleared. A large pile of wood was stacked to form an altar, surrounded by bright torches. Daeron stood in the center of the altar, placing 3 dragon eggs in order. One was completely red with golden specks and black spirals. One was largely cobalt blue with a gradient of blue-purple to honey yellow. One was deep green with a shell that seemed shrouded in black mist, appearing both black and green. These 3 eggs were recovered from the ruins of White Walls, the High Tower of Old Town, and the depths of the Dragonmont, respectively. Tonight, I will bring you back to the world. Daeron took out the dragon tooth, 3 solar essences, and over a dozen cinder shards, piling them around the eggs. Just in case, he also laid the 2 halves of the malformed dragon's corpse at the base of the altar. To hatch dragon eggs, all that was needed was vitality and fire magic. Solar essence replenished vitality. Cinder shards provided abundant fire magic. The dragon tooth connected to the dragon bloodline. The corpse of the malformed dragon might have unexpected effects. Daeron must succeed. The moment he killed the malformed dragon, he had an epiphany. Dragons would return to the world. Stepping down from the altar, he took a torch from Davos and threw it heavily onto the pile. Whoosh! The wood ignited instantly, turning into a massive bonfire that lit up the night sky. Barristan said, Prince, step back a bit. The fire is still building. Seeing the bones of the malformed dragon and understanding what Prince Daeron was doing, his previous understanding of the world was completely overturned. All he could do was silently stand by the prince's side. Daeron said nothing, staring intently at the bonfire. Seeing this, Barristan sighed softly and signaled Ser Jon and Davos. The 3 of them spread out to guard the perimeter. The dragon keepers on the mountain had been bribed and wouldn't appear before dawn. But hatching dragon eggs was a huge event. If successful, there would be 3 dragons. At this moment, anyone who approached was an enemy. The fire burned, the wood resin crackling and popping. It was the only sound that could mask their heavy breathing tonight. Thump, thump. His heart beat like a drum, threatening to leap out of his throat. Daeron clenched his fists, blood rushing through his veins. He could barely contain himself. Time passed, second by second. Midnight. The bonfire was still raging, but there was no movement or strange sound. Daeron went from nervous to expectant, from expectant to anxious, and finally to panicked, his heart palpitating. Something's wrong. Why is there no movement yet? He realized something was bad. Davos, ever the talker, quickly tried to comfort him. Prince, the fire is still strong. Perhaps it needs more time. No, it's not a matter of time. Durin's mind raced, racking his brains to figure out which step had gone wrong. Dragon tooth, vitality, fire magic. The 3 requirements were met. What was the scene when Daenerys hatched her dragons? Durin's eyes flickered as he replayed the scene in his mind. Drogo's life brought vitality, the witch brought fire magic, and Daenerys stepped into the fire herself. Dragon blood. Durin's heart sank. The dragon tooth purifies the dragon blood, but for the hatchlings to break their shells, they need the blood of the true dragon bloodline as a catalyst. In other words, a blood sacrifice. 56, Chapter 56, The hatchlings are born. Where was he supposed to find the blood of the true dragon? Should he pick one of the dragon keepers? Impossible. After the tragedy at Summerhall, the family line had withered. There was almost no one left to carry on the bloodline. The dragon keepers on Dragonstone were generations removed, their dragon blood was diluted to almost nothing. It would be hard enough just to find one with silver hair. Who else on Dragonstone had the blood of the true dragon? Daeron bowed his head, remaining silent. Inside a body that no one paid attention to, a fire was slowly building within his chest. A moment later, "Prince, what are you doing?" Ser Jon Darry cried out in alarm. He was the most worried about Durin's condition. While keeping watch, he glanced back and saw a scene that made his heart skip a beat. What's happening? Barristan and Davos turned around simultaneously. In the next second, they saw Daeron, his expression blank, striding toward the bonfire while tearing open his collar and stripping off his tunic. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind whipped the fire into a frenzy, the tongues of flame seeming to try and push him back. Daeron was unmoved. He drew a dagger and sliced across the palms of both hands. Bright red blood dripped down like beads. "You want the blood of the dragon? Take it." His voice held a trace of madness, but his remaining reason held the upper hand, anchored by his great ambition to bring dragons back to the world. What Daenerys could do, he, Daeron Targaryen, could do too. If the title of the Unburnt was a gift of destiny, then in this era before the Unburnt was born, he would take her place. Blood and fire spring from the same source. Daeron chanted the mantra in his heart and stepped into the flames. Prince. It all happened too fast. The 3 men were burning with anxiety, but it was too late to stop him. Ser Jon stood frozen, his mind blank. He reached out toward the edge of the fire, but he was a step too slow. "No, get back." Suddenly, Barristan grabbed his sworn brother and yanked him backward. Boom! The roaring bonfire suddenly exploded in intensity. The salty sea breeze whipped up the flames, turning them into a fire tornado that spiraled toward the sky. Ash danced in the air, falling like a rain of fire. Daybreak. The great fire that had burned all night was finally dying out. Prince. Ser Jon's eyes were vacant. He looked as if he had lost his soul, kneeling dejectedly at the edge of the ash pile. It had been all night. Who in this world could burn in a fire all night and survive? Davos's lips were cracked and dry. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sirs, let's gather his remains." Gather what? His ashes, of course. Though he didn't want to accept it, the prince he had placed his hopes on had walked into the fire himself. "Pull yourselves together." Barristan looked stern. He hadn't given up. His calloused hand gripped the hilt of his sword. Dragging his heavy legs, he walked step by step toward the pile of ash. He refused to believe it. He refused to believe that a prince who could gather 3 dragon eggs in such a short time, who could single-handedly slay a malformed dragon, whose will was as solid as gold, would lose his mind and seek death. Hatching dragons was the obsession of generations of Targaryens. Ser Duncan the Tall, whom he admired, and King Aegon V, whom he had wished to serve, had both died for this obsession. House Targaryen should not lose another good prince to this. Barristan's will was iron. Summoning the same resolve and courage he used to infiltrate Duskendale alone, he stepped onto the still smoldering ash. 1 step, 2 steps. Inspired by him, Ser Jon and Davos dragged their exhausted bodies and slowly followed behind the legendary Kingsguard. Suddenly, Barristan froze. The 2 men behind him were confused. Snap, crackle. A slight sound came from the center of the ash pile. Is it true? Barristan was caught between shock and doubt. He took a stance to draw his sword, but his hand was trembling. He stared unblinkingly at the scene. Next to a dragon skull that was scorched pitch black, a curled-up figure slowly straightened its back. Fine ash cascaded off its body. Barristan sucked in a breath of cold air, looking as if he'd seen a ghost. The ash fell away, revealing the truth. Daeron raised his head. His eyelids fluttered, and he opened a pair of violet eyes. Whoosh! A gust of sea breeze blew past, lifting the ash into the morning light like a flurry of gray-white flowers. Scree! Ga! Scree! An abrupt, piercing screech rang out, injecting endless vitality into the world and breaking the deathly silence. Blue sky, white clouds, towering Dragonmont. Under the gaze of the 3 men and perhaps the whole world, a pale, unblemished body stood up slowly. His arms were crossed over his chest, his legs long and powerful. He looked like a giant holding up the sky. "I am alive." Daeron felt like a lifetime had passed. His calm gaze swept around, taking in the world of this new day. Scree Ga! Scree Ga! He looked down. 3 hatchlings were squirming in his arms. In the crook of his left arm sat a hatchling with cobalt blue scales, spreading its legs and trying to stand. On his right, encompassing his entire shoulder, a red-scaled hatchling opened its molten gold vertical pupils. Its snake-like body was wrapped twice around his arm as it unfurled a pair of broad, translucent red wings. Screegy. The last hatchling climbed up his left shoulder to the top of his head. It was pitch black like charcoal, staring with green vertical pupils, its jaws open in a strange, shrill cry. Dragons. Daeron stared in a daze. There was joy at their birth, but the obsession, the urgency, and the loss of control he felt before were gone. His heart was at peace. To him, it felt calm. But to the onlookers, it was a worldview-shattering bombardment. Thump. Barristan took a half-step back and dropped straight to one knee. He didn't know why he did it. He didn't know why there was a lump in his throat, making it impossible to speak. Daeron stood in the sunlight. The sky and the mountains bore witness. The ash and the sea breeze baptized him. Everything in the world seemed to find its voice, as if celebrating for him. The scene was godlike, holy. Barristan looked up, feeling the illusion that he was gazing upon the face of a deity. Prince. Prince. Ser Jon and Davos snapped back to life. Overwhelmed with excitement, they both dropped to one knee. Daeron came back to reality, understood his situation, and accepted it all calmly. Seeing people kneeling before their father, the 3 hatchlings stood up with all their might, spreading their wings in a display of dominance. In the next moment, the 3 hatchlings screeched in unison. Scree, scree, King's Landing, the Red Keep, the throne room. Tywin walked into the great hall with a dark expression, his strides long and purposeful. When the king summoned you suddenly, the hand had no choice but to obey. Lord Tywin, do you know what has happened to make his grace call this meeting so urgently? Varys the spider had been waiting at the entrance and approached him. Tywin glanced at him and said coolly, when it comes to intelligence, who can compare to the spider? Varys shrugged. You flatter me, my lord. This time, he genuinely didn't know the reason. The two walked into the hall together. Crash. A goblet was thrown across the room, followed immediately by the king's roar. Fire. I want a great fire. Aerys looked deranged, screaming at the top of his lungs, does anyone know where Barristan went? And that boy, Daeron. The ministers below were silent as winter cicadas. Lord Chester was the unluckiest. The goblet had bounced off the floor and hit him in the forehead, raising a lump. As soon as Tywin entered, he saw the king in a fit of madness. He didn't care, he was used to it. What really made him frown was that Aerys was screaming for fire and mentioning Daeron and Barristan. What scheme is he cooking up now? Tywin felt a surge of resentment, hating that an incompetent man sat on the Iron Throne. 57, Chapter 57, A Safe Departure. Noon. Wearing his straw hat, Daeron hosted the luau on the beach, personally stirring a large pot of savory soup. Elia had been invited to join. She observed Daeron curiously. He had become completely bald. Barristan had quickly brought out the bones of the malformed dragon and offered a plausible explanation. Prince Daeron, while exploring the Dragonmont, had been attacked by a monstrous dragon. While slaying the beast single-handedly, his hair had been accidentally singed off, so he simply shaved his head. Elia was speechless. One explanation is enough. Daeron remained perfectly calm, occasionally glancing toward the rogue prince anchored offshore. The hatchlings were there. Early this morning, he had immediately transported the 3 hatchlings to the ship, then taken a detour back to the Dragonmont before returning to the Stone Drum Tower, acting as if nothing unusual had happened. After washing up, he invited Shayna and the others to the luau on Summer 11. His strong mental fortitude guided him. The more critical the situation, the more important it was to act naturally. Prince, everything is ready. Davos walked over, giving him a reassuring look. Daeron nodded slightly. He had instructed Davos to prepare supplies for the voyage. They were leaving Dragonstone today and returning to King's Landing. Newborn hatchlings were vulnerable. Once their existence was revealed, it would immediately attract countless covetous eyes. Father will probably be the first to try and snatch them, Daeron mused. The priority was to leave Dragonstone first. This place was swarming with Dornishmen. Next, he needed a foolproof plan that would not only protect the hatchlings but also maximize their impact. Second brother, when will the soup be ready? Jaehaerys ran over, dutifully adding firewood under the pot. Daeron smiled. Soon. Yay. Jaehaerys looked at his brother with stars in his eyes, full of worship. Daeron had always been good to him, and now he had ventured into the Dragonmont alone and slain a malformed dragon. It was just, so cool. In contrast, the other's behavior was a bit more intriguing. Shayna sat at the table laden with food, ignoring the grapes and spice berries 2 summer forageables Daeron had brought out and focused intently on knitting a woolen cap. Her movements were slow, but she had already finished half the hat. Viserys. He was standing on tiptoes, leaning over the table, vacuuming up spice berries like a storm. As a forageable item, spice berries contained relatively high vitality and tasted fantastic. Eat slowly. Elia broke into a sweat watching him and took out a handkerchief to wipe the little guy's mouth. She was secretly astonished that Daeron had produced so many special crops again. She turned to look at her companion, Ashera. Ashera was holding a fragrant cluster of purple flowers, lost in their scent. It was a special flower called sweet pea that Daeron had casually gifted them. Shayna and Ashera each had one. It was said that the sweet floral scent would linger on the body for a month, bringing joy and stimulating the appetite during the hot summer. Elia didn't get one. Food's ready. Food's ready. Finally, Daeron tapped the edge of the pot with a large wooden ladle, calling everyone to eat. Like the egg festival, the luau had a special event. The potluck. Daeron personally prepared a pot of soup base. Each participant added their favorite ingredient to the pot, cooking and tasting it together. As long as no one threw in weird stuff like sap or purple shorts, it would be a good soup. Daeron had added a high-value silver star super cucumber, which definitely met the best response standard. Soon, everyone tasted the soup, and everyone gained something different from it. Elia and the other women felt a warm current flow through their bodies, slightly strengthening their constitutions. Barristan and Ser John gained even more. The vitality within them grew significantly. Normally, a person's vitality potential was fixed at birth. Take Barristan, for example. Unless he underwent years of rigorous training or consumed special crops, his total vitality was hard to increase. In recent years, only Barristan and Arthur Dane had made significant progress. This showed just how precious the potluck was. But the most outstanding result belonged to Davos. He had added an onion to the soup, saying that his family had been poor when he was young, and onions were the cheapest food to get, something he always remembered. After drinking the soup, he somehow, inexplicably, grasped the power of vitality. Prince, Davos was stunned, holding his soup bowl in bewilderment. Daeron had seen his loyalty and ability. Seizing the moment, he said, Ser John, please knight Davos. Fulfill our promise. Ser John was decisive. He drew his sword and signaled for Davos to kneel. Davos was overwhelmed with excitement. But he remained clear-headed. After kneeling on one knee, he took out a dagger and cut off the little finger of his left hand. He said, I cannot let my past identity become a handle for others to attack the prince. Cutting off a finger symbolized a complete break with the past. From now on, no one could use his history as a smuggler against him. Well done. Barristan nodded silently, acknowledging Davos's character. The knighting ceremony was completed. Davos became the true Onion Knight. Afternoon. Elia was reluctant to see them go as she saw Daeron and the others off at the ship. She had wanted to keep her brother-in-law and sister-in-law for a while longer. But a raven had arrived from King's Landing. The king demanded Daeron return immediately without delay. Daeron, I am very sorry for what Uncle Luin did to you. Once I give birth safely, I will go to King's Landing to make it up to you. Elia felt guilty. Daeron ignored the ambiguity in her words and said calmly, when you come to King's Landing, we will treat you well. He paused, then added, King's Landing is safe. No one will hurt you. Elia was startled. She felt her brother-in-law seemed a bit strange today. It wasn't just the lack of hair. It was a change in temperament, from the inside out. The old Daeron had been gentle as jade on the surface, with strong principles underneath, like a sheathed sword. The Daeron standing before her now was more like a ball of dangerous fire, radiating heat at all times. More aggressive. Daeron glanced at Elia's belly, looking forward to the birth of his niece, Rhaenys Targaryen. As he was about to leave, he looked back at Prince Luin, who had finally shown his face. Prince Luin was looking at him too, frowning slightly, clearly puzzled by Daeron's change. See you next time. Daeron didn't mind at all. He grinned at him. He boarded the ship, and they set sail. Soon, the rogue prince sailed away, becoming a small black dot on the horizon. Elia sighed with regret and turned back to the stone drum tower. Prince Luin remained where he was, the suspicion in his eyes deepening. Prince. A Dornish soldier in yellow rushed over and whispered intel into his ear. The dragon keepers on patrol had found traces of ash from the dragon hatching at the foot of the Dragonmont. After a long while, Prince Luin combined the various clues and thought of countless possibilities. Was slaying the fire monster a lie, and finding a dragon egg the truth? Or was the fire monster actually a wild dragon that he didn't kill but tamed? Thousands of thoughts spun in his mind. But this Dornish prince never imagined or dared to imagine the possibility that Daeron had found dragon eggs and successfully hatched dragons. How could that be possible? Prince Luin couldn't figure it out, so he decided to go to the scene to investigate himself. 58, Chapter 58, Shocking the World. The next day, a piece of news spread from the Red Keep. Once released, it echoed through every alley and street of King's Landing. Dragons. The king's second son, Daeron Targaryen, had hatched 3 dragons on Dragonstone and was bringing them back to King's Landing. Haven't dragons been extinct for over 100 years? I thought dragons were just legends. Even in the poorest slums of Flea Bottom, the commoners were discussing it animatedly. And the Red Keep, the eye of the storm, had already descended into madness. On board the Rogue Prince, Daeron stayed in his cabin, planning his next moves. He was the one who had leaked the news. The existence of the hatchlings couldn't be hidden for long. Trying to hide them would only put him at a disadvantage. Releasing the news was the only way to boost his reputation to the peak, potentially surpassing Rhaegar's years of accumulation in one fell swoop. Fame attracts fortune. Daeron looked far ahead, calculating that the opportunity far outweighed the danger. Scree GA. Locked in 3 cages, the hatchlings flapped their wings and screeched discontentedly at Daeron. "Don't run around, understand?" Daeron opened the cages and let the 3 hatchlings out. Screegy. The black hatchling darted out like a streak of black lightning, flying onto Durin's bed and tearing at the sheets with vigor. Durin's face darkened. "Toothless, stop that." The red hatchling was also restless. Using its large wings to support its snake-like body, it climbed onto the furnace-shaped incubator and screeched sharply at the lid. Seeing this, Daeron understood. The hatchlings were hungry. He caught the blue hatchling trying to fly and placed it on his left shoulder, then got up to rummage through the chest by the door. During his time on Dragonstone, he had occasionally fished by the sea. He had caught quite a few ocean fish. "Don't rush, I'll feed you in a second." Daeron found 3 palm-sized sardines. He pushed aside the red hatchling occupying the incubator, opened the lid, and placed the fish on the charcoal fire to cook. House Targaryen hadn't perished yet, and knowledge about dragons had been passed down through generations. Dragons only ate cooked food, and it had to be well done. Soon, the 3 fish were charred black. The hatchlings feasted, demonstrating the true meaning of wolfing down food. Eat up so you won't be hungry later. As they were about to dock, Daeron took out 3 more sardines. These ocean fish were special, imbued with vitality. Each one was valuable and perfect for feeding young dragons. Eat more, grow faster. The mud gate. Daeron walked down the gangplank. At this moment, the entire harbor was deserted. Idlers had been cleared out in advance. Over 100 gold cloaks controlled the city gate, standing ready. "Welcome, Prince." The gold cloaks shouted in unison, thumping their chests with a thunderous sound. "Prince, as per your arrangement, we have secured all 7 gates of King's Landing." Alliser Thorne and Commander Manley stepped forward quickly, their expressions extremely serious. Daeron nodded. "Well done. Controlling the only armed force in King's Landing, why would he put himself in danger? If he was returning to King's Landing, he would do so openly and grandly. Prince, please." Alliser brought over 2 white horses. Daeron mounted one and tied the 3 cages containing the hatchlings to the back of the other. Screegy. The hatchlings bumped against the cages, emitting uneasy screeches. Alliser's breath hitched, his gaze involuntarily drawn to them. The 3 cages were covered with black cloth. Although he couldn't see the dragons inside, hearing the hatchlings' cries was enough to make a loyal royalist's blood boil. Entering the city, thousands of gold cloaks lined the streets, firmly controlling every route Durin's procession would pass until they reached the Red Keep. Unable to break through the gold cloaks' blockade, the citizens of King's Landing pressed against the wall of gold cloaks, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the young prince riding by. Daeron was dressed in black, wearing a knitted wool hat, his appearance striking as always. He rode his white horse slowly and deliberately, like a hero returning in triumph, ensuring everyone could see his face. At the rear of the procession, a wagon carried the bones of the malformed dragon. Its grotesque shape and pitch-black bones drew gasps from the commoners. The 3 cages containing the hatchlings, ironically, drew less attention. At the same time, a new rumor spread like wildfire. The bold Prince Daeron had braved the Dragonmont, single-handedly slain a cursed demonic dragon, and saved the local residents of Dragonstone. This act drew the blessing of the 7, granting him the power to withstand fire. Because of this, Prince Daeron hatched the dragon eggs, bringing true dragons back to the world. Whether the story was true or false didn't matter, it was undoubtedly captivating. Especially with the legendary Kingsguard, Barristan the Bold, bearing witness, pushing the story to a climax. After all, a Kingsguard would not lie. And the demonic dragon skeleton brought back on the wagon was seen by the citizens of King's Landing with their own eyes. The Red Keep. The portcullis was raised. Ser Jon Darry took command, replacing the castle guards with gold cloaks. A Kingsguard had that authority. Alliser, guard the gate well. Daeron gave the order and led a squad of gold cloaks inside. Passing the city was one hurdle, the Red Keep was the next. He expected obstacles. Unexpectedly, when Ser Jon stated his identity and purpose, the castle garrison obeyed unconditionally. With the Red Keep's gate secured, the only thing left was to watch out for ambushes. Someone was waiting to escort them to the throne room. Daeron dismounted, flanked by Barristan and Davos. Davos had little combat ability and was carrying the 3 cages. But with Barristan there, the journey would surely be safe. "Prince, do not stray too far from me later," Barristan instructed gravely. As a witness to Prince Daeron hatching the dragons, his loyalty, originally leaning toward Prince Rhaegar, had quietly shattered and reformed into firm support for Prince Daeron. From the moment the dragons were born, there was no comparison between the two. Targaryens never lacked for madmen and great men. The previous restorer, Baelor Breakspear, had achieved nothing before his death, ending as merely the Prince of Dragonstone. No matter how excellent Prince Rhaegar was, he had yet to demonstrate the ability to rule. But Prince Daeron had actually hatched dragons. Dragons. That was the strongest claim a Targaryen could have. Daeron chuckled softly. "Sir, today might go very smoothly." "I hope so." Barristan gripped his sword hilt, not trusting the king he had served faithfully. The throne room. When Daeron arrived, the hall was empty, the atmosphere dead silent. He had expected a crowd. Summoning noble lords to witness the newborn dragons was his father Aerys' style. Soon, he got his answer. Lord Cholstead, a bandage wrapped around his forehead, trotted over and lowered his voice. Prince, his grace is in a very unstable state. Be careful with your words and actions. After the Maester delivered the news of Daeron bringing back hatchlings to the king had gone practically insane. He raved like a madman, shouting to summon the lords of the 7 kingdoms to witness the birth of the dragons. The small council had tried their best to dissuade him, barely suppressing the king's unwise decision. Daeron understood. My lords, thank you for your contribution to the realm. Lord Cholstead sighed softly and signaled for the prince to approach. Boy, you're finally back. Aerys leaned forward, barely able to contain his madness, shouting, Quick, give me the dragons. 59, Chapter 59, Daeron, no one takes my dragons. The moment they met, the Mad King revealed his true intentions. Daeron didn't answer. Instead, he quickly scanned the people below the Iron Throne. The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, a commander without an army present. On the left, the place of honor, stood Tywin Lannister, the hand of the king, his gaze profound. Beside him were his brothers, Kevan and Tyget. On the right stood the largest group, 3 ministers of the small council and the royal steward. Additionally, there was a pyromancer in grey-green robes, looking seedy and sly. Rossart the Wisdom. Daeron recognized him instantly. Rossart was a member of the Alchemists Guild. In the original timeline, he refined wildfire for Aerys, helping him rig the entirety of King's Landing with the substance, intending to burn the city to the ground. Lord Rhaegar Stark and his son Brandon the Wild Wolf Stark, as well as Lord Cholstead mentioned earlier, were all burned alive by wildfire at Aerys' command, executed by this man. He was a sycophant through and through. The key was, this guy actually knew magic. He had gained Aerys' favor by demonstrating the ability to manipulate ordinary fire. Pycelle is dead, and now we have someone even more disgusting. Daeron cursed his luck inwardly. Boy, have you gone mute? Aerys was impatient. He gripped the armrests of the Iron Throne so hard that his hands bled, but he seemed completely unaware of the pain. Daeron had his own pace. He suggested, Father, why not take a look at the hatchlings first? He emphasized the plural hatchlings. Aerys' breathing quickened, and he shouted repeatedly, Yes. Bring the hatchlings out, quickly. With a nod from the prince, Davos set down the 3 cages and unveiled them one by one. Scree-ga. The 3 hatchlings were revealed. They bounced around energetically, slamming against the cages, trying to reach Daeron. They recognized their father. In an instant, the breathing in the hall stopped. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 3 living hatchlings. There really are dragons. Even Tywin was moved, subconsciously taking a step forward. These were dragons. Extinct for over 150 years, dragons had reappeared in the world. Who wouldn't want one? Even if it was Tyrion, the dwarf-born malformed. Dragons. Real dragons. Aerys' eyes were bloodshot, panting like an ox as he muttered, I am the king. I am the dragon. Once everyone had their fill of looking, Daeron blocked their view and said, I hatched them, and I named them. What are their names? Aerys asked urgently. Daeron introduced them seriously. First was the black hatchling. Among the 3, it had the foulest temper and was the wildest. Suspected to be the offspring of the wild dragon the cannibal. Daeron named it Toothless. First, because the little guy's teeth were special retractable. At first, he thought it was a toothless baby dragon. Second, because Toothless was pitch black like charcoal and had green vertical pupils, looking too much like a certain fish-loving dragon from a movie in his past life. The other 2 hatchlings were named after dragons from the Dance of the Dragons era. The red one was named Caraxes, in memory of the Blood Wyrm. The blue one was named Targaryen, in memory of the Blue Queen. Caraxes had a long, snake-like body and broad, powerful wings. Its hind legs were small and webbed, and even the tip of its tail was shaped like a flat crescent moon. It seemed born for smooth, agile flight. Targaryen had cobalt-blue scales, with a copper-colored underbelly. Its temperament was gentle and obedient, and it had the most proportionate build of the 3. Toothless was rather robust, clearly built for ambush and brawling. It would be an excellent hunter in the future. After hearing the introductions, Aerys could no longer restrain himself. He urged repeatedly, Boy, bring them to me. I'll name you Prince of Dragonstone. Screw the eldest son, Rhaegar. The moment he saw the dragons, his wife, children, and kingdom were all thrown to the back of his mind. He only wanted the dragons. Durin's expression remained unchanged. That is exactly why I came. Showing the dragons was precisely to expand his influence. Shaking Rhaegar's position as heir was a great achievement in itself. Aerys ignored the first and last parts of the sentence. He only heard that his second son was offering the dragons to him. He laughed maniacally. White Bull, bring the dragons to your king, quickly. Ser Gerald looked conflicted but stepped forward due to his duty. He never expected that Prince Daeron would hatch dragons immediately after getting the egg back. If his nephew, Leyton Hightower, found out, he might die of anger. Wait. Barristan strode forward, blocking Ser Gerald's path. Aerys' face changed drastically. Barristan, what are you doing? Barristan was fearless. He looked straight at the king and spoke earnestly, "Your Grace, Prince Daeron hatched these hatchlings. They view the prince as their father. If you separate the hatchlings from their father, they will die." He knew his mission clearly. That was to protect the hatchlings from being taken from the prince at all costs. Aerys paused, seemingly touching upon a blind spot in his knowledge. He wasn't sure if that was true. "I believe Ser Barristan is correct." Tywin suddenly spoke up. Everyone was surprised. Tywin resumed his usual majestic expression and said righteously, "Daeron hatched the dragons, they rightfully belong to him. To strip him of his ownership arbitrarily would likely anger the Seven." This was a lie. Since his wife Joanna died in childbirth, he no longer believed in the false Seven. He said this solely because he didn't want Aerys to get the dragons. A madman with a dragon, what a disaster that would be. Besides, did Aerys deserve a dragon? Tywin was dismissive. This actually scared Aerys. Inwardly, he desperately wanted to possess the 3 hatchlings. But dragons had been extinct for too long. With new dragons suddenly appearing, his remaining shred of reason made him afraid to be careless. If one died, he would rather trade his eldest son Rhaegar's life for it. That's not right. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, Rossart the Wisdom jumped out, fawning, "Your Grace, the prince hatched the dragons, yes. But it is an iron law of your house that one rider bonds with one dragon. How can the prince possess 3 dragons alone?" Aerys' eyes lit up. He was clearly persuaded. Tywin shouted sternly, "Silence. Since when do you have a place to speak here? You silence yourself, Tywin." Aerys gave him no face at all. Tywin's expression changed. Anger at the humiliation surged, and he almost rushed the Iron Throne to punch the king. "Lord Hand, let me speak." Daeron spoke up. From the beginning, he had been observing Rossart's demeanor. The Red Comet arrived early, bringing magic to the world. But the original story stated clearly that dragons were the source of magic. Whoever controlled them was favored by magic. When Daenerys was in Qarth, she was attacked by warlocks for this very reason. Rossart was a pyromancer. He should have similar covetous thoughts. Sure enough, upon seeing the 3 hatchlings, greed was written all over Rossart's face, his eyes gleaming with cunning light. "If you want my dragons, I'm afraid you've miscalculated." Daeron remained calm, mentally marking a death cross on the man. Chapter 60, Filthy Rich. Rossart cleared his throat, pretending to be fair. "Prince, what do you have to say to that?" No one paid him any mind. Daeron ignored him completely and addressed his father directly. "As Ser Barristan said, the hatchlings cannot leave me, or they will die." Aerys glared furiously, about to unleash a torrent of abuse. But in the next instant, Daeron changed his tone. "However, I am willing to offer you one of the hatchlings, to help you become a king who rides a dragon." A king who rides a dragon. This struck a chord deep in Aerys' heart. Fixated only on the prospect of riding a dragon, he immediately asked, "Which one will you give me?" People choose dragons, but dragons also choose their masters. Daeron stepped aside, inviting his father to choose the one he desired. Aerys shot to his feet, his eyes locked on the 3 hatchlings, dazzled by the choices. He wanted them all. Daeron turned his head slightly and nudged the cage containing Toothless forward with his foot. Screegy. Toothless, energetic by nature, climbed up the bars of the cage and screeched loudly. "A black dragon." Aerys' heart stirred. He muttered, "The Black Dread. I will be the conqueror." For House Targaryen, Balerion the Black Dread held extraordinary significance. Possessing a black dragon felt like riding the Black Dread himself. "I want the black dragon." Aerys growled. Ser Gerald sighed helplessly and moved to pick up the cage containing Toothless. Barristan refused to yield an inch. "Prince!" he exclaimed urgently. The king's mental state was erratic at best. How could they give him a hatchling? In his eyes, Daeron was the true lord of dragons. Daeron said calmly, "Sir, stand down." Barristan wanted to argue, but the look in Daeron's eyes forced him back. "Sorry, brother." Ser Gerald picked up the cage, understanding his sworn brother's feelings. Just as he turned to present the hatchling to the king. "Wait a moment." Daeron called out to stop him. Ser Gerald paused and looked back in confusion. This time, not only Aerys, but even the ministers cast surprised glances. "Boy, what are you doing?" Aerys' face twisted, nearly driven mad with impatience. Daeron put on an expression of sincere concern. "Father, dragons are not pets or livestock that can be kept casually." Since the Dance of the Dragons, raising dragons had become a major problem. The cruel Rhaegar built the dragon pit in King's Landing, but the dragons raised there grew smaller and smaller, far inferior to the rapid growth of the early dragons. Yet wild dragons would hunt freely, harming the common folk. Caught in this dilemma, the dragons went extinct. "Father, you don't want our dragons to end up like the last dragons, stunted and small, do you?" Daeron held the winning hand. Aerys' eyes widened. For dragons, he could give up anything. But if the dragons didn't grow, how could he realize his dream of conquest? Daeron reached out and snatched Toothless' cage back from Ser Gerald, speaking confidently, "I have 3 suggestions to ensure the dragons grow large and strong." "Speak." Aerys regained his composure, realizing his second son was negotiating terms. Daeron didn't hide his intentions. He said directly, 1. The dragon pit must be rebuilt, and construction must follow the blueprints I draw. Only then can I entrust the dragon to you with peace of mind. This meant that until then, the dragons would remain under his care. Aerys struggled internally for a long time before gritting his teeth. Granted. The boy couldn't run away anyway, the dragon would be his sooner or later. 2. I request to recruit dragon keepers to serve as my personal guard, protecting the hatchlings around the clock to prevent anyone with ill intent from harming them. 3. Since I have rendered a great service by offering the hatchling, the royal treasury must fully cover the expenses for developing my princely fief. Daeron stated his second and third conditions. Hearing this, Aerys' expression improved slightly. Compared to the first condition, these two were undoubtedly reasonable and much easier to accept. If there were dragons, there naturally had to be a dragon pit, and a dragon pit needed dragon keepers. As for the princely fief, that had been his way of making things difficult for his son. His intention was to make Daeron retreat in the face of difficulties, or to use him to attack his eldest son Rhaegar and replace him as heir. Since his second son valued the fief so much, letting the treasury pay for its construction was fine. No problem. I can satisfy all of these, Aerys declared generously, giving his guarantee. During this period, your orders are equivalent to my decrees. Everyone must obey. Done. Daeron had expected this. He bowed in thanks. No one knew his father Aerys better than he did. A self-righteous, selfish, vacillating incompetence centered entirely on himself and his stubborn ideals, who ultimately drove himself mad. Grasped what he feared most, and he could be easily manipulated. Just as he predicted. Until the so-called dragon pit was built, all three dragons would stay by his side. He would use Aerys' greed for the hatchlings to string him along while strengthening himself. By the time the dragon pit was ready, he would have 3 combat-ready dragons on the offense, and the dragon keepers and gold cloaks as defense. At that point, Daeron wouldn't need to pretend anymore. The excellent succession by combat method would place him on the Iron Throne. Of course, if anyone dared to force his hand today, Daeron wouldn't go down without a fight. Someone decided to test his edge. Rossart couldn't suppress his greed and spoke up, Your Grace, who knows how long the dragon pit will take to build? Why not keep the hatchling by your side for now? Pretending to worry about the hatchling's survival, he added, I am willing to serve you and care for the hatchling. Silence. The air suddenly solidified. Daeron pointed a finger and roared coldly, Guards, drag this barking cur out and cut out his tongue. Though not officially regent, he could now exercise the king's authority. Ser Gerald hesitated slightly, looking to the king for instructions. Unfortunately, he misunderstood the situation. In the next moment, the hall doors burst open, and a squad of fully armed gold cloaks charged in. By the prince's order, take him away. Led by Commander Manley, they roared and seized Rossart on the spot. As for the king and the small council, if needed, he was willing to accompany the prince in a coup. The 7 kingdoms had suffered under the mad king for too long. Your Grace, save me. Rossart panicked and tried to call for help. The gold cloaks responded with practiced efficiency. 1 strike to the mouth to stop the begging, 2 strikes to the legs to prevent escape. MMPH. Rossart soiled himself on the spot and was dragged out like a dead dog. 1, 2. Daeron counted silently in his head. At the count of 12, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside the hall. Aerys' eyelid twitched. He suddenly smelled a hint of danger. The ministers were even worse, their hair standing on end. Everyone realized the same thing simultaneously. Daeron had come prepared. My lords, I will take my leave now. Daeron showed no emotion, taking the 3 cages and exiting calmly. No one stopped him. Noon, 12:30 p.m. Leaving the throne room, Daeron returned to Dragontongue Farm as fast as he could. Scree-ga. Scree-ga. The 3 hatchlings were released, fluttering onto the farm soil, breathing the free air joyfully. Daeron smiled. You're happy, and I'm happy. Bringing all 3 hatchlings back to the farm safe and sound meant he had won a complete victory in this storm. Only Toothless would have it rough, having to go and placate his father Aerys from time to time in the future. But he had to maintain the charade. Scree-ga. Caraxes flapped its wings and was the first to take flight, landing lightly on Durin's shoulder. Not a short glide, but true flight. Daeron was surprised. You can fly already. Scree-ga. Caraxes made a cooing sound, hooking its long tail around its father's neck and nuzzling him affectionately with its snout. Daeron had found its egg first, and it had received the most nurturing along the way. It seemed it was also the most affectionate. Daeron responded immediately, taking out a tilapia larger than the hatchling itself. Scree-ga. Caraxes' screech suddenly became sharp and piercing. The moment Daeron held the tilapia, the hatchling arched its spine and snake-like neck, opening its jaws to spray a jet of crimson dragonfire. Whoosh! The immense force knocked the tilapia from Durin's hand. Wrapped in dragonfire mid-air, it burned rapidly, charring and smoking. A second later, the roasted fish smacked onto the ground. Targaryen and Toothless smelled the aroma and flapped their wings, rushing over. Scree-ga. Caraxes' vertical pupils flashed fiercely. It pounced onto the roasted fish with speed and ferocity, screeching to drive its 2 brothers away. The 2 other hatchlings retreated in alarm. 61, Chapter 61, The Incompetent King. Daeron watched, stunned. It can breathe fire already? Even Drogon didn't breathe fire to protect his mother until he was in Karth, which was at least a couple of weeks after he hatched. How old was Caraxes? Screegy. Caraxes' demeanor changed drastically. It tore into the fatty meat of the roasted fish, eating wildly and aggressively. Daeron was indescribably delighted. Are you exceptionally gifted, or just born knowing how to breathe fire? Or maybe both? He felt it was the latter. Those rare materials and the blood sacrifice weren't just for show. Perhaps his 3 dragons had even higher potential than Drogon and his brothers. I really need to take good care of you. I can't let you grow up wild. Daeron didn't play favorites. He took out 2 more sardines. Screegy. Tessarion and Toothless instantly perked up. Before the fish were even fully cooked, they pounced on them hungrily. Toothless, wild and unruly, felt slighted by Caraxes earlier, so he sneakily stole some of Tessarion's food in retaliation. Screegy. Tessarion puffed up immediately, baring its fangs to attack. The 2 hatchlings, less than 2 days old, started scrapping, kicking up dust in front of the cabin. Good, very spirited. Daeron watched with relish. Dragons should be like this. The fiercer the dragon, the fiercer it would be in battle. Evening. Daeron was tidying up the farm and planning his next financial moves. The melons he planted initially had ripened, yielding 48 fruits. Gold Star X3, Silver Star X12, Regular X33. With no one collecting eggs from the coop for a few days, he had also accumulated 24 large eggs. Selling everything would bring in a substantial sum. Prince, I'm here. Count Owen arrived, panting heavily. Daeron said, My lord, you're just in time. It's wonderful to be of service to you, Count Owen said, sweet-talking as always, rubbing his hands together with a smile. I heard you hatched 3 dragons. It's absolutely astonishing. I knew it. You truly possess the unique blood of the dragon. As he spoke, his eyes darted around, searching for the hatchlings. Those were dragons. He hadn't seen them yet. You will have the chance to see real dragons. Daeron was certain. No one remained unchanged after seeing a dragon. Under Count Owen's curious gaze, Daeron returned to the cabin and brought out 33 regular melons. Prince, this is... Seeing so many special crops at once, Count Owen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Even more amazingly, they were all of the same variety. Is this the power of dragon blood? Count Owen brainwashed himself. Daeron divided the melons into 4 portions. He pushed the smallest portion, containing 3 melons, toward the count. Eat these. This is your reward. Then, he divided the remaining 30 melons into 3 equal portions of 10. The first portion, take them back to the Reach and auction them fairly to the lords there. This was to build momentum and attract the attention of the Reach nobility. The second portion, sell them individually to lords in the Reach and the Riverlands. You set the price. The Riverlands was also a gathering place for royal loyalists. Daeron said calmly, the last portion you will coordinate with the first small council member who comes to find you. After recruiting dragon keepers from the Crown Lands, use these to reward those loyal and reliable men. Small council member. Count Owen's brain hadn't caught up yet. He asked in confusion, which of the 3 ministers? Cholsted, Valyrian, Staunton. All 3 were Crown Lands nobles. Combined with the prince's mention of recruiting dragon keepers, the implication wasn't hard to grasp. The prerequisite for a dragon keeper was dragon blood, followed by a clean background from the Crown Lands. Since dragon seeds were scarce, Crown Lands nobles would be the main force. Daeron said matter-of-factly, whoever comes first, gets the job. With dragons, his status was completely different now. He didn't need to seek them out, the ministers would come to him. I understand. Count Owen stood in awe. But his back stayed straight for less than 3 seconds before he asked guilty, but, isn't this too many special crops? Releasing 30 at once, distributed among the Crown Lands, Riverlands, and Reach nobles. House Merryweather might not be thrilled. Daeron pondered for a moment, then turned back to the cabin. I'll give you 2 letters. One for Lord Leighton of the Hightower, and one for my Uncle Tito's at Raventree Hall. The connections he had built up were finally coming in handy. Soon, Count Owen left with the letters in his pocket. With the prince backing him, he was much bolder. The prince had dragons. Unless the lords of the 7 kingdoms were stupid, they would have to give him some face before they figured out just how dangerous the dragons were. Reveal when necessary, hide when necessary. Daeron watched Count Owen leave. He decided that until the hatchlings passed their vulnerable infancy, he would not let them leave the farm. Once they possessed deterrent power, he would awe the lords of the realm. Plenty of time. There was about a year until the hurdle of the tourney at Harrenhal. His farming operation was taking shape. The resources converted from it would be enough to recruit dragon keepers heavily and accelerate the hatchlings' growth. Before Rhaegar had his breakdown, there was enough time. You'd better not lose your mind. Daeron thought carefully. He didn't want to resort to drastic measures. Peace was the primary production line for development. After 3 quiet days, Daeron received a summons and returned to King's Landing with Toothless. Seeing the dragon that belonged to him, Aerys' eyes lit up with unbearable excitement. Toothless, eat. The king had somehow procured a goat and shoved it in front of the black hatchling, eagerly anticipating the scene of dragonfire incineration. Toothless, screechy. The little guy looked at the goat, then at himself, his green vertical pupils revealing a very human-like skepticism. I'm supposed to eat a whole goat. Ares wanted to step forward but didn't dare, so he just kept urging, come on, eat it. Behind him, Varys looked constipated. Out of professional ethics, he whispered, will his grace be in danger? Maester Harvey, serving as acting Grand Maester, wiped sweat from his forehead and said nervously, should be fine. According to the brief history of House Targaryen, dragons had a relatively long infancy. Usually, it took between 1 and 2.5 months before they could use dragon fire proficiently. This hatchling was less than a week old. Eat it. Ares had zero patience and couldn't control his volume. Eat. Dragons eat sheep. He remembered. As long as he could command the newborn hatchling to breathe fire and complete its first feeding, he would have established a preliminary bond with the dragon. Screechy. Toothless emerald pupils contracted. Mimicking Carax's, he lowered his spine and puffed out his chest. Ares' eyes lit up, and he pushed the goat closer. The next second, Screechy. Toothless' eyes flashed fiercely. He spewed a cloud of pungent black smoke, laced with sparks of ghostly green fire, straight into Ares' face. Arg! Ares screamed in pain, clutching his face. Varys' face twitched. He turned left, then right, spinning in 2 circles before finally yelling, guards. His grace has been injured by the hatchling. The Maesters rushed into action, taking out the prepared salves. Meanwhile, Daeron appeared at the Tower of the Hand. 62, Chapter 62, Lannister's Plot. Knock, knock, knock. Daeron knocked on the door and entered confidently. Tywin, who had been waiting for some time, tossed a report onto the desk when he saw him. Boy, here's the trace of the woods which you were looking for. Thank you, teacher. Daeron wasn't distant at all. He read as he spoke, I thought Cersei would be the first to tell me. That foolish daughter of mine. You were actually counting on her. Tywin sneered, not bothering to hide his daughter's flaws. A Lannister didn't care. Cersei was indeed foolish, but she was undeniably beautiful. Which man in the 7 Kingdoms wouldn't be moved by her beauty? Daeron showed no reaction, focusing solely on the intelligence report. Through Duke Hoster Tully of Riverrun, Jaime Lannister had made inquiries and finally located a suspected woods witch at High Heart in the Riverlands. The ghost of High Heart. Daeron mulled over the name for a moment, recalling the corresponding information. She seemed to be connected to Prince Duncan the Small. Boy, stop being foolish. Tywin couldn't stand it. His magnetic voice carried a slight tremor. You possess a power rarely seen since old Valyria. Dragons. The power of dragons was not to be underestimated. They had brought House Targaryen to its peak. No one remained unchanged after witnessing the power of dragons. He was no exception. I understand. Daeron offered no explanation, knowing the main topic was coming. Tywin looked at him with disappointment, his voice heavy. How could you give a dragon to Ares? If it were him, he would have hidden all 3 dragons deep within Casterly Rock, ensuring no one but himself knew of their existence. Yet Daeron had announced it to the world, creating a massive uproar. In just 4 or 5 days, the news of the dragon's return was already on the desk of every High Lord in the 7 Kingdoms. Then what do you think I should have done? Daeron raised his head, meeting Tywin's gaze without flinching. Tywin paused, his expression shifting. He understood Durin's meaning. From Owen Merryweather's recent grandiose recruitment of dragon keepers, the benefits of announcing the news were obvious. Daeron had gone from a favored prince to a prince with real power, and now to a hotly contested contender for the throne in the 7 Kingdoms. In less than 3 months, he had achieved a triple jump in status. It was no exaggeration to say that Daeron could easily gather a large number of supporters simply by showing off the dragons. Are you going to abandon House Lannister too? Tywin immediately realized the core issue. Durin's expression remained unchanged. You can be the hand of the king forever. But Tywin wanted more than that. His old habit of being obstinate flared up. Then you will Betroth my daughter. Daeron didn't respond. Tywin, momentarily angered, said in a deep voice, Cersei may lack great wisdom, but she has outstanding beauty and figure, plus the support of House Lannister. Is she not good enough for you? He always believed that young men valued a maiden's beauty above all else. Throughout history, countless heroes had fallen for beauty. Prince Duncan the Small even gave up the throne for it. Daeron shook his head. My lord, our house has declined. If you were in my position, would you immediately marry the daughter of a powerful High Lord? His tone was calm, but he changed the address. Tywin's lion eyes narrowed slightly. He had already given the answer to the same question long ago. No. When his father, Tytos Lannister, was alive, House Lannister had fallen into an awkward situation where they were bullied by everyone due to Tytos's weak character. Back then, Tywin had the choice to marry the daughter of a powerful Westerland's noble to strengthen his position. But he didn't choose that. Instead, he secretly accumulated strength, waited for the right opportunity, and annihilated the entire family of a vassal who dared to offend him. The song The Reigns of Castamere spread throughout the 7 Kingdoms because of it. The reason he chose that path was because he knew clearly, once you rely on someone else's power, you fall into a passive position, unable to truly stand tall, losing the true authority of a liege lord. So, he married his cousin, Joanna Lannister. His true love. Thinking of this, Tywin felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he fell into a long silence. "I'll take my leave now, my lord." Daeron didn't disturb him further. Talking to smart people saved effort. They understood things instantly. If Tywin knew what was at stake, he wouldn't push too hard and cause the opposite effect. This was the red line the dragons drew for both sides. Crossing the line meant danger. After a long while, Tywin let out a long breath and sneered. "Boy, you think your wings are hard just because you have dragons." His dragons hadn't come of age yet. "Since you are unwilling to accept the help House Lannister offers, then bear the consequences House Lannister creates." Tywin made a decision. He was going to cause some trouble for the boy. He took out 2 intelligence reports from a drawer. One represented the 4 great houses of Arryn, Baratheon, Stark, and Tully. The other represented Crown Prince Rhaegar, far away overseas. According to informants, the 4 great houses had been in close contact recently, mostly meeting under the pretext of discussing marriage alliances. Lord Rhaegar Stark's eldest son, the wild boy known as Brandon the Wild Wolf, had led men across the neck to visit his fiancée at Riverrun. During the visit, Brandon challenged Tywin's eldest son, Jaime, and was unhorsed by him, a brute with nothing but brawn. Tywin looked down on him, thinking even his brawn was mediocre. On the other hand, Rhaegar was in Bravus, borrowing a huge sum from the Iron Bank. An heir suddenly raising a massive amount of money, if not recruiting soldiers, then he's indulging in depravity. Tywin calculated silently. Rhaegar obviously wasn't indulging in depravity. If no one stopped them, the 2 sides might join forces to oppose his old friend Aerys. The Iron Throne doesn't need a perfect king. Tywin decided to interfere. Come to think of it, Jaime had been in the Riverlands for over a month and wrote that he got along excellently with Brynden the Blackfish Tully, receiving personal instruction from him. It seems Hoster Tully isn't senile yet. Tywin was satisfied with this. If Jaime married Duke Hoster's second daughter, House Lannister would be counted as joining the 4-house alliance. They could even pull the wavering House Tully to form a new faction within the alliance. As for his daughter Cersei, Tywin's expression tightened. That boy is probably still contemplating that despicable Targaryen tradition. For Daeron, he and his sister Shaena were close in age and had a harmonious relationship. Now he had hatched 3 dragons. Even if he gave one to Aerys, there were still 2 left, enough for the siblings to ride. Aegon the Conqueror and Jaehaerys the Conciliator, the 2 sages of the early Targaryen dynasty, both followed the family tradition, accompanied by their sisters and riding dragons together. It won't be that easy. Tywin's eyes were deep as he tapped his fingers slowly on the desk. However, Tywin had thought of the benefits the dragons brought to Daeron, but he still underestimated just how great those benefits were. Daeron walked out of the Tower of the Hand and learned that Toothless had injured his father. Without any hesitation, he immediately sought out Barristan, who had been guarding the dragon the entire time. He took Toothless, who was unharmed and even looking a bit eager for more, from Barristan's hands. Screegy. Toothless fluttered in the cage, occasionally opening his retractable toothed mouth to puff out wisps of black smoke laced with green sparks. "Little ancestor, as long as you're okay." Daeron threw his old father to the back of his mind, prioritizing filial piety to his dragon. Having calmed the hatchling, just as he was about to ask about his father's injury, he saw Lord Cholstead and Lord Lucerys Velaryon, 2 members of the small council, rushing over together. 63, Chapter 63, My little dragons are all grown up. The 2 ministers had practically raced each other to get here. "Lord Lucerys, do you have urgent business?" Carlton Cholstead asked, probing for information. Lucerys Velaryon was no slouch either. He walked briskly, his expression calm. "Indeed. His Grace was accidentally injured. I must report this to the prince." "What a coincidence, so must I." Carlton smiled, though his legs pumped a little harder to keep pace. Just moments ago, both men had received a piece of heavy news. Lord Owen had stepped forward to recruit a dragon guard from across the Crownlands. Furthermore, he announced that those who were selected would be rewarded with special crops. The Dragon Guard, special crops. Both of these things pointed directly to Prince Daeron. Lord Owen was a man of the Reach. In the Crownlands, he wasn't exactly a fish in water. He was a fish gasping on dry land. He would inevitably need the help of a local power broker. "It has to be me. It has to be me." Carlton and Lucerys exchanged a glance, the smell of gunpowder virtually hanging in the air between them. Daeron looked amused as they approached. "My lords, are we having a race-walking competition?" "Prince, you jest," Carlton said, straightening his collar and feigning the appearance of a proper gentleman. Daeron smiled but said nothing, turning his gaze to the solemn-faced Lucerys. As a fellow nobleman of Valyrian descent, Lucerys had inherited Driftmark at a young age. He had endured the hardships of life at sea, making his temperament far more stoic. "Prince, I heard you intend to recruit a dragon guard. House Velaryon has followed House Targaryen to this day, and we wish to contribute our humble strength to the cause." "Oh, I thought you 2 were just out for a stroll," Daeron said with a touch of regret, acting as if he didn't understand their true intentions. If they wanted to jump on the bandwagon, they had to show their stake first. Carlton hurriedly spoke up. "The Treasury is responsible for the gold dragons required to recruit the Dragon Guard. As master of coin, I will assist with all my might. He stole a glance at his competitor and whispered, though House Cholstead is small, we are also at your service. Barristan Selmy stood silently nearby. These two were truly shameless. They dared to say anything right in front of a Kingsguard. Daeron dropped the act. My lords, I am flattered. Carleton extended a hand. Prince, perhaps we should discuss the details in the council chamber. Lucerys nodded in agreement. Please. Daeron was happy to cooperate. Before noon, Ministers Carleton and Lucerys walked out of the Red Keep, brimming with excitement. They had gotten what they wanted, an invitation to assist in the recruitment of the Dragon Guard. Inside the council chamber, Daeron sat with his legs crossed, looking out the window at the ruins of the Dragon Pit while idly sketching architectural plans. Only Ser Barristan and Varys remained with him. Ser John Connington had been assigned to protect Lord Owen. Bringing out too many special crops at once would surely attract unwanted attention. Barristan had dumped his duties onto the Lord Commander, the White Bull, and volunteered to serve as Durin's personal shield. Varys was part of the small meeting. As the saying goes, hold big meetings for small issues, and small meetings for big issues. The hand of the king held a transcendent position and didn't need to suck up to anyone. The Master of Laws, Lord Simon Staunton, was excluded by the trio simply because he was brainless. Daeron asked casually, Lord Varys, are there many people of Valyrian descent on Driftmark and Claw Isle? In terms of sheer numbers, they exceed Dragonstone, Varys replied in his soft, silky voice. Daeron nodded, saying nothing more. Varys' eyes darted around before he offered a reminder. Prince, his grace was burned by a hatchling. Perhaps you should pay him a visit. No need. I have no desire to be a punching bag, Daeron said without lifting his head. Maester Harvey had already quietly informed him. His father, Aerys, wasn't seriously hurt. His hair had just been singed by a spark from Toothless. The screaming had mostly been from fear. The king had embarrassed himself and was likely in a fit of rage. Seeing this, Varys wisely shut his mouth. He had only asked to gauge how much Daeron knew about the situation. It seemed the acting Grand Maester and Barristan were firmly in the prince's camp. Just moments ago, two ministers of the small council had been fawning over him. One prince is draped in honor but pushed to the fringes. The other prince has dragons and is slowly stealing his father's power, Varys muttered in his heart. Daeron ignored him, focusing on his plan to cap the Dragon Guard at 800 men. Firstly, the treasury was tight and couldn't support too many. Secondly, there were simply too few people who met the requirements. Scraping together even 800 would be difficult. Good thing I have VIPs to help, Daeron thought, feeling reassured by the involvement of Carleton and Lucerys. Even though his father's small council was infamous for being full of sycophants and flatterers, even sycophants had their uses. They were attacking Rhaegar with everything they had, so naturally, they didn't want Rhaegar to ascend the throne and purge them. Meanwhile, his father was mad, and after encountering the dragons, he cared even less about state affairs. Carleton and Lucerys coming directly to his door was a clear attempt to curry favor. Daeron refused no one. Carleton's character was passable. In the original history, when his father wanted to burn King's Landing with wildfire, Carleton had spoken up to stop it and was burned alive for his trouble. That he could serve as master of coin and briefly as Hand showed his ability was at least adequate. If Daeron wanted to develop the Dragon Guard and his own princely holdings, he needed the master of coin to open some doors. Otherwise, if the man stalled with bureaucratic excuses every few days, Daeron would learn just how annoying a petty ghost could be. As for Lucerys Velaryon, there weren't many records of him. But based on current observations, as the Lord of Driftmark, he was a skilled sailor familiar with naval warfare and trade. More importantly, Driftmark was a hub for Valyrian descendants. House Targaryen's bloodline was thin, and the dragon seeds on Dragonstone were withering. Driftmark had a significant population of Valyrian descent, including some dragon seeds. It was an excellent recruiting ground for the Dragon Guard. It's safer to use Valyrians, Daeron mused inwardly. In the ancient dynasties of his previous life, many monarchs used people from their hometowns for a reason. Trust. To the rest of Westeros, the Targaryens were still an alien bloodline. Dragon Pit, Dragon Guard. Durin's mind whirred, calculating that he would wait for the hatchlings to grow a bit more before finalizing the organization. For now, he would just build hype outside the Crownlands. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. King's Landing, the ruins of the Dragon Pit. On the wreckage of the massive collapsed dome, the rubble had been cleared away. Masons were replanning the foundations and drainage channels. Screonk. Hiss. Ga. 3 dragon shadows, one red, one blue, one black circled in the sky, occasionally weaving through the thin clouds, appearing and disappearing. Daeron looked up, sipping a bottle of fresh milk. Summer on the farm had passed, welcoming the 13th day of a crisp new autumn. He had upgraded to a big coop and purchased 2 white chickens, 2 brown chickens, and 2 ducks. Big coop upgrade, 10,000 gold. Chickens, 800 gold each. Ducks, 1,200 gold each. Total, 15,600 gold. In the newly built barn, he purchased 3 white cows and 1 brown cow. Cows, 1,500 gold each. Total, 6,000 gold. Grand total, 21,600 gold. The money earned from the second harvest of summer melons and the first harvest of autumn pumpkins had all been reinvested into animal husbandry. High investment, high return. The daily output of animal products was now stabilizing between 2,000 and 3,000 gold. With the income from farming and livestock providing a safety net, Daeron poured all his energy into fishing. He leveled his fishing skill straight to level 10. And every single fish he caught was fed into the mouths of the 3 young dragons. They were growing at an explosive rate. Scree! A piercing shriek came from the sky. A scarlet dragon shadow loomed overhead, flashing past in an instant. Daeron looked up. Caraxes spewed a stream of crimson dragon fire in midair, spreading a pair of broad, fleshy wings and smashing headfirst through a cloud of fire as if challenging the sky itself. Immediately, Targaryen and Toothless followed up, teaming up to pounce on the snake-like body of the red dragon. Caraxes dodged with agility, weaving through the clouds, holding his own against 2 opponents without losing ground. You can't really call them hatchlings anymore. Durin's eyes shone. In just 1 month, Targaryen and Toothless had exploded from the size of house cats to the size of large dogs. Their fangs and claws could easily tear through the hide of a wild beast, and Caraxes looked like someone had pumped him full of air. He was now larger than a warhorse. If not for his slender, serpentine build, he would already be rideable. 64, Chapter 64, Rhaegar returns. Screonk. Caraxes banked in a circle, tucked his small hind legs tight against his wing membranes, and beat his massive wings. His body plummeted, executing a near-vertical landing. Boom! Daeron turned his head to the side, shielding his face from the powerful gust of wind kicked up by the dragon's landing. Caraxes stretched his long neck. With his massive wings braced against the ground, standing as tall as a man, he leaned forward to nuzzle his father's chest. Give it another 6 months or a year, and I'll be riding you through the skies, Daeron said softly, gently scratching Caraxes under the jaw. The hatchlings were growing fast. His jaw, once covered in smooth scales, was now sprouting small spikes. Daeron couldn't pet him as carelessly as before. Screonk. Caraxes let out a soft trill. The sound was clear and melodious, matching the dragon's lithe and agile frame. Ser Barristan strode over, his voice grave. Prince, Maester Harvey reports that a raven has arrived from Dragonstone. Oh. Daeron paused mid-stroke. Calculating the time, his big brother Rhaegar had been at sea for nearly 2 months. It was about time he returned. Let's talk inside. Daeron patted Caraxes on the neck, signaling his return to the Red Keep. Caraxes trilled, flapped his broad wings twice, and with a powerful kick of his small hind legs, his slender body shot up into the air, taking off almost vertically once again. This was a natural advantage granted by his unique physiology. Daeron took one last look at the young dragons playing in the sky, then led Barristan back toward the castle. The 3 dragons had passed their vulnerable infancy. They could fly, and they had mastered dragon fire. If anyone wanted to harm them now, they would have to taste the flames first. The Red Keep. As they walked, Daeron listened to Barristan's counsel. Prince, if Prince Rhaegar returns, he may ask you for a dragon, Barristan said, his worry evident. Dragons represented power. For House Targaryen, whose dragons had been extinct for over 150 years, every member dreamed of possessing one. Just look at the king. He spent all day pestering the black dragon, Toothless. Even when he got singed by dragonfire or scratched by claws, he never tired of it. Rhaegar would certainly be tempted. Daeron replied calmly, no one can make me give up my children. If anyone wanted a dragon, they could replicate his experience. Go find a dragon egg and hatch it. To ask for a dragon with nothing but empty words? Not a chance. As long as you are prepared, Barristan said, relieved. Halfway to the keep, they heard the sound of chasing and playful shouting. Daeron glanced over. His 2 younger brothers were running around the front yard, brandishing a small wooden sword and a small wooden fork, sparring back and forth. Careful. Those aren't just simple wooden toys. Second brother. Hearing footsteps, Jaehaerys and Viserys lowered their weapons and ran over happily. Daeron rubbed the heads of the 2 little tykes. Be careful. Don't go swinging those weapons around recklessly. We know, Jaehaerys grinned. Viserys nodded obediently as well. Daeron furrowed his brow. He didn't believe a word of it. From the day the dragons appeared, these 2 foolish little brothers had been pestering him to get them a dragon too. They didn't even need his 3, they just wanted him to hatch one for each of them. Just hatch one. Daeron had practically starved himself to hatch his. He did have dragon eggs on hand, 3 petrified stones with no life in them. He had only managed to hatch his 3 by collecting various rare materials and performing a life or death blood ritual. There was no way to hatch the stone eggs. However, he had given his brothers some small consolation prizes. Daeron looked at the wooden weapons in their hands. Forest Sword, Level 3 Sword. Stats, Damage 8 to 18, Speed +2, Defense +1. Broken Trident, Level 5 Dagger. Stats, 15 to 26 Attack, +1 Crit, +1 Crit Chance. One was a novice weapon dropped from smashing crates in the mines, and the other was a transitional weapon found in a fishing treasure chest. One for each brother, and they were having a blast. Seeing that the 2 boys were lingering, Daeron asked, do you 2 need something? Yeah, Jaehaerys nodded, looking distressed. Mother is going to Dragonstone, and we have to go with her. Viserys chimed in, don't want to go. Daeron asked for details and quickly pieced together the situation. His sister-in-law, Elia, was 5 months pregnant. She was due in less than half a year. Queen Rilla attached great importance to her daughter-in-law's first child and wanted to go to Dragonstone personally to care for her. Mother still loves Rhaegar more, Daeron thought, feeling a little slighted. Anyone with eyes could see that Durin's sudden rise had created a subtle rivalry with the highly respected Rhaegar. In such a sensitive period, any movement could shift the winds. Yet, Rilla was still going to Dragonstone. This move was tantamount to publicly supporting her eldest son. Daeron waved his hand. Forget it, you two go play. Okay, we're going. Jaehaerys was sensible. Having delivered the news, he dragged his little brother off to play. Watching them walk away, Daeron instructed Barristan, go find Alliser Thorne later. When Mother leaves, arrange a squad of gold cloaks to protect her closely. Yes, Prince. Barristan nodded solemnly. Internally, however, he felt Queen Rilla was leaving at a bad time. Prince Rhaegar was returning to Dragonstone, and Prince Durin's dragons were not yet fully grown. Currently, every noble in the Seven Kingdoms coveted the new hatchlings. Setting aside whether going to Dragonstone would damage Prince Durin's reputation, what if the Queen were detained by the Dornish as leverage? The prince thinks of everything, Barristan sighed helplessly. Shortly after, Daeron received the news from Maester Harvey. They had guessed correctly. 3 days ago, Rhaegar had returned to Dragonstone. But what Daeron truly cared about was another piece of news from the Riverlands. Prince, look at this. Maester Harvey handed him a letter, speaking cautiously. Lord Went of Harrenhal has spread the word. He will host a grand tourney in April of the coming spring. The tourney at Harrenhal. Durin's gaze sharpened. What must come, will come. Rhaegar was indeed funding Lord Went to hold this tourney. He planned to use the gathering to unite the lords and execute a plan to either usurp the throne or force a regency. According to tradition, he probably wouldn't dare to usurp directly. The most likely scenario was calling a great council of the lords to vote, sidelining his father Aerys and making himself Prince Regent to take control of the government. But none of that mattered to Daeron. What puzzled Daeron was the kidnapping. Why run off with Lyanna Stark? Lust. Lyanna was the same age as Cersei, too young to match Rhaegar's usual preferences. And with the Stark family's characteristic long face, Lyanna might be famous for her wild beauty, but she wouldn't be a peerless stunner. Besides, Elia was considered a great beauty in her own right. Politics? Kidnapping Lyanna directly enraged House Stark and House Baratheon, and indirectly provoked House Arryn and House Tully. The reason House Targaryen was declining was partly due to the lack of dragons, and partly due to Father Aerys' madness. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were counting on Rhaegar to be a good prince. He didn't even need to be brilliant, he just needed to not be Aerys. But pulling a stunt like that, it made it hard to believe Rhaegar was sane either. It can't really be for that bullshit prophecy, can it? Daeron doubted deeply. The prophecy said, the dragon has 3 heads. But I have 3 actual, living dragons right here. If Rhaegar was really a prophecy fanatic, he should be rushing over to worship Daeron. It was truly bizarre. Seeing the prince deep in thought, Maester Harvey produced a separate letter. Prince, this is a personal letter from Lord Went, inviting you to meet at Harrenhal. 65, Chapter 65, Rebuilding the Dragon Guard. Daeron took a closer look at the letter. Lord Went of Harrenhal was inviting him to the castle, with a special note attached, keep this quiet. What is he planning? Daeron couldn't suppress the smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Everyone said House Went was staunchly loyal to Rhaegar, but it seemed their bottom line was rather flexible. Maester Harvey was more cautious. Prince, could Lord Went be harboring ill intentions? For example, an assassination plot. No, Lord Went doesn't have the guts, Barristan answered first, sharing his impression of the family. House Went looks like a garden in full bloom, but in reality, they are cooking oil over a high flame. Their situation isn't as good as outsiders think. It made sense. During the reign of Macarai, House Lothston of Harrenhal had descended into madness through their obsession with dark magic. House Went, then sworn knights to House Lothston, had helped put down the madness of Harrenhal. As a reward, they were granted the castle. House Went had leaped across class boundaries, but they couldn't change their origins. Their current prosperity was largely due to the fertile lands surrounding Harrenhal. But how long could this peak last? The whispered rumors of the curse of Harrenhal and the subtle ostracization by other Riverlands lords weighed on them. If House Went wanted to maintain their glory, they had to follow the royal family closely. That was why Oswell Went had joined the Kingsguard. And between the Mad King and Crown Prince Rhaegar, they had chosen to follow Rhaegar. But the situation has changed, Barristan said, his voice firm and resonant. Daeron chuckled. I have dragons. Lord Went is getting cold feet. The survival rule for nobles wasn't to walk one path until it ended in a cliff. It was to play both sides, to never put all your eggs in one basket. Barristan agreed wholeheartedly. To use an inappropriate example, your threat level now far exceeds that of Demon Blackfyre in his day. Demon Blackfyre was called the Warrior Reborn and had the support of half the lords in the Seven Kingdoms. And that was without dragons. Daeron had dragons. He wasn't Demon Blackfyre, he was the next conqueror. Even if the hatchlings weren't fully grown, Daeron was younger too. Who could guarantee which prince would sit on the Iron Throne in the future? Daeron asked, though he already knew the answer. Sire, do you think I should go? Barristan was sincere as always. Wherever you are, I will stand before you to protect you. That meant it was worth a try. Daeron mused, if we go to Harrenhal, we must be fully prepared. We cannot act rashly. This was a good opportunity. If Lord Went was truly thinking about fence-sitting, it would be a heavy blow to Rhaegar's faction. And as a nouveau riche house of the Riverlands and a core member of Rhaegar's circle, Lord Went could open many doors for Daeron. Prince, there's another line here. Maester Harvey suddenly paused, spotting something he had missed. Daeron looked at the letter again and found an inconspicuous postscript. It mentioned that Jaime Lannister was a guest at Harrenhal and had someone Daeron needed in his custody. The Wood Witch. The thought flashed through Daeron's mind instantly, followed by suspicion. Why would Jaime run off to Harrenhal for no reason? Shouldn't he be at Riverrun for his betrothal talks? Cersei had sent him a letter asking him to find traces of a Wood Witch. If he had found her, he should be galloping back to King's Landing to claim credit and please Cersei. He couldn't have been detained by Lord Went, could he? Daeron made a bold guess. Surely not. Does Lord Went have balls that big? The Riverlands, Harrenhal. Jaime wore a sour expression as he sought out Lord Went for the third time, demanding the return of the Wood Witch. But he didn't even see the man. The reply he got was, the Earl is busy preparing for the tourney. He will send word later. Damn it. Walter Went is deliberately giving me the runaround. Jaime's handsome face darkened. He really wanted to leave, consequences be damned. But the Wood Witch was still being held at Harrenhal. His sister Cersei had sent him a letter asking him to find her. To please her, he had asked Duke Hoster Tully for help and scoured the Riverlands. Finally, with the help of Lord Walter Went, they found the reclusive Ghost of High Heart. It was worth noting that Duke Hoster's wife was one of Lord Went's aunts. So, Jaime had trusted Lord Went. He hadn't expected the man to invite him as a guest only to secretly detain the Ghost of High Heart. They hadn't restricted Jaime's freedom, but he wasn't willing to leave with his tail between his legs. Just you wait. Jaime gritted his teeth, his anger rising the more he thought about it. Don't let me find an opening, or I'll make you pay. Bluegrass Hills. Daeron brought the 3 young dragons to inspect the construction progress of Bounty Hall. Screonk. Caraxes circled in the sky, his molten gold vertical pupils looking down. His shadow swept across the white marble structures below. 2 months had passed. The drainage and foundation of Bounty Hall were complete. Masons were building the external walls, while the internal layout of the castle was being planned. Not bad. Daeron looked around, his gaze lingering on the residential area outside Bounty Hall. In his ideal vision for his fief, he wanted to build a city. Currently, the residential area housed the orphans taken in during the King's Landing cleanup project. Prince, let me take you to see the Dragon Guard. Lord Manly straightened his back, proudly inviting Daeron for an inspection. He had stepped down as commander of the City Watch. Currently, Daeron personally held the title of commander, with Alliser Thorne serving as vice commander. As compensation, Lord Manly was appointed as the commander of the Dragon Guard. He was responsible for screening and training the recruits daily. Let's go see them. Daeron was eager. The Bluegrass Hills ran east to west, with the High Valyrian Farm in the east and Bounty Hall in the west. The Dragon Guard barracks weren't placed on either side, but rather on an open plot of land on the south side of the hills. It was backed by the farm and bordered the Kingswood to the south. As soon as they arrived at the camp, they could hear the shouts and grunts of warriors training from a distance. Daeron looked over. 2 squads of tall, burly dragon guards were drilling on the grounds. They wore black armor and wielded various weapons: longswords, morningstars, spears, flails. The Dragon Guard was originally founded during the reign of the old king, Jaehaerys I. It began after 3 eggs from the dragon Dreamfire were stolen from the queen in the west, Rhaena Targaryen. To prevent such an incident from happening again, a specialized guard was formed to protect the dragons. The standard equipment for the Dragon Guard was full plate armor and mastery of various weapons. Lord Manly hurriedly explained, per your requirements, the recruitment standard prioritizes those of dragon seed descent. Second is a clean background, preferably with living parents or siblings. They all meet the requirements. Daeron nodded. You've done well, my lord. Hearing this, Lord Manly looked ashamed instead. You praise me too much. After all this time, I've only recruited 56 men. Daeron understood. The Dragon Guard watched over dragons' loyalty was the primary guarantee. Dragon seeds were rare to begin with, and screening them made finding suitable candidates even harder. Among these 56 men, some were scions of House Valyrian and other Crownland's noble houses. Daeron spotted a silver-haired guard. He was a handsome young man with silver hair and yellow eyes, his skin pale. He had the highest martial skill among the guards, single-handedly knocking down several trainees who had only just begun their training. Lord Manly introduced him. That is Lord Lucerys' nephew. He is an upright man, with no history of abusing commoners. A Valyrian. Daeron was impressed. Lord Lucerys is really willing to invest heavily. After the Dance of the Dragons, House Targaryen had declined, and House Valyrian hadn't fared much better. Sending a direct blood relative to serve as a guard showed that Lucerys was willing to gamble. 66, Chapter 66, The Ultimate Defense. Early the next morning, Ministers Carlton Chelstead and Lucerys Velaryon urgently came to see Daeron. "Prince, you are being foolish." Carlton was beside himself with anxiety. He had heard that the prince intended to go to Harrenhal and came immediately to dissuade him. Lucerys shared the same sentiment. Housewent cannot be trusted. Nobles were complicated creatures. Back in the day, King Aerys too hadn't listened to advice and went to Duskendale with only one king's guard, resulting in his imprisonment for half a year. They couldn't watch the prince repeat the same mistake. Daeron was prepared and replied calmly, "I will bring the newly recruited dragon guard and one of the dragons. I will not follow in my father's footsteps." Facing difficulties and seizing opportunities within them was his style. If Lord Went truly harbored ill intentions, then Harrenhal would get a fresh taste of dragon fire. It would be a good chance to refresh the Seven Kingdoms' understanding of exactly what a hatchling could do. "Prince, please reconsider," Carlton pleaded, refusing to give up. The king was a lost cause. These small council ministers could only pin their hopes on Prince Daeron. Playing it safe was the most pragmatic approach. Daeron remained unmoved. Seeing this, Lucerys pondered for a moment before saying, "Lord Celtigar of Claw Isle sent me a letter. Prince Rhaegar has summoned him, ostensibly to discuss important matters." Adrian Celtigar? That old crab. Carlton's expression changed instantly. It was common knowledge that when House Targaryen migrated to Dragonstone, they brought two Valyrian noble families with them, House Velaryon of Driftmark and House Celtigar of Claw Isle. Once upon a time, the seats of Master of Ships and Master of Coin on the small council were practically reserved for these two families. During the Dance of the Dragons, the Lord Celtigar of that time even served as Master of Coin for the half-year queen, Rhaenyra. Later, however, House Celtigar lost its eligibility for the small council. They holed up on Claw Isle, isolated and stagnant. The reason Carlton turned pale at the mention of the crab was simple. Adrian is a greedy, loathsome old crab. He drags his feet even on port taxes. Why would he send you news for free? He despised the old crab utterly. Daeron nodded secretly. "Prince, Lord Adrian is indeed insatiably greedy. You wouldn't like him," Lucerys said, bad-mouthing his old friend first before continuing. However, he did not respond to Prince Rhaegar's summons, and he suspects Rhaegar has ulterior motives. Daeron understood. It seemed Rhaegar was already contacting his vassals to prepare for the tourney at Harrenhal. "If I don't go, I'll miss the opportunity." Daeron was determined to go. Seeing their persuasion was useless, the two ministers had no choice but to agree. Noon. Daeron went to the mud gate to see his mother, Rilla, off. Queen Rilla was beautiful, with a graceful and noble bearing. Her silver gold hair fell smoothly, and her purple eyes were cold, seemingly always hiding unhappiness. She was a classic ice beauty. Daeron and Shaena were there to bid their mother farewell. Daeron had arranged the gold cloak escort. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Keep in touch." His words were dry. Rilla glanced at her son and said calmly, "Your brother has returned." Equally sparing with her words. Thud. Daeron kicked the gangplank into place, sending his mother onto the ship. He wasn't going to accept her coldness. Rilla didn't care about her son's attitude. She gave a slight wave to her daughter and turned to enter the cabin. "She still doesn't love us," Shaena said, looking away to examine the small ring on her pale finger. The golden ring, set with a gem, emitted a faint halo of light. It was a real ring. Durin's voice dripped with venom. "It's not that she doesn't love us. It's that she pours her hatred for father onto me." MMH. Shaena agreed. Both siblings were in a bad mood and didn't want to linger at the mud gate. Daeron extended an invitation. "Want to go to the farm?" "Shaena, let's go." Skreonk. The three young dragons soared over the farm. Seeming to sense the upcoming journey, they were full of energy, chasing and playing with each other. Shaena sat quietly by the coop, watching the ducklings take to the water. There were two of them, swimming back and forth in the stream below the waterfall. Daeron watched for a while, then put the milk he had saved over the last few days into the cheese press. On one side of the cabin, a square working area had been paved with stone floors. Neatly arranged on it were mayonnaise machines, cheese presses, furnaces, and lightning rods. He had managed the farm quite well. Opening his panel, it looked quite impressive. Farmer, Daeron Targaryen. Farming, level 8, tiller. Mining, level 7, miner. Foraging, level 7, forester. Fishing, level 10, angler, pirate. Combat, level 6, fighter. As the levels of his 5 skills increased, various professions and crafting recipes were unlocked. The most important ones were fishing and combat. The level 10 fishing profession, pirate, increased the chance of finding treasure chests. The level 5 combat profession, fighter, increased all attack damage by 10% and added plus 15 HP. One provided extra income from fishing, and the other directly enhanced his survivability. Plus 15 HP. Daeron remembered when he unlocked fighter. A strong wave of heat had surged through his body, significantly improving his physical fitness. Strength, agility, resilience, reaction speed, everything was boosted across the board. In a one-on-one fight, he was evenly matched with Sir John Connington. Within 30 moves, Barristan Selmy couldn't take him down. Daeron was only 11 years old. People said Rhaegar was a superb warrior who had defeated Barristan and Arthur Dayne in single combat. Daeron admitted Rhaegar's combat ability was high, but Rhaegar was 21. All his victories were won in tourneys. In a real offline duel, it was impossible for him to beat 2 legendary Kingsguard knights. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been smashed to death by Robert's hammer. After finishing his work, Daeron lit a campfire and cooked right there. Shaena was deft and skillful. Not only was she good with needlework, but her cooking skills were also excellent. 2 fried eggs and a bowl of pumpkin porridge made for a simple dinner. She had been visiting the farm often lately. Daeron asked, "Is Cersei still pestering you?" Shaena didn't speak, just sipped the sweet porridge from her bowl. Ever since Daeron rejected Tywin, Cersei had been like an agitated wild cat, pestering Shaena incessantly, talking about how wonderful and handsome her brother Jaime was. It was as if marrying Shaena off would somehow make Daeron belong to her. It was getting late. Shaena didn't leave, she stayed at the farm. She slept on the bed, and Daeron slept by the fireplace. The siblings were used to it. "We leave in 2 days. I still need to prepare a few things," Daeron calculated silently. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shaena sleeping on her side on the bed. Her soft hand rested on her abdomen, emitting a gentle glow. The source was the golden ring on her index finger. Small glow ring. Description: emits a constant light. Effect: dispels darkness, brings warmth. It was an item dropped from a crate in the mines, quite practical. Daeron had wanted to give her a crystal dagger for self-defense. She refused and chose the small ring instead. Every piece of equipment seems to have unusual effects. Daeron toyed with the 2 rings on his hands. A gold ring with a crescent moon on his left hand, and a black ring with a red shell on his right. Lucky ring. Description: symbol of the moon. Effect: luck +1. Crab shell ring. Description: made from an enchanted crab shell. Effect: defense +5. With these 2 rings, I'm safe. Daeron took his safety seriously. The crab shell ring was a monster slayer reward for killing 60 rock crabs in the mines. Its effect was simple and crude, maxing out defense. Note: defense refers specifically to the ability to withstand external damage. He also had a pair of Cinderclown shoes rewarded from a chest on level 80 of the mines. Cinderclown shoes. Effect: defense +3, immunity +3. Without even using the Neptune's greatsword, his daily defense was as high as 8 points. Immunity offered resistance against stun, poison, and curses, while also slightly boosting mental fortitude. With these combined, Daeron had no fear of most assassinations or poisons. If I can find an item with high immunity stats, maybe I could cure father's madness, Daeron thought, struck by a sudden inspiration. 67, Chapter 67, Restless Ambitions. Dragonstone. In the chamber of the painted table, a secret meeting was underway. John Connington, a tall man with rugged features and a temperament as fiery as his red hair, was the first to speak out, boldly counseling his prince. "My prince, your brother Daeron has already hatched 3 dragons. If he is allowed to raise them to maturity, no army will be able to withstand their assault. Time waits for no man. To let the hatchlings grow unchecked was tantamount to suicide." Rhaegar remained silent. He stood by the painted table, his gaze fixed on the map of the 7 kingdoms: the Vale, the Stormlands, the North, the Riverlands. Among them, several markers bearing the 3-headed red dragon were placed on the Riverlands and the Stormlands. The 4 regions were forming alliances, and the dignity of the royal family was in precarious danger. "Prince, perhaps we could claim a dragon as well," Miles Mouton, a young knight, suggested. Richard Lonmouth agreed wholeheartedly. "Indeed, even the king demanded a hatchling. You are the heir to the Iron Throne by rights, you should have one." Both men were Rhaegar's followers and close friends, hailing from House Mouton of the Crownlands and House Lonmouth of the Stormlands, respectively. A dragon. Rhaegar frowned slightly. To be honest, he still couldn't fathom how Daeron had brought dragons back into the world. And 3 of them, no less. Seeing the prince remain noncommittal, the others didn't dare press further, no matter how anxious they were. Rhaegar fell into deep thought. During his voyage, he had first gone to Skagos. Relying on his personal charisma, he had subdued a group of Skagosans wild, hairy, and naturally strong. Rumor had it they carried the blood of giants or the Ibinese. But after scouring the island, including its volcano, he had found no trace of the wild dragon, the cannibal. That was why he had been delayed for so long. On the other side of the room stood 3 Kingsguard knights. Ser Arthur Dayne said nothing, solely focused on guarding the prince. Prince Lewin Martell's face was dark. For over a month, he had been kicking himself for letting Daeron hatch dragons right under his nose. At first, he hadn't believed it. But no sooner had Daeron left than news of the hatchlings spread through King's Landing. Even thinking with his toes, he knew he had been blind to what was right in front of him. Oswell wore a cold expression, but his hand gripping his sword hilt betrayed his inner anxiety. Prince Rhaegar had borrowed a large sum from the Iron Bank and decided to hold a tourney at Harrenhal. Oswell's brother, Lord Walter had tried to refuse several times but eventually caved to Oswell's pleading. This gave him a bad feeling. "Prince, what are you hesitating for?" Connington couldn't hold back his impatience any longer. He started to apply pressure. The king has always given you the cold shoulder. Daeron is making his move. If you don't act now, sooner or later, you will be stripped of your heirship. Rhaegar finally reacted. Send someone to King's Landing. Find my brother and ask him what he wants in exchange for a dragon. He didn't care about the petty maneuvers of his father and brother. The prestige he had built over the years would be unleashed all at once at the tourney at Harrenhal, propelling him to the center of power. But dragons were different. Even a small hatchling held immense symbolic value. Good. I will handle this personally. Connington was overjoyed. Rhaegar spoke again. Ser Oswell, go to Harrenhal. Discuss the specific details of the tourney with Lord Went. Yes, my prince. Oswell's spirits lifted. Having given his orders, Rhaegar left calmly to visit his pregnant wife. Ser Arthur followed close behind. 7 days later, Daeron led his dragon guard on a secret journey to Harrenhal. After a long trek, they arrived near the God's Eye. Skreonk. A scarlet dragon shadow cut through the sky. Its broad wings tore through the clouds, reflecting its serpentine body onto the calm surface of the lake. Daeron reined in his horse, stopping by the lakeside to water the animals. The God's Eye is truly vast. Every time he saw it, he couldn't help but stop to admire it. Barristan Selmy, never leaving his side, sighed with emotion. Many Targaryen wars have been fought over this lake. Let's hope there won't be a next time. Daeron looked up as the red dragon shadow disappeared into the mist. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves approached from the distance. A squad of soldiers bearing the sigil of House Went arrived. The leader removed his helmet, revealing a young face. Prince, please proceed to Harrenhal. My father has been waiting for some time. He was the eldest son of Lord Went. Daeron nodded. Lead the way. Harrenhal. As soon as Daeron entered, he felt a gloomy chill, as if a dark cloud hung directly overhead. It wasn't until he entered the Hall of the 100 Hearths that the warmth gradually returned. Honored Prince, House Went sends its regards. Lord Walter Went came out to greet him personally, bowing respectfully. You are too kind, my lord. Daeron smiled in return. Lord Walter straightened up, resting his hands on his increasingly thick waist. It was his first time seeing Daeron in person. Silver hair, purple eyes, fair skin. Unlike Prince Rhaegar's deep melancholy, Daeron radiated a sunny disposition, like the midday sun. What a handsome prince, Lord Walter thought, instantly feeling a sense of goodwill. Daeron looked around and joked, my lord, aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Please, please. Lord Walter was very courteous, hurriedly ordering servants to bring bread and salt. This was the guest right. He knew exactly where House Went stood. Rashly inviting Daeron could cause trouble for the prince. Before long, Daeron was seated, chatting happily with his host. As they talked, Lord Walter suddenly sighed, looking like he had something difficult to say. Daeron played along. My lord, why do you sigh? Alas, I am ashamed to say. Lord Walter looked distressed. This so-called tourney, it is actually Prince Rhaegar pulling the strings from behind. I didn't want to agree. But my brother Oswell was obsessed. If I didn't nod, he wouldn't let it go. In just a few sentences, he shifted the blame cleanly away from himself. Having reached this point, both sides were being frank. Daeron asked, you tell me this secret, what reward do you seek in return? Prince, you misunderstand. Lord Walter waved his hands hurriedly. I just feel that Prince Rhaegar is doing something very dangerous. You are the king's favorite child. I hope you can find a way to stop this tourney. He stated his purpose. House Went was wealthy, but they couldn't withstand being ground between the millstones of a royal family feud. The best way out was to retreat while they still could. Daeron offered no comment on this. Lord Went's desire to withdraw was understandable, but things rarely went as planned. House Went was already branded with Rhaegar's label. They couldn't just walk away. Both sides tacitly ended the topic there. Daeron mentioned he was weary from the journey and needed rest. Lord Walter ordered servants to prepare a room for the prince. The next day, early in the morning, Harrenhal received guests once again. Oswell Went rode his warhorse, excitedly returning to his family home. He had brought John Connington and Miles Mouton with him. Uncle. As the castle gates slowly opened, Oswell saw his talented nephew come out to greet him. You've gotten stronger, Oswell said, patting his nephew on the shoulder. But his nephew didn't show the expected joy. Instead, his smile was strained, as if he had seen someone unexpected. Where is your father? Oswell sensed something was off and decided to find his brother first. Rumble. Just as he spoke, a slight tremor of galloping horses came from behind. Oswell glanced back. He saw a troop of cavalry charging toward them. The leader wore heavy armor, his aura as fierce as a hunting hawk. Beside him fluttered banners depicting a flock of ravens surrounding a weirwood tree, the sigil of House Blackwood. 68, Chapter 68, Turning Coat at the last minute. The arrival was none other than Lord Tito's Blackwood of Raventree Hall. As the Count dismounted, the 200 Raven guards behind him reined in their horses in unison, displaying perfect discipline and obedience. Lord Tito's. The heir to House Went stepped forward to greet him. Lord Tito's removed his helm. His resolute face remained unchanged as he said directly, "Take me to see Prince Daeron." "This way, please." Putting aside the reception for his uncle Oswell and his group, the heir prioritized ushering the distinguished guest into Harrenhal. Oswell, what is going on? John Connington's eyes widened. Why would someone from House Blackwood be here? And what does he mean? Go see Prince Daeron. Miles Mouton was also dumbfounded. If he didn't trust Oswell, he would have suspected they were being set up. Oswell. The front courtyard. Lord Tittos walked along the cobblestone path and immediately spotted the young prince standing between two dragons, one red, one blue. 56 dragon guards, fully armed, formed layers of protection around him. Daeron had been waiting. One hand stroked Tessarion's head, while the other held down the restless red dragon. Prince. Lord Tittos strode forward. As soon as he approached, two dragon guards stepped in to form a human wall. Seeing this, Daeron called out, "Wait a moment, Uncle Tittos." Skreonk. Tessarion rubbed against Durin's slender waist, her proportionate cobalt blue body gleaming like an exquisite gemstone. Hungry. Daeron ordered a guard to bring a goat and push it toward the famished hatchling. Tessarion sniffed it. It wasn't a fish rich in vitality, but it would barely fill her stomach. The hatchlings were picky eaters. But Daeron had no fish left. He gave a command in High Valyrian, "Dracarys." Skreonk. Obeying the order, Tessarion spewed a stream of cobalt blue dragon fire. The dumbstruck goat was instantly charred into coke by the ink-like flames. Crunch, crunch. Tessarion bared her fangs and began to feast. Daeron looked helpless. He had intended to bring only car axes, but Tessarion had secretly followed them. Early this morning, the noise of the two dragons playing had startled the entire castle of Harrenhal. Waving away the dragon guards, Daeron walked toward Lord Tittos. Witnessing two hatchlings with his own eyes, especially seeing one use dragon fire to feed Lord Tittos's breath hitched. He said in a deep voice, "Prince, are these your dragons?" Seeing truly was believing. Yes. Daeron took a towel to wipe his hands and said calmly, "Toothless didn't come. Father likely kept him back." His father had become nearly obsessed with taming Toothless. He came up with endless strange ideas and feared neither hardship nor fatigue. Unfortunately, Toothless was wild and hard to tame. Even Durin's commands were only followed depending on the situation. Lord Tittos was no brute. He used respectful terms, "It is only right that his grace demands a dragon." Seeing the prince's two dragons was already shocking enough. Daeron said, "I apologize for making you travel all this way. It is my honor." Lord Tittos's voice was firm. In the Riverlands, House Blackwood was one of the premier noble houses. When Daeron set out for Harrenhal, he had immediately notified them to provide support. The two men walked one after the other toward the king's pyre tower. Oswell and his group were completely given the cold shoulder. As they walked past and saw the two hatchlings, they were immediately warned off by the dragon guard. "Back off." Dracarys Valyrian brandished a flail, blocking them at a distance of 20 meters. John Connington's face darkened, barely suppressing his anger. Miles Mouton, young and hot-headed, shouted, "Boy, do you know whose orders we follow? Comparing backgrounds with me." Dracarys scoffed. His uncle was the master of ships, Lord Lucerys Valyrian, and his direct superior was Prince Daeron. Anyone who dared approach the hatchlings would get their skull crushed. Shing. Miles suddenly drew his sword. In the next second, dozens of dragon guards surrounded them, pulling out their weapons like wolves and tigers. In Westeros, you could never imagine the extraordinary treatment Daeron gave his Dragonguard, treatment that made them willing to follow him into death without hesitation. "Calm down, Miles." Connington held his friend back. Oswell had to flash his Kingsguard credentials just to get the dragon guards to back down, then he dragged his two friends away quickly. As a top-tier knight who had mastered life energy, he was confident he could take on 10 men. But dozens of dragon guards in heavy armor, wielding morningstars and flails? They would beat him into meat paste through sheer brute force. Hall of the Hundred Hearths. Lord Walter went warmly entertained Lord Tittos. But when he heard that his brother Oswell had returned, the smile on his face froze instantly. Why did he have to come back at such a terrible time? Lord Walter cursed inwardly. With both factions meeting here, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Daeron smiled. "My lord, it seems you have a problem. If caught fence-sitting, one would be branded a chameleon." Lord Walter said nothing, a storm of thoughts raging in his brain. Quickly, he made a decision. Lord Walter extended a hand and said solemnly, "Prince, please take a seat first. I will give you a satisfactory answer." Daeron or Rhaegar? Since his younger brother Oswell had chosen the elder brother, then he, the elder brother, would choose the younger brother. In an instant, his stance became firm. "Don't make it difficult for yourself," Daeron said as he took the lord's seat. Shortly after, Oswell and his group entered the hall. At a glance, they saw Daeron sitting in the high seat. Ser Barristan, in his silver armor and white cloak, stood at the young prince's left hand. Lord Tittos, still in his armor and gripping a greatsword, stood at the young prince's right hand. "Brother." Oswell's heart skipped a beat, an ominous feeling rushing straight to his head. Lord Walter stepped forward, his face cold. "Oswell, you are a Kingsguard. If you are not serving at the king's side, what are you doing back at our family home?" These words cut straight to the heart. Oswell's expression changed drastically, his hand instinctively reaching for the white cloak on his back. Lord Walter pressed on relentlessly, questioning, "Are these your friends?" Referring, of course, to Connington and the others. Oswell was speechless. Prince Rhaegar's rival was sitting right there on the dais, and his own brother was barking orders at him. The attitude was obvious. House Went had defected. Connington stepped in front of Oswell and said, "Lord Went, we are just passing through to pay our respects. We mean no harm." In terms of status, he was the Lord of Griffin's Roost, a major lord in his own right. Lord Walter gave him no face, speaking coldly, "If you are guests, then I welcome you. But Oswell is derelict in his duty. I will report his offense to his grace." With a wave of his hand, he issued an eviction order. Oswell's face turned pale. He wanted the ground to swallow him up. But Lord Walter's words truly ignited Connington's fury. He stepped forward aggressively. "Lord Went, do you know what kind of disaster your actions today will bring down upon you?" Before this, House Went had been die-hard supporters of Prince Rhaegar. With the tourney at Harrenhal imminent, how dared Walter turn his back on them now? "Then what are you here for?" Daeron knew it was time for him to speak. Connington turned the spearhead toward him, speaking righteously, "I act on Prince Rhaegar's orders to advise Lord Went on the proceedings of the tourney." At this point, there was no need for concealment. House Went supported Prince Rhaegar. They were in the past, they were in the future, and they should be right now. 69, Chapter 69, Daeron, Dracarys. What does the tourney hosted by Lord Went have to do with Rhaegar? Daeron asked, though he knew the answer perfectly well. Connington knew the prince was fishing for information, so he framed it in the best possible light. Prince Rhaegar has sponsored Lord Went. He intends to use this tourney to show the lords of the Seven Kingdoms that the royal house has not declined, but remains as strong as ever. Who told you the royal house has declined? Daeron fired back immediately. Connington sneered but held his tongue, stiffening his neck stubbornly. With the Mad King on the throne, the authority of the Iron Throne waned by the day. It didn't need to be said. Seeing his arrogance, Daeron asked, "Lord Walter, did my big brother sponsor you?" "Yes, Prince." Lord Walter didn't dare lie. The two hatchlings outside the King's Pyre Tower represented absolute authority. Connington held his head high, rather proud. He figured Lord Went wouldn't dare deny the sponsorship. The Crown Prince sponsoring a great lord's tourney was a matter that could be seen as big or small. Given the current state of the Seven Kingdoms, no one would sue the Crown Prince over it. They would only hope the Mad King stepped down sooner so they could get a good king in his place. Unexpectedly, Daeron said, "This is a good thing." Huh. Lord Walter's expression changed. Of course it was a good thing. Daeron saw through Rhaegar's plan completely, and House Went had defected at the last minute. How could he pass up such a golden opportunity? Daeron said, "Lord Walter, I fully support you hosting a tourney. When the time comes, I will actively participate and strive to win a good ranking." "Prince, you..." Lord Walter hesitated. His veteran political instincts told him House Went was in deep trouble. The tourney at Harrenhal would become the first public battlefield for the two princes to fight over the succession. "Rest assured, neither my brother nor I will harm House Went," Daeron said soothingly. Lord Walter could only resign himself to fate. To Connington, however, this behavior looked like the weakness of a young boy ripe for bullying. He remembered the task Prince Rhaegar had assigned him before leaving. "Prince Daeron, I have a matter to discuss with you," Connington said, his voice full of vigor. "Daeron, let's hear it." "Regarding the dragons." Connington opened up boldly. "You have hatched 3 dragons, which has indeed shocked the world and is worthy of admiration and respect. As I understand it, you gave a black hatchling to his grace." Daeron speak plainly. Connington stopped beating around the bush. "Prince Rhaegar is the crown prince, the future king who will sit on the Iron Throne. We hope you can part with 1 hatchling, allowing Prince Rhaegar to become a dragon rider. As long as you agree, you may name any condition." "Shut up." Before he could finish, Daeron cut him off with a sharp rebuke. Anyone could guess Rhaegar's thoughts regarding the hatchlings, but Daeron never expected them to ask so self-righteously. Was it because Rhaegar was arrogant that his subordinates were all so brazen? "Prince, we come with sincerity." For the sake of his silver prince, Connington pressed on despite the pressure. A flash of killing intent passed through Daeron's eyes, his aura suddenly shifting. "We? Who is this we you speak of?" Connington was stumped. More than just stumped, he felt an inexplicable oppression, like needles pricking his back. "Daeron, you want my dragon?" Connington sensed something was wrong and tried hard to organize his words. Screonk. Suddenly, a piercing shriek like an air raid siren erupted from outside the King's Pyre Tower. "What?" Oswell, with his keenest sense for danger, instantly turned to look outside. There, atop the ruined spire of the Widow's Tower, the sister tower to the King's Pyre, a patch of scarlet had appeared abruptly. Its body was long and slender like a snake, its broad wings blotting out the sky, and its pair of molten gold vertical pupils watched them with cold indifference. The red dragon Caraxes. Oswell's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his body freezing in place. Everyone followed his gaze and saw the sinister-looking red dragon. As if no one else existed, Caraxes let out a low roar filled with menace. Screonk. Being targeted by a dragon for the first time, everyone tensed up, a chill running down their spines. "Prince." Even the battle-hardened Barristan assumed a defensive stance. It's fine. Daeron, on the contrary, calmed down. Caraxes was still technically a hatchling, but with a body comparable to a warhorse, he was already a beast in the truest sense. The blood Wyrm was beginning to show his ferocity. Hearing this, Barristan relaxed slightly. Daeron stood up and walked down the steps one by one. Prince, what are you doing? Connington and the others were incredibly nervous, their hands flying to the hilts of their swords. Daeron remained calm. Be careful not to startle Caraxes, my lords. He is very protective of me. No matter how bold Connington and the others were, they didn't dare provoke a dragon. Daeron strolled leisurely through the crowd, pushed open the doors, and reached the front courtyard. The group looked at each other, not daring to make a rash move. Daeron turned back and said, Lord Connington, didn't you want to ask for a dragon on behalf of my big brother? Then come. Connington's brow furrowed into a knot. He probed carefully, Prince, are you willing to trade? No need to trade. Daeron waved his hand. The dragon guards parted, revealing Targaryen, who had had her fill. I'll give you a chance. Use whatever method you like. If you can take her away, she is yours to do with as you please. A free dragon? Connington's heart raced. He wanted to stop right there. But the melancholic gaze of the Silver Prince flashed through his mind, and his fear was instantly suppressed. Fine, I will try. Connington's eyes were bloodshot. He moved forward step by step, his usually swift legs feeling as heavy as lead. Prince, x2 inch. Barristan and Oswell shouted in unison. Daeron glanced at them sideways and asked, Rhaegar wants a dragon. Am I giving it to him, or not? Who could answer that? Oswell shut his mouth, praying silently that Connington wouldn't provoke the hatchling. Alas! Barristan turned away, already foreseeing the tragedy about to unfold. Dragon, quiet. Connington was indeed Rhaegar's close friend. He was learned enough to speak 2 phrases of High Valyrian, attempting to soothe the hatchling. Gaa. Targaryen tilted her head, the remnants of her meal still before her. Connington extended a hand, slowly approaching. Dragon, calm. Daeron watched unblinkingly, like a predator staring at prey walking into a trap. Connington had no dragonlord blood. He knew he couldn't win the hatchling's favor naturally. Considering the dragon was young, he planned to get close and grab it. Almost there, just a little closer. Sweating palms clenched, Connington inched to within half a meter of the blue dragon. He was just one step away from grabbing the hatchling by the neck. Targaryen lowered her spine, a rumbling growl emanating from deep within her throat. Anyone familiar with dragons could see at a glance that she was getting agitated. Connington slowly bent down, his hand about to touch the dragon. In the next second, the corner of Durin's mouth lifted, and he shouted in High Valyrian, Dracarys. Screonk. Targaryen didn't hesitate. A torrent of cobalt blue dragon fire surged forth. Connington, at point-blank range, met the dragon fire head-on. Ah! Accompanied by a wretched scream, the man was engulfed in flames. Save him, quickly. Oswell turned pale with horror, not forgetting to accuse Daeron. You ordered the dragon. This is murder. Daeron, for the dragons, I walked through a sea of fire. Lord Connington is doing the same. That's fair, isn't it? No one was listening anymore. Everyone frantically tried to put out the fire, but no matter how they beat at it or threw sand on it, the cobalt blue dragon fire would not be extinguished until it had burned the man to charcoal. Thud. The screaming stopped abruptly as the charred corpse hit the ground, kicking up dust. Lord Connington, loyal to his Silver Prince, would never be arrogant again. How could this happen? Witnessing his best friend die a miserable death, the tightly wound nerves of Oswell and Miles snapped instantly. They stood there dumbfounded, as if they had lost their souls. Durin's expression didn't change. Lord Walter, take Sir Oswell away. When he remembers the honor of the white cloak on his back, send him back to King's Landing. As for the other one, Miles Mutanti him up and throw him in the dungeon. Later, send a letter to Lord Mutan of Maidenpool. Tell him to come personally and take his brother back. 70, Chapter 70, The Blackfish of the Family. Those who needed killing were killed, those who needed jailing were jailed. Daeron turned calmly, waiting for Lord Walter Went's response. Noon. Lord Walter met with Daeron alone, inquiring about the specific details of the tourney. Daeron, do it however you like. If you have questions, ask Rhaegar. Spending Rhaegar's money to accomplish his own goals. He definitely had to give the other party a sense of participation. Lord Walter was still uneasy. You burned Lord Connington to death. What if someone pursues this matter? House Connington of Griffin's Roost had a long history and was a major noble house in the Stormlands. Connington himself was Rhaegar's close friend and had come on his orders. Daeron could just pat his ass and leave. But how would House Went deal with the fallout? Daeron, Connington was burned to death by a hatchling while attempting to tame it. To reassure the man, he added, if anyone wants to pursue it, tell them to come find me. But, Lord Walter started. Daeron waved a hand. Any more questions? After more than 150 years, dragons had been reborn, but the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms hadn't shifted their mindset yet. Anyone who dared to provoke him must be met strictly with fire and blood. If killing one wasn't enough, then he would keep killing. Let dragons and death rebuild the shattered authority of House Targaryen. Lord Walter was deeply shaken. Perhaps you are right. House Targaryen hasn't seen such a dominant ruler in a long time. The last one would probably be the young dragon, Daeron I. Another Daeron. Lord Walter felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Daeron stayed for 3 days, enjoying the scenery of the God's Eye. Early this morning, Lord Walter brought him an intelligence report. An alliance between the falcon, the stag, the wolf, and the fish. Prince, the alliance of the 4 great lords is ultimately a potential threat, Lord Walter said gravely. They may not have rebellious hearts now, but once they make a move, it will be as swift as a gale sweeping through dry grass. Daeron had heard of this. Lord Arryn of the Vale was fostering Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark. The eldest son of Lord Stark of the North, the wild wolf Brandon, was betrothed to Catelyn, the eldest daughter of House Tully. It might not sound like much, but an alliance of 4 great houses was an act of overstepping in any era. Some of father's words and deeds were not without cause after all. Daeron spotted the blind spot. Lord Walter stated his position clearly. Prince, the Dornish are unreliable. You need new allies. Who? Daeron raised an eyebrow. Lord Walter. Lord Tywin has a daughter. Lord Hoster has a daughter. Cersei Lannister/Lisa Tully. Let's talk about this another time. Daeron immediately backed off. Lord Walter panicked. You may not know this, but Lord Tywin's eldest son was at Riverrun recently, meeting with Miss Lisa of House Tully. I know. Daeron didn't feel any sense of crisis because of this. He trusted Jaime Lannister's character. You don't know, Lord Walter said urgently, deciding to speak the truth. I detained Lord Tywin's eldest son here at Harrenhal. Lord Hoster wrote yesterday saying he would send someone to pick him up. Daeron paused, looking at Lord Went with new respect. Well done, Walter Went. You've got guts, daring to detain Tywin's precious son. Did you learn that from Catelyn? Lord Walter gave a sheepish smile. It was for the Wood Witch. That kid is stubborn, he refuses to leave my castle without her. Daeron understood. Went had used the Wood Witch as bait, and Jaime took the hook. Just then, a dragon guard came to report. A party from Riverrun was approaching and would arrive at Harrenhal momentarily. Who is leading them? Lord Walter asked hurriedly. Hall of the 100 Hearths. Daeron met a legendary figure. Prince, House Tully sends its regards. Brynden Tully was meticulous, his etiquette flawless. The Blackfish, Brynden Tully. The younger brother of Duke Hoster Tully, famous for his exploits in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Long time no see, sir. Daeron smiled in return. After bowing, Brynden turned to look at Lord Walter and said stiffly, where is Jaime Lannister? He has been a guest here for quite some time. Lord Walter wasn't a pushover either. I've already sent someone to fetch him. Wait. For a moment, the atmosphere turned cold. Brynden was used to it. Wherever he appeared, things always got awkward. That was why he was the Blackfish of the family. While waiting, Daeron sized up the squires Brynden had brought with him. One of them had black hair, a long face, and piercing grey eyes. He didn't look like a Riverlander, he looked more like a Stark. Who is he? Daeron asked. Brynden, my niece Catelyn's betrothed. Concise and to the point. Brandon Stark stepped forward, his voice booming. I am Brandon Stark, son of the Lord of the North. I can tell. Daeron looked him over. Brandon was tall and wore a black bearskin cloak despite the heat. Combined with that long Stark face, one could tell at a glance he was a brute from the north. While Daeron sized up Brandon sized him up in return. Brandon's grey eyes swept up and down, and he grinned. I thought the famous, daring Daeron, of the 7 Kingdoms would be a sturdy man 6 feet tall. There was a sour note in his tone. There were too many rumors about Daeron. Winning a trial by combat against Tywin's brother Kevan Lannister, breaking into the Dragonmont alone to slay a dragon, bringing dragons back into the world by unknown means. Every achievement added luster to his resume. Daeron, you are very simple, just like your title, the Wild Wolf. Brandon's face darkened. A person's title was usually bestowed by others or recognized by the world after achieving some great feat. For example, Barristan the Bold and the Blackfish Brynden were famous for their martial prowess in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. Their titles carried incredible weight. But his title, Wild Wolf, was just a compliment from the Northmen. It didn't carry much weight. Daeron calling him simple just like his title was a roundabout way of calling him an idiot. You. Brandon refused to accept this. Just as he took half a step forward, Brynden grabbed him and shoved him back with a stagger. Brynden then explained, he's from the north, he lacks worldly experience. No matter. Daeron smiled. He wasn't a petty person. On the side, Lord Walter secretly sweated for Brandon. Forget you being a duke's son, account ended up staying in Harrenhal forever just the other day. What makes you think you can act arrogant in front of a Targaryen with dragons? At that moment, a golden-haired youth was led in by a servant. Ser Brynden. Seeing his idol in black scale armor, Jaime's annoyance vanished instantly. He glanced at Lord Walter. Lord Went, has someone come to pick me up? Lord Walter refused to take the blame. I never kept you. Jaime was furious and said bluntly, cut the nonsense. Give me the Wood Witch. His manners had long since worn away with his patience. You can't take her. Lord Walter was full of confidence, pointing at Daeron. The prince is here in person. Your mission is complete. 71, Chapter 71, Thoughts of Poaching. Jaime's face darkened, and he nearly exploded. If you hand her over to him, how am I supposed to explain this to Cersei? Since this matter has come to an end, we won't intrude any longer. Bring Tully pumped the brakes again, asking, Jaime, will you return with me to Riverrun? Jaime declined politely, no, sir. Daeron nodded inwardly in approval. As expected of the god of pure love, Jaime Lannister. He was probably plotting to ride post-haste back to King's Landing to see his sister Cersei. Bring frowned. Lisa has been waiting for you all this time. I fear I must disappoint Lady Lisa's kindness. Jaime knew exactly what was going on. If not for the guidance of his idol, the blackfish Brynden, he wouldn't have given the big-chested, empty-headed Tully girl the time of day. Hearing this, Brynden sighed inwardly. He had seen early on that the boy had no interest in his niece Lisa, so there was nothing more to discuss. Before the uncle could say anything more, someone else lost their patience. Brandon Stark said unhappily, Lisa has waited for you for so long. Even if you don't fancy her, you should go back and say a proper goodbye. He actually quite liked that busted girl. Unfortunately, she was his fiancée's sister. Jaime glanced sideways, disdainful. I wondered who was speaking. Turns out it's you, the loser. Boy, you just got lucky once. Brandon's face turned gloomy. Jaime, give you another 10 years, and you still won't catch up to me. What a good show. Daeron rubbed his chin. From their back and forth, he pieced together the cause of the conflict. Not long ago, Brandon had taken men to Riverrun to visit his fiancée, where he encountered Jaime, who was honing his swordsmanship with the Blackfish. The lion and the wolf clashed as soon as they met. Clearly, the ultimate winner was Jaime. He was only 14, 4 years younger than Brandon, yet he had already mastered life energy. Coupled with his tricky and ruthless swordsmanship, even a veteran like Brynden acknowledged his strength. Brandon, inferior in skill and lacking mastery of life energy, was easily unhorsed, losing face in front of his fiancée's family. For the proud and arrogant Brandon, this was completely unacceptable. That's not certain this time, boy. Facing his opponent's contempt, Brandon clenched his fists, emitting a wild aura from his entire body. Life energy. Daeron looked sideways, thinking, no wonder he dares to challenge him again. He came prepared. Then I'll play with you. Jaime was interested. But before the two could fight, Lord Walter intervened. TCH. Jaime curled his lip. Durin's thoughts turned, and he spoke up. I heard the eldest son and daughter of House Stark and House Tully are betrothed. I wonder when the wedding will be. Brynden answered, in another 2 years, when my niece Catelyn turns 18. I see. Daeron made an O sound. Counting from the time of menarchy, the usual marriage age for noblewomen was 13 to 14. Occasionally, those who hadn't found a suitable match would wait until 16. Catelyn was already 16, yet she had to wait another 2 years. Was Duke Hoster hesitant about joining the Four-Power Alliance? Or did he look down on the poverty of the North and want to keep his daughter at home to enjoy life for 2 more years? The former was highly probable. Daeron knew what was up and smiled. Tully and Stark are both pillars of the 7 kingdoms. With 2 great houses assisting, the realm will surely become stronger and more prosperous. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Hearing this, Brandon patted his chest and said, my father guards the North precisely for the prosperity of the 7 kingdoms. Though he said this, he muttered inwardly. The intentions of the Four-Power Alliance were unclear. As the eldest son of House Stark, he knew exactly what it was for. Colluding with each other to resist the Mad King together. Even his trip south this time wasn't just to visit his fiancée, but to go to the Eyrie in the Vale to deliver a letter to Lordaeron. The tourney at Harrenhal was set for the coming year. The 4 houses had agreed to support Crown Prince Rhaegar at the tourney, backing him to replace the Mad King's rule. Once Rhaegar ascended the throne, the 4 houses would advance and retreat together, fighting for greater benefits. Daeron, I know. But to others' ears, these words carried a deeper meaning. Jaime realized something was off. It was common knowledge that House Went was a die-hard supporter of Crown Prince Rhaegar. Why is Daeron here? Before, the king favored his second son, and Daeron was merely a potential threat to Rhaegar's succession. But after the dragons hatched, the situation reached a turning point. In the eyes of the lords of the 7 kingdoms, Daeron and Rhaegar were rivals of equal stature, destined to be incompatible like fire and water. House Went defected. Jaime made a bold guess. People always thought he was a brute who only knew how to fight, but that wasn't true. The fairest assessment of him would be a generational talent. To be worthy of this title, one must possess at least super intelligence and super martial prowess. It was just that his martial prowess was too high. Usually, when he encountered a problem, his super intelligence would tell him it was time to use his super martial prowess. While Brandon was scratching his head in confusion, Brynden rolled his eyes secretly, seriously doubting his brother Hoster's judgment. Wild Wolf Brandon had quite a reputation, but he was a complete brute. The collusion between the 4 dukes was obvious to anyone with eyes. Yet Brandon thought Prince Daeron was just exchanging pleasantries with him. What an idiot. We must be going. Brynden didn't want to stay a moment longer and bid farewell. Daeron stood up to see them off. Walking into the front courtyard, the 2 hatchlings were sharing a goat. You have created a miracle. Even with Brendan's cold heart, he couldn't help but stop to take a look at the castle gate. Daeron thought it over and asked, "Sire, if a fish can eat its fill on the surface of the lake, why does it drill deeper into the mud underwater?" Brendan pondered for a moment. Then, he gave his answer. When winter comes, to survive the cold, the fish can only drill deeper underwater to find a bite to eat. What if the sun rises? 2 suns. Brendan's words were sharp, just like his hawk-like eyes. Daeron paused, then laughed. "Sire, it was a pleasure talking with you." "My honor." Brendan led his warhorse and cracked a darkly humorous joke. "I know the special crops Lord Owen sells come from your hand. I bought one at a high price. If there are more special crops of the same quality, please do me a favor." "No problem." Daeron agreed readily. Soon, the group rode away. Daeron remained where he was, mulling over the content of the man's last sentence. He had taken out 30 melons to be auctioned and sold in the Reach, the Riverlands, and the Crownlands respectively. 10 melons for the Riverlands. 3 were sold to Lord Tito's at a low price, 3 to House Tully, and the rest were sold individually to houses like Bracken and Fry. He remembered Lord Owen saying he sold 3 to House Tully, but Brendan claimed he bought 1 separately. So, Duke Hoster bought 2 melons and didn't share with his brother. Daeron grasped the key point. Brendan certainly wouldn't lie. That proved there was a rift within House Tully. Just like the competitive relationship between him and Rhaegar, Duke Hoster and his brother Brendan were also at odds. He remembered. The reason Brendan participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings was that he didn't want to be ordered around by his brother. He wanted to earn his own legacy. Later, he followed his niece Lisa to the Vale to serve as the Knight of the Gate. It wasn't that he didn't love his brother or value his family. On the contrary, Brendan had always lived by his house words. House Tully words: family, duty, honor. In the War of the Five Kings of later generations, Brendan was still fighting bloody battles despite his old age. "If there's a disagreement, I can work on it slowly." Daeron looked far ahead. Even a nest of trout fought amongst themselves, let alone the coexistence of the falcon, the stag, the wolf, and the fish. The wavering House Tully was the biggest flaw in the four-power alliance. Daeron mused, perhaps the Blackfish Brendan can be a good start. 72 Chapter 72 The Dragon Trumps All. A few days later, Daeron led his party quietly back to King's Landing, the Red Keep. When King Aerys received the news, he was obstinate. "Let him do whatever he pleases. All I want is my dragon." After making his declaration, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms went right back to mimicking a shepherd, clumsily shearing the wool off a sheep. "Yes, your grace." Varys couldn't bear to look. He had no idea where the king had heard such peasant superstition, the belief that because dragons eat sheep, they must be fond of shepherds, too. It was truly an affront to the dignity of the crown. Dragon's Rest Farm. Daeron didn't head straight into the farm but stopped at the foot of the hill. "Prince, please stand back," Ser John said as he returned to Durin's side, lifting the curtain of a simple carriage. Huddled in the corner of the carriage was a tiny, shriveled figure. It was the Woodswith ghost of High Heart. Ser John tapped the carriage frame with his scabbard, startling the small figure into curling up even tighter. "Don't frighten her, Ser." Daeron stopped him immediately. Barristan Selmy, a man of experience and patience, offered a suggestion. "My prince, wood switches are solitary creatures. We should find a quiet place to speak." Daeron nodded. They moved the carriage into the shade of the trees and dismissed the 2 Kingsguard stationed nearby. After a long while, the ghost of High Heart stopped trembling. She smoothed down her tattered robes, which were adorned with dried flowers, and muttered incessantly under her breath. Daeron leaned in closer to hear her. "A proud lion, damn him, insolent cur," she whispered, cursing softly. Daeron understood immediately. When Jaime Lannister had tracked down the ghost of High Heart, he clearly hadn't extended her any courtesy. He had simply bound her and hauled her back. She evidently held quite a grudge against the Kingslayer. Daeron approached slowly, keeping his voice soft. "My lady, do you remember Jenny of Oldstones?" The tiny figure went stiff. Beneath the matted white hair that obscured her face, a pair of red eyes peered out. Daeron continued, "And the Prince of Dragonflies, Duncan the Small. He wed Jenny and gave up a crown for her." Over the past few days, Daeron had pieced together the ghost's history. According to Barristan, during the reign of his great-grandfather, Aegon V, Prince Duncan had brought Jenny of Oldstones to court, and Jenny had brought her dear friend this Woodswith along with her. It was this very woman's prophecy that had prompted Durin's father and mother to wed, in hopes of birthing the prince that was promised. She had vanished only after the tragedy at Summerhall. Someone still remembers Jenny. The small figure sank into memory, grief for her lost friend washing over her. Both Prince Duncan and Jenny had perished in the flames of Summerhall. Daeron revealed his identity. "Prince Duncan was my great-uncle." I know who you are, child," the small figure said, her head drooping dejectedly. "Before that golden-haired bastard came knocking, I had a feeling I would be visiting old haunts again. I sent men to find you, though I fear their methods were somewhat crude." Daeron offered an apology, then asked, "How should I address you?" He couldn't exactly keep calling her the Ghost of High Heart. The small figure thought for a moment, then spoke casually. "You may call me Crone." That is what the small folk call my kind, though I am merely a dwarf old woman toyed with by the old gods. Very well, crone, Daeron agreed. The crone gradually relaxed. Child, I have seen you in my dreams. What kind of dream? Amidst smoke and salt, you were reborn from the fire, bringing back 3 hatchlings. The crone looked bewildered. I prophesied a prince, but I did not expect him to come so soon. Daeron remained silent. The prince that was promised was supposed to be his sister, Daenerys, but he had become the unburnt, effectively rewriting history. The crone, seemingly senile, quickly forgot her confusion and asked, "You have your dragons. Why do you seek me?" Daeron answered honestly. He possessed a strange text, the language of the Genimos that required the blessing of forest magic to decipher. A strange text. The crone smacked her lips. Let me see. Daeron opened his interface and transcribed a string of the garbled code from the sacrifice slot. The crone let out a surprised and studied it repeatedly. Finally, she said, "If you wish to learn this tongue, I can help you. You recognize it?" Durin's eyes widened. "No, it is a completely alien language," the crone denied flatly. Under Durin's questioning, she explained further. While she didn't know the Genimo language, she could sense a familiar natural energy within it. Ever since the red comet appeared in the sky, this natural energy had been born into the world. It was quiet, unnoticed by most, but she could find it. Through a specific potion, she could help him connect with it. "Do you need me to provide the ingredients?" Daeron asked. "No," the crone shook her head. "I only need a quiet place to live. Give me some time, and I can gather the materials in the woods to brew the potion myself." She despised being disturbed. Daeron proposed building her a house in King's Landing or somewhere in the Bluegrass Hills. The crone refused. Knowing that her kind was not welcome in the city, she asked only to settle on the edge of the Kingswood, in a simple thatched hut that would keep out the wind and rain. Finally, Daeron asked one last question out of curiosity. "Do you know any sorcery or spells?" "No." The crone shook her head again, but offered a warning. "But I can feel it. Your body contains a vast ocean of power. Part of it comes from your bloodline, and part from your own life force. If I were you, I would not dabble in hedge wizardry. It would only taint the purity of your blood and sap your vitality. It would be putting the cart before the horse." Daeron asked, "Then how should I use this gift?" "You are already using it." The crone looked toward the hilltop where the farm lay, her teeth chattering slightly. "I can feel them. 3 sources of magic, pure and unadulterated." The 3 dragon hatchlings were at the farm. Daeron understood, mostly. She meant that commanding dragons was the ultimate expression of his power, and learning minor spells was unnecessary and dangerous. "I hate riddles," Daeron thought to himself. Why did these mystical figures always have to speak in cryptic circles? By now, the crone was nodding off. "Leave the Riverlands. The power of the old gods does not reach here, so I might finally get a good night's sleep." Back at the farm, Daeron finished his chores first, then went to feed the 3 hungry hatchlings. Scree! Caraxes let out a sharp hiss, stretching his neck to sniff Daeron. Then, he began rubbing his long, serpentine neck against Durin's clothes. It was as if he was trying to scrub away a scent he didn't like. "Easy now." Daeron didn't push him away, though he stumbled slightly from the force of the nudge. Dragons were the guardians of House Targaryen. Historically, many sickly Targaryen children became healthy and vibrant after bonding with a dragon. Even his father, Aerys, found his madness somewhat soothed after interacting with Toothless. Or perhaps he was just too busy pestering the dragon to go mad. "Grow up fast," Daeron whispered, stroking Caraxes' long neck, understanding the dragon's unease. He had noticed something else, too. Ever since the 3 dragons had hatched, he hadn't had a single dream about the 3-eyed crow. Dragonfire, it seemed, burned away all shadows. 73, Chapter 73, Tywin's Miscalculation. Fall 27th, clear skies, Saturday, 10:30 a.m. King's Landing. Daeron stood in the council chamber, gazing out at the dragon pit, which was being rebuilt stone by stone. In his designs, the dragon pit was a colossal domed structure with great arched openings at the front and rear, abandoning the original bronze doors. The dome itself was incomplete, left open at the apex. This way, the dragons could fly out from the top at any moment. "Prince, the cost of rebuilding the dragon pit is exorbitant." Lord Staunton finally ceased his rambling and turned to corner Daeron. Daeron was speechless. He tried to deflect. "My lord, you really should discuss this with the other ministers. I'm only here as an observer." The commander of the city watch had the right to attend the small council when summoned. But Daeron was merely sitting in for his father. Or rather, he had been ordered to attend by his teacher, Tywin, and practically dragged there by the other ministers. Staunton was stubborn. "Rebuilding the dragon pit was your proposal. You ought to be involved." Daeron didn't want to beat up an old man, so he resigned himself to sitting down. Tywin, presiding over the meeting, looked at his uncooperative student and suddenly asked, "I hear your recruitment for the Dragon's Guard isn't going smoothly." Daeron paused, then answered honestly, "It's manageable. Just a shortage of suitable recruits." It had been nearly half a month since the trip to Harrenhal. The Dragon's Guard had grown to 178 men. To reach this number, he had combed through the dragon seeds and those of Valyrian descent on Driftmark, and even poached some younger sons from the noble houses of the Crownlands. He hadn't touched Dragonstone yet. While Dragonstone had a fair number of dragon seeds, the atmosphere on the island was poor, and their loyalty was questionable. Plus, it was Rhaegar's fief, there was nothing left for him to glean from there. Good. Tywin offered a curt assessment before revealing his intent. My brother, Geryon Lannister, is preparing to sail across the narrow sea. Young men are restless, they always want to carve out a world of their own. When he reaches Lys or Volantis, he can recruit a company of Valyrians for you. Thank you, Daeron said. The sudden gesture of goodwill caught him off guard. Tywin returned to his stern demeanor, addressing the matter at hand. The dragon pit is already a massive expense. With the upcoming development of the prince's own lands, the treasury is running a deficit. The ministers nodded in unison. Seeing no objections, Tywin looked directly at the Master of Coin. Lord Cholsted, what are your thoughts? My Lord Hand, perhaps we could appropriately increase the port tariffs, Carlton Cholsted suggested hesitantly. As Master of Coin, raising taxes was his instinctive reaction. Tywin pondered for a moment, then nodded. Lannisport will support a tax hike, but how will you persuade the other lords? Well. Cholsted was momentarily stumped. Westeros was relatively backward, and major ports were few and far between. The lords who controlled those ports were not people he could easily offend. Tywin glanced at him and spoke flatly. Start with the Crownlands. Those minor houses wouldn't dare disobey. Daeron watched silently. This wasn't a good idea. The Crownlands were House Targaryen's base of power, and those minor houses were loyal. Raising taxes rashly would damage their reputation. Someone stepped in to smooth things over. Varys, sitting like a soft, powdered lump, spoke up. News from this morning. Lord Leighton of Oldtown has dispatched his eldest son, Ser Baelor, to petition the Iron Throne. He is on his way as we speak. As he spoke, he looked at Daeron with an inscrutable expression. Daeron kept his face impassive. Lord Varys, is there something on my face? You jest, my prince. Varys wouldn't dare offend him, but he offered his advice. Ser Baelor is famously reasonable. If we communicate with him properly, Lord Leighton should agree to a modest increase in tariffs. A sound plan, Tywin nodded slightly. Cholsted and Lucerys Velaryon also stated they would persuade Gulltown and Claw Isle to increase their tax payments for the year. As for the other ports, there was truly nothing to be done. Meeting adjourned. Daeron was about to leave when he was approached by two groups. One group was from Maidenpool. Lord Mouton had come to collect his brother, Miles. Daeron decided to meet with them later. The other group came from the far north, men clad in black cloaks, the Night's Watch. A recruiting officer raised his hand in salute, his voice grave. Prince, we thank you for your support of the Night's Watch. The Lord Commander has sent us to collect the 890 criminals you arrested. Walk with me. Since it was his first time meeting men of the Watch, Daeron instructed Ser Jon, call Davos. He's had dealings with the Night's Watch before. 12:10 p.m. The conversation ended. As Daeron watched the Night's Watch depart with their new recruits, he felt a mix of emotions. He had asked about the state of the Watch, and the answer was far from ideal. Since the reign of his grandfather, Jaehaerys II, the Iron Throne support for the Night's Watch had been negligible. The Watch now relied almost entirely on Winterfell for aid. Their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 2,000, and several castles along the wall had been abandoned and sealed shut. Every organization has its rot, Davos said, noticing the prince's distraction. He had once smuggled goods for the Watch at Eastwatch by the Sea and had seen with his own eyes brothers selling supplies to the wildlings beyond the wall. It had shocked him greatly. Though it hadn't stopped him from smuggling, it did lead him to discover a certain unique crop, the very crop that had eventually brought him into Durin's service. Daeron shook his head. The rot is a minor issue. I worry only that when winter comes, the Night's Watch won't be able to hold the line. In the stories, the Night's Watch was brave and honorable, yet still plagued by scum that nearly tore the order apart. The current Lord Commander wasn't yet the old bear, Jorah Mormont, and whether Jon Snow would ever exist was another matter entirely. If the White Walkers returned, the situation would be dire. Davos didn't understand the deeper implications, but he offered practical advice. If you fear for their plight, why not send them some supplies? That is all I can do for now, Daeron accepted. The purge of King's Landing had given the Night's Watch a massive infusion of manpower. Sending additional supplies might help them regain some strength. Do it in the name of the Iron Throne, Daeron added. He had asked after his great-great-uncle, Maester Aemon, and learned that the old man was doing well. He was healthy, eating and sleeping fine. He spent his days in the library, offering answers or medical treatment whenever the brothers of Castle Black had need. The Citadel hasn't decided on a Grand Maester yet, Daeron mused to himself. I'll find a chance to visit the wall after the tourney at Harrenhal. By then, the dragons should be larger. Even if the three-eyed crow had tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to touch him. The Tower of the Hand. Crash. Tywin was in a fury, hurling his wine goblet across the room. You insolent boy. I sent you to Riverrun to deliver a letter, and you come back empty-handed. Jaime dodged the goblet, looking a little frightened. Tywin roared, Lord Hoster wrote to me saying his daughter has locked herself in her room crying, all because you left without a word. Half a month ago, when his eldest son had taken it upon himself to return to King's Landing, Tywin had sensed something was wrong. Today, a raven from Riverrun arrived, and his son's little scheme could no longer be hidden. Father, listen to me, Jaime pleaded his innocence. That Tully girl didn't care for me at all, just as I didn't care for her. Tywin demanded, then why is she crying? Jaime scratched his head, bewildered. Who doesn't cry? The first thing a babe does when it's born is cry. Tywin's vision went black for a second. He nearly fainted. How in the seven hells had he fathered such a fool? 74, Chapter 74, Prince Doran's Scheme. Fool. Tywin didn't even have the energy to curse him further. He simply waved a hand to dismiss him. Get out. Do not disturb me again. Jaime looked bewildered. You were the one who summoned me. I said, get out. Now. At Tywin's lion-like roar, Jaime scrambled out the door in a rather undignified manner. It was clear the boy had infuriated him to no end. After a long while, Tywin composed himself, looking down at the letter on his desk. The words were filled with veiled resentment. A perfect match, utterly ruined by that boy. After this fiasco, joining the alliance of the great houses was no longer possible. His eldest son's betrothal had failed, and he couldn't exactly offer his daughter next. Not only did the other great lords lack an heir of suitable standing, but Tywin Lannister, Lord of the Westerlands, would never debase himself by begging someone to take his daughter. In the end, I still have to rely on that boy, Tywin muttered, calming down as he thought of how Cersei clung to Daeron. Even though Daeron had refused House Lannister, who could truly resist the allure of the blood of the dragon and living, breathing dragons? Tywin asked himself this, and he knew even he could not. History had proven it. The Hightowers had married into the royal family, creating the height of power seen during the Dance of the Dragons. Looking back at previous hands, Ser Riam Redwine was fit only to be a Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He had no head for governance. And Otto Hightower was too consumed by self-interest to be worthy of the office. Tywin compared himself to them, his confidence absolute. If I stood in that position, my grandson would already be king. And the Seven Kingdoms would be orderly. However, the thought of his daughter, Cersei, made him frown deeply. He felt a sense of powerlessness. She was too old to spank, yet too stubborn to scold. Cersei and Jaime are too close. Jaime's unauthorized return to King's Landing likely had Cersei's whispering behind it. I will have Jaime accompany Geryon across the narrow sea. Let him stay away for a year or so before returning. Tywin made up his mind quickly. It was the optimal solution. Geryon was impulsive and reckless without supervision. Who knew what trouble he might find? Throwing Jaime to his uncle would ensure they kept each other in check. They would both return safely. With the decision made, Tywin called out, "Guards, summon Geryon." Dragonstone. The usual clamor of the island had died down, and a gloom hung over the castle. Rhaegar sat alone on a window ledge, plucking at a silver-stringed harp. The melody was sorrowful, a dirge for his friend, Jon Connington. He had received the news. Lord Went had turned cloak, throwing his support behind his brother, Daeron. Oswell Went and Miles Mouton had been imprisoned, and Connington had been burned alive by a blue dragon hatchling. He didn't know the specific details of Connington's death, but he could guess enough. The grief and resentment in his heart transformed into the haunting notes echoing through the room. Creak. The door was pushed open gently. Elia, supporting the obvious curve of her belly, walked slowly into the room. The harp music stopped abruptly. Rhaegar's expression smoothed into calmness. "You should be resting." "You need rest more than I do," Elia said, concerned for her husband. "We all grieve for Lord Connington, but you must take care of yourself first if you are to take care of us." She gently stroked her stomach through her yellow gown. Sensing the small life inside his wife, Rhaegar was moved. "Is there something else?" A flash of disappointment crossed Elia's eyes, but she hid it quickly, forcing a composed look. "My brother sent a letter." A letter from Prince Doran. It had been sent after Daeron revealed the hatchlings and after Elia had announced her pregnancy. Elia held onto the table for support as she sat on one of the cold stone stools unique to the stone drum. Her brother, Prince Doran, doted on her as always. Upon learning of her pregnancy, he had spent a fortune acquiring a batch of special crops and had them shipped to Dragonstone on a large Dornish vessel. Though the quality wasn't quite as miraculous as what Daeron produced, it was enough to supplement her needs during pregnancy. Prince Doran. Rhaegar took the letter. His face was neutral at first, but it grew heavy as he read. Elia was puzzled. "What did my brother write?" "A marriage alliance," Rhaegar enunciated clearly. Prince Doran had stated two things. First, he was sending his brother, the Red Viper Oberyn Martell, to King's Landing to take a position at court. Second, he was notifying Rhaegar that House Martell intended to propose a betrothal to the king. The bride was Doran's 4-year-old daughter, Arianne. The intended groom was either the king's third son, Jaehaerys, or his fourth son, Viserys. Elia was shocked. "My brother wants Arianne to marry one of them? How can that be?" It was unheard of a niece marrying her uncle, or a cousin marrying a cousin of a different generation. Besides, the king had always disliked the Dornish. Rhaegar shook his head. "I cannot decide the marriages of my brothers." He was distant from his family. If Doran had asked for someone else like his second brother, Duranther might have been some feasibility. I will refuse him for you, Elia offered, wanting to share his burden. Rhaegar stood up and embraced his wife's frail body, showing a rare tenderness. Do not worry yourself with these matters. Just take care of our child. Elia closed her eyes peacefully, but from an angle she could not see, the warmth in Rhaegar's eyes faded, leaving only a cold, calculating glint. The contents of Prince Doran's letter revealed House Martell's ambition. Connington was dead. House Went had defected. Rhaegar's own power base was severely damaged, while the Dornish faction was growing unchecked. Outside, there was Daeron. Inside, there were the Dornish. The pressure on Rhaegar was immense. Meanwhile, Daeron was quite relaxed. Afternoon. He led his men to meet Lord Mouton of Maidenpool. Lord Mouton was also young. At first, he was indignant about his brother's treatment. But after the 3 dragon hatchlings flew out and burned a goat to ash right in front of him, Lord Mouton became very humble. Prince, I will take my foolish brother home immediately. House Mouton thanks you for your mercy. Lord Mouton bowed deeply. Barristan Selmy, standing nearby, had to stifle a laugh. The Moutons of Maidenpool were an ancient house, famous for the healing waters of Jonquil's pool. They were a prestigious noble family in the Riverlands. However, their military strength was average. Lord Mouton was loyal to the crown and leaned toward Prince Rhaegar. But faced with Durin's 3 dragons, he immediately yanked the steering wheel in the other direction. A man cannot fight a dragon. Lord Mouton uttered this famous line before departing. That night, Daeron returned to the farm to celebrate the autumn festival as per routine. Fall 27th, Spirit's Eve. 2 jack-o'-lanterns sat before the cabin door, and a garland of green leaves, bat wings, and bone fragments hung from the eaves. Daeron had set this up specifically for the occasion. There were 2 festivals in autumn, the Stardew Valley Fair on the 16th, and Spirit's Eve on the 27th. He had been at Harrenhal on the 16th, so he had missed the fair completely. It didn't matter much. The requirement for the fair was to display 9 agricultural products to be judged against others. The winner received 1,000 star tokens. 1 star token 10 gold dragons, in value, roughly. Star tokens were only valid on the day of the festival and were used to exchange for special items. Among them was a star drop, the most critical item available. According to Stardew Valley rules, there were 7 obtainable star drops. Every time a farmer ate one, their maximum energy increased permanently. Translated to reality, this likely meant a massive boost in vitality and life force. The star drop at the fall fair was considered the easiest one to get. I'll just wait for the 16th of fall next year, Daeron thought without regret. Dragon's Rest Farm was still in its startup phase. He lacked a variety of high-quality produce and couldn't scrape together 9 distinct items of top tier. But then again, no one else in Westeros could produce any magical crops. No matter how you calculated it, he was guaranteed to win. He just had to be patient for a few months, and he would taste the flavor of a star drop. 75, Chapter 75, Soaring on the Dragon's Back. 281 AC. The Prince's Lands, East Coast. Phew. It's time. Daeron let out a long breath, gripping the rope ladder hanging from the dragon's saddle. The sea breeze howled around him, blowing over the 1,000-foot cliffs. Today, he would mount the dragon and leap from this very edge. Scree! Caraxes' molten gold pupils swiveled as his massive body crouched low, waiting for his rider. It was the first day of the 4th moon. Nearly a year had passed since the hatchlings were born. Caraxes was the eldest of the 3, and he had grown the fastest. Behind Daeron, Barristan Selmy and the others held their breath, their hearts in their throats. The red dragon was ferocious. His body was a staggering 30-odd feet long, with a wingspan of over 50 feet. He was large enough to shadow a small house. And the prince intended to conquer him. Caraxes, trust me. Durin's gaze was steely. He pressed his forehead against the red dragon's scales, soothing the beast and steadying himself. Then, he climbed onto the dragon's back with practiced ease. Boom! The moment the rider settled into the saddle, a flash of recognition sparked in Caraxes' eyes. His massive body rose with a thunderous shift of weight, his tail swaying as he crawled to the very edge of the cliff. For his first official flight, Daeron had installed a full saddle beforehand. Dragon saddles were relics of the Dragon Lords. Though not difficult to manufacture, the craftsmanship was exquisite and had been nearly lost with the extinction of the dragons. This particular leather saddle on Caraxes' back was an heirloom left by their ancestors. The man who found it was, of course, Count Owen. I saw it gathering dust in the royal vaults, no one wanted it, so I took it, Count Owen had said. Enough talk. Daeron sat atop the dragon for the first time, facing the open sky and the vast sea. The salty wind whipped recklessly against him, stinging his cheeks like needles. With practiced movements, click, he fastened the chains at his waist. No elders to guide him, no teachers to instruct him. For his first flight, he had to be perfectly prepared. A gleam of excitement burst in Durin's eyes, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, SVS. Fly. The command was spoken in High Valyrian. Caraxes, unable to hold back any longer, pushed off with his powerful hind legs, spread his immense leathery wings, and plummeted from the 1,000-foot cliff. Prince. Barristan and the others gasped in horror, involuntarily rushing forward. The next instant, scree! Caraxes soared upward. His serpent-like body became a bolt of crimson lightning, letting out a piercing roar as he pierced through the thick clouds. Ha ha ha! Daeron laughed wildly, gripping the saddle with one hand, his silver-gold hair dancing in the wind. To the people on the cliff, he left only the silhouette of a dragon rider in black, crowned in silver. Exhilarating. It was absolutely exhilarating. Just like in his dreams, this was the magnificent taste of dragon flight. Dracarys. Caraxes. Daeron shouted. Caraxes responded instantly. He climbed above the clouds, then dove sharply, opening his maw to unleash a torrent of red dragon fire. Whoosh! Dragon and rider plunged through the flames, bursting through the smoke to reappear unscathed. He did it. Alliser Thorne, usually grim in his gold cloak, stared in stunned silence as the dragon and rider disappeared into the distance. His stern demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer awe. Davos swallowed hard, muttering in a daze, so it seems. A 30-foot dragon capable of carrying a rider. The prince was riding a dragon over Blackwater Bay. How could it be anything else? Haha, wonderful. Count Owen, usually a background figure, jumped 3 feet in the air, his round face flushed with joy. He looked happier than if he'd just had a son. The prince rides a dragon. The prince rides a dragon. With a Targaryen prince commanding a dragon, who could stand against him? Barristan was the first to recover his composure. He spoke solemnly, "We must keep today's events a secret. Do not let word reach the king for now." The others snapped out of their daze, nodding in agreement to keep their lips sealed. For the past 6 months, the king had gone to desperate lengths to tame a dragon. If he knew Prince Daeron had succeeded first, there was no telling what madness might take hold of him. Blackwater Bay. Caraxes wove through the sea of clouds. Wherever he passed, the mist churned, revealing patches of azure sky. Daeron was thrilled, looking down at the ocean from the dragon's back. The ships below were tiny specks, inching forward like bugs on a leaf. Dragonstone. Suddenly, a rocky island came into view. Without realizing it, Daeron had flown all the way to Dragonstone. Dragon riders were truly superior beings. A journey that took a day and a night by ship took only an hour or so on dragonback. Scree! Caraxes continued to soar, swiftly passing Dragonstone, then Driftmark, and Sharp Point, until they broke into the gullet. He seemed tireless, his body overflowing with boundless energy. The wind made it hard for Daeron to keep his eyes open. He lay flat against the saddle, trying to adapt to the sensation of flight. Since leaping from the cliff, a deep bond had formed between rider and dragon. He could vaguely sense Caraxes' emotions. The dragon loved to breathe fire. Only by constantly spewing flames could he vent the terrifying power that surged within him. Daeron commanded, "Dracarys." Then let him release it. Caraxes let out a sharp screech, diving down with his serpentine body, spewing dragon fire as he wove through the gullet. The gullet was the strait connecting the narrow sea and Blackwater Bay. The terrain was complex, filled with rocky islets. The waves were turbulent, and the rocks, battered by sea winds, were covered in moss and teeming with nesting seabirds. It was a seascape rarely seen in his past life. Caraxes seemed to enjoy flying over the water, weaving between the rocky outcrops and startling flocks of gulls. Daeron closed his eyes, spread his arms, and gradually grew accustomed to the rush of the wind. Scree! Suddenly, a screech snapped him awake as a shadow loomed overhead. Daeron opened his eyes to see 2 massive sea stacks standing side by side, blocking their path. Between the 2 giant rocks, there was a narrow gap, barely 10 feet wide. Caraxes' molten gold eyes flashed with intensity. Instead of slowing down, he accelerated, skimming the water's surface and aiming straight for the gap. Daeron was startled. It was too late to turn. Seeing Caraxes' determination, a phrase echoed in his mind. A man chooses a dragon, but a dragon also chooses his rider. How many Targaryens had dragon blood but never won a dragon's acceptance? And how many riders mounted a dragon but never unlocked its true potential? I will not dull your edge. Daeron grinned maniacally. He gauged the dimensions of the gap and leaned his body sharply to the left. "Obey me, Caraxes." The command in High Valyrian rang out. As if sharing one mind, Caraxes tilted his serpentine body to the left, his vast wings stretching vertically, one pointing to the sky, the other to the sea. Whoosh! In that split second, Daeron wanted to close his eyes, but sheer will forced them open. The red dragon shot through the narrow gap, spiraling in the air before ascending once more. Daeron, observant as ever, noticed scratches on the hard scales of Caraxes' chest, while large chunks of stone crumbled from the rock face behind them. At the critical moment, Caraxes had chosen to protect his rider, grazing his own chest against the rock to ensure there was enough clearance for Daeron on his back. In that moment, the bond between man and dragon solidified. Daeron patted the dragon's neck. "Good boy, let's go home." Scree! Caraxes turned agilely, his body banking at a near 90-degree angle as he reversed course. As they passed the 2 sea stacks again, he approached them closely once more. But this time, he pulled up sharply, soaring straight into the clouds, dodging them with ease. The first pass had been entirely intentional. Daeron realized this now. He gripped the saddle, adjusting their course straight for King's Landing. If the dragon wasn't wild and defiant, he wouldn't want it anyway. Read more impact. Cave Leather. Please vote. 76, Chapter 76, Elias Arrival Rhaenys Targaryen. 76, Chapter 76, Elias Arrival Rhaenys Targaryen. The next day, King's Landing, the Mud Gate. Daeron yawned, shifting his weight as he waited for the great ships to dock. He hadn't gone to sleep until 2 in the morning last night. Yet, the moment he arrived in King's Landing, the Master of Laws had dragged him out here to represent the royal family and greet their guests. It was all because his father, Aerys, had gone completely obsessive recently. The king had holed himself up in the dragon pit, refusing to come out. Rumor had it his latest research project was ancient Valyrian fashion trends. Truly a shining example of diligence, Daeron thought sarcastically. Colton leaned in, whispering a reminder, "Prince, please mind your appearance. The one arriving is Prince Doran's own brother, Prince Oberyn." "He's just a red viper," Daeron replied, unimpressed. Colton choked on his words, smiling awkwardly. "He is, after all, Princess Elia's brother. We cannot breach etiquette." Daeron mentally rolled his eyes. If it weren't for welcoming Elia, he would have learned from his father and his teacher and simply not shown up at all. Elia had given birth at the end of last year to a daughter named Rhaenys Targaryen. The infant had been too frail to travel immediately, so they had waited. Now that it was April, little Rhaenys had safely passed the 5-month mark and was ready to be presented to the lords of the 7 kingdoms. The ministers around him had been whispering in his ear, "With the birth of Princess Rhaenys, Prince Rhaegar's support is growing. His influence is reaching new heights." Daeron scoffed at the notion. He had dragons. That alone made him invincible in this competition. Even if that iron chair was passed to Rhaegar, Daeron knew he'd be the one cleaning up the mess in the end. Best to just keep a cool head. Whoa! The sailors blew their horns as 2 massive ships pulled into the slip. The docks were packed. Between the nobles here to welcome the Dornish princess and the royal princess, and the curious small folk, there was hardly anywhere to stand. Soon, Elia's familiar figure appeared, flanked by guards. She still looked frail, though motherhood had added a certain mature grace to her presence. When she reached him, Daeron looked at the bundle in her arms. "Is this my little niece?" "Yes. Her name is Rhaenys Targaryen." Elia's face was pale whether from seasickness or the lingering toll of childbirth, but when she spoke of her daughter, her expression softened into a gentle smile. At her nod, Daeron pulled back a corner of the swaddling cloth, revealing a chubby, round infant face. Little Rhaenys took after her mother completely. She had tufts of black hair and an olive, Dornish complexion. The little one was fast asleep, blissfully unaware that her uncle was sizing her up. "She's cute," Daeron said, poking the baby's soft, squishy cheek before escorting Elia into the city. Internally, however, he thought, sure enough, the firstborn takes after the mother. It was an unwritten law of House Targaryen, when a male Targaryen married a woman from outside the family, the first child almost always inherited the mother's features. "Doesn't look like a Targaryen at all," Daeron lamented silently. After settling Elia and her daughter, his mother, Queen Rhaegar, disembarked with his younger brothers, Jaehaerys and Viserys. Second brother. The 2 boys, having been away from home for over half a year, threw themselves at Daeron like swallows returning to the nest. Daeron picked them up, one in each arm, and smiled. How was life on Dragonstone? Jaehaerys made a face. It was okay. Viserys, a year older now and more articulate, sniffed back some snot and said bluntly, "It was full of Dornishmen. They smelled terrible." Viserys. "Hold your tongue," Queen Rhaegar scolded sharply. Viserys' face went pale, and he hid behind Daeron. Seeing his little brother getting yelled at, Daeron just said calmly, "Let's go home." He had already arranged for a wheelhouse to transport the family back to the Red Keep. Queen Rhaegar said nothing more and boarded the white lacquered carriage. They waited a while longer. Finally, a messenger dressed in Dornish garb approached, his accent thick and grating. "Honored Prince, there is no need to wait." He explained that Prince Oberyn, disliking pomp and ceremony, had disembarked before dawn and was already somewhere inside King's Landing. "Oh." Daeron kept his face impassive. "So, it seems the Viper really does slither wherever he pleases. Trying to play games with me?" Daeron glanced sideways. Alliser, who was maintaining order nearby, caught the look immediately. Shortly after, Daeron led the Dornish envoy through the city gates. These Dornishmen were here representing Prince Doran, primarily to visit Princess Elia, and secondly to pay respects to the Iron Throne. "Prince," a gold-cloaked captain interrupted their path, tossing a distinct, bright yellow embroidered cloak onto the ground. "We found a suspicious individual in a brothel in Flea Bottom. We snagged this while the suspect was busy in bed," the guard added. The Dornish envoy's pupils contracted. He clearly recognized the owner of the cloak. Daeron chuckled. "Don't worry about it. King's Landing is crawling with rats. It's only natural a viper would go hunting for a meal." The envoy's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected the Iron Throne's grip on King's Landing to be this tight. He had only just revealed that Prince Oberyn was in the city, and his location had been pinpointed instantly. "Let's move," Daeron cracked his riding crop. "I won't keep my father waiting." That afternoon, Daeron returned to the Red Keep from the Dragon Pit. He learned that Elia hadn't been summoned by his father yet and was temporarily staying in Rhaegar's old chambers. Just as I thought, Daeron muttered. It had been months, and the dragon pit was nearing completion. All that remained was the domed roof and a final check of the drainage systems. Father Ares had used this opportunity to make a demand. He wanted Toothless, Durin's dragon, confined in the dragon pit. This way, the king could be around a dragon all day without having to look at his second son's face. Daeron agreed wholeheartedly. He moved Caraxes and Targaryen in as well. However, none of the 3 dragons were chained. 530 dragon keepers were stationed on Rhaenys Hill, working 24-hour shifts to guard the pit and protect the hatchlings. Well, I can't really call them hatchlings anymore. Caraxes was the largest, with a body length exceeding 30 feet, properly a subadult dragon. Once he crossed the 60-foot mark, he would rival the adult dragons recorded in family history. Targaryen and Toothless weren't growing slowly, either. They were both roughly the size of a warhorse, meeting the preliminary requirements for riding. But they had no riders, and they listened to no one but Daeron. Anyone else who got too close would simply get roasted. When a dragon enters the subadult phase, its growth rate starts to slow down. Daeron recalled the texts he'd read as he walked. A dragon's life cycle was roughly divided into hatchling, subadult, young adult, mature, and ancient. Aside from the hatchling phase, growth slowed at every subsequent stage. Throughout family history, there were only 3 true great dragons, the Black Dread Balerion, Rhaegar, and the Bronze Fury Vermithor. The first 2 were the Conqueror's dragons, ancient beasts. Vermithor wasn't even a century old, but his size was remarkable, earning him a place in the records. The dozen or so other dragons in history had all been under 100 years old, mostly young adults, before they perished in the Dance of the Dragons. I'm not worried, Daeron thought. My special fish can power level any dragon to its limit. If Caraxes reaches his full potential, he's the one most likely to surpass the Black Dread. A fire burned in Durin's chest. He was just waiting for the moment to let that fire out. When he did, it would be a wildfire that consumed everything. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door. After hearing a response, he pushed it open. Daeron stood in the doorway. He saw Elia sitting sideways by the window, breastfeeding her daughter. Ashera Dane stood guard beside her, her brow furrowed in worry. 77, Chapter 77. Daeron, bare your fangs again, and I'll sew your lips shut. 77, Chapter 77. Daeron, bare your fangs again, and I'll sew your lips shut. Daeron, you're here. Elia wasn't shy about it. She continued nursing the infant openly. Daeron paused at the doorway, not stepping further in. You're nursing the child yourself. In his previous life, staring might have been rude, but in Westeros, such things were hardly taboo. However, the practice itself was unusual for royalty. Elia's expression softened. I want my child to grow up on my milk, not a stranger's. Daeron nodded. Typically, a highborn lady would hire a wet nurse rather than take on the task herself. Ashera let out a soft sigh. Princess, this will hinder your recovery. Elia's health had never been strong, and the birth had taken a heavy toll. Nursing day and night would only drag her frail body down further. Elia shook her head gently, insisting on doing it herself. If Rhaegar didn't object, Daeron certainly had no right to. He chose his words carefully to offer some comfort. I heard father hasn't summoned you yet. Don't take it to heart. You know how he is. The truth was harsher. Ares was particularly cruel regarding his daughter-in-law. Elia looked downcast. His Grace said, he didn't want to see a child that smelled of Dorne. Smell or no smell, she is still the eldest princess of House Targaryen, Daeron said, trying to bolster her spirits. The conversation flowed easily enough after that, shifting to stories about his 2 younger brothers' time on Dragonstone. Eventually, Elia smiled again and asked, have you seen my brother, Oberyn Martell? He set off before I did. I assume he's nearly at King's Landing by now. Daeron kept his expression neutral, though he thought, not yet. He was deeply suspicious of Elia bringing her daughter to King's Landing at this specific time. Normally, a royal birth required the king's acknowledgement and a presentation to the city so the small folk could celebrate. But Father Ares was clearly insane. And frankly, neither Rhaegar nor Oberyn seemed entirely sane these days either. The tourney at Harrenhal was scheduled for mid-April imminent. Sending Elia and her newborn into the Viper's Nest of King's Landing right now? Rhaegar must have lost his mind. Prince Doran of Dorne was no better. He claimed he was too ill to travel to the Iron Throne himself, yet he sent his brother, Oberynth Red Viper, in his stead. Daeron knew the truth about Doran. He wasn't the weak, passive cripple the show portrayed. He remembered Doran's most telling quote regarding the sand snakes. I am not blind, nor am I deaf. I know you all believe me weak, frightened, feeble. Your father knew me better. Oberyn was ever the Viper. Deadly, dangerous, unpredictable. No man dared tread on him. I was the grass. Pleasant, complacent, sweet-smelling, swaying with every breeze. Who fears to walk upon the grass? But it is the grass that hides the Viper from his enemies and shelters him until he strikes. Daeron understood this clearly. The danger wasn't the flashy Oberyn standing in the open, it was Doran, the man in the shadows who had released the snake. If Oberyn was in King's Landing, Doran was making a move. None of them are normal, Daeron grumbled internally. Elia looked puzzled. He hasn't arrived. That isn't like Oberyn. As the words left her mouth, a boisterous laugh echoed from the corridor. Sister, I heard you calling my name from down the hall. Daeron turned around. A lean, tall young man with short black hair and undeniable swagger strode toward them. He was handsome in a sharp, dangerous way, dressed in a deep yellow tunic. He looked like he had just rolled out of a brothel disheveled, uninhibited, and smelling of wine and perfume. Stopping at the door, Oberyn's smile vanished instantly. His dark eyes locked onto Daeron. Was it your men who took my cloak? Daeron looked him up and down and replied coolly, be careful next time, or you might lose the skin off your back, not just your cloak. Heh, interesting. Oberyn wasn't angered. Instead, his smile returned, hiding a dagger behind the charm. So, you must be Rhaegar's brother. The bold Daeron the small folk whisper about. The second son threatening Rhaegar's claim to the Iron Throne. He lived up to his nickname. Like a viper, he eyed his prey, looking for the soft spot to sink his fangs in. I don't like you, Daeron said simply. Oberyn blinked, surprised by the bluntness. He wasn't questioning Dorne's sexual preference, he was just shocked. Since being exiled from Dorne, no one had spoken to him with such raw honesty. It lacked the usual perfumed courtesy of the Seven Kingdoms nobility. He guessed right. Daeron wasn't just honest, he was brutal. The warmth vanished from Dorne's eyes, replaced by a flash of cold steel. Thud. Without warning, Daeron moved. He seized Oberyn by the throat and slammed him against the stone wall, lifting him half a foot off the ground. Pain exploded in the back of Oberyn's skull. His windpipe felt like it was crushed in an iron vice. He couldn't breathe. Instinctively, Oberyn reached for the dagger at the small of his back. Daeron saw it coming. He drove a knee hard into Oberyn's groin and simultaneously wrenched the Dornishman's wrist, disarming him effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the red viper was reduced to a defanged garden snake. Daeron remained calm. He wasn't posturing or trying to look tough. He spoke in a flat, terrifyingly even tone. Let me teach you some manners. Next time you see me, you bow and speak respectfully. Daeron leaned in close. If you dare bare your fangs at me again, I will sew your mouth shut, stitch by stitch, and throw you into Blackwater Bay to feed the fish. Red Viper, please. If you talk trash to my face, I'll skin you right here. Oberyn struggled, his face turning purple, shaking his head. It was unclear if he was suffocating or shaking with rage. Daeron didn't loosen his grip. He waited. Oberyn had guts. As long as Daeron held him, he refused to speak. They remained in a suffocating deadlock. Stop, please. Elia finally reacted, realizing her beloved brother was seconds away from passing out. Ignoring her weakness, she rushed over to pull them apart. Daeron didn't make it difficult for her. As she reached the door, he dropped Oberyn onto the floor. Gasp cough. Oberyn clutched his throat, gasping for air, his pupils dilating and contracting rapidly as he processed his near-death experience. He had a gut feeling this boy would have actually killed me. More terrifyingly, he had the ability to do it. Are you all right? Elia, disheveled and frantic, knelt on the floor to check her brother's injuries. Oberyn's mouth was still tougher than steel. I'm fine, just a little joke between men. Elia wasn't stupid. She knew the difference between a joke and a brawl. One was her brother, the other her good brother. She was caught in the middle. Daeron spoke up first. I'm leaving. I'll send some tonics for his recovery later. Wait, Elia tried to stop him, but he was already walking away. Leaving the Red Keep, Daeron headed for the Dragon Pit. The tourney at Harrenhal was the turning point where House Targaryen began its slide from decline into destruction. With the date approaching, now was the time for vigilance. Doran sending Oberyn to King's Landing was Dorne officially placing their chips on the table. Both the dragons and the Iron Throne have tempted them, Daeron speculated boldly. Faced with Oberyn's provocation, Daeron didn't act with the arrogant dismissal of Brandon the Wild Wolf Stark. Instead, he chose a preemptive strike. He believed in a simple philosophy: strike hard enough once, and you won't have to strike 100 times. When he had no dragons, he lay low, hiding his time. Now, he had dragons. It was time to embody the old adage: when the tiger sheds its coat, its true stripes are revealed, brilliant and terrifying. It meant that when a great man rises, his transformation should be undeniable, his actions swift and devastating, possessing a force that could sweep away all opposition. Anyone who dared provoke him would be answered with fire and blood. The Red Viper wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. Prince. As soon as he appeared at the foot of the hill, the dragon keepers guarding the entrance bowed in salute. Daeron nodded gently, slipping back into his persona of the mild-mannered, cheerful prince. He had always considered himself a kind, understanding person, after all. Inside the dragon pit, Caraxes lay on the ground, the charred remains of a sheep in front of him. Upon seeing Daeron, the red dragon scrambled up immediately, eager as a puppy. Let's go back to the farm first. Daeron stroked the red dragon's neck and vaulted onto his back. 78, Chapter 78, Dragons and Genimos. There was no longer any need for secrecy. Daeron mounted Caraxes and flew openly out of King's Landing. Anyone who bothered to look up might have spotted the figure riding upon the dragon's back. But it didn't matter. The whole point of riding a dragon was to be seen. Barristan Selmy's caution wasn't wrong, of course. But Daeron was no longer the boy he used to be. He now commanded 2,000 gold cloaks and 500 dragon keepers. Even among the high nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, his standing now rivaled the great houses like the Royces, the Rowans, or the Euronwoods. Dragon. The small folk of King's Landing spotted the blood WIRM and gazed skyward, their expressions filled with awe. In an age where dragons had been extinct for over 150 years, it was Prince Daeron who had brought them back, allowing the shadow of a young dragon to once again grace the capital skies. Over the past year, the people of King's Landing had grown accustomed to the dragon's presence, and slowly, the image of the handsome young prince was etching itself into their hearts. The Kingswood, the witch's hut. Daeron held a bowl of vile, green soup, his brow furrowed in disgust. Do I really have to drink this? This looks even worse than the potions the wizard brews back in Stardew Valley, he thought. The wood's witch, a tiny woman leaning on a black cane, looked at him with an irritable, haughty expression. Of course you must drink it. I spent the better part of a year gathering the ingredients for that single dose. As she spoke, a clump of moss floated to the surface of the bowl. Daeron stared at it in silence. The witch tapped her cane on the floor, looking indignant. Drink. Do not let it go to waste. She could tolerate people looking down on her low birth, but she would not tolerate anyone disrespecting her craft. Daeron gritted his teeth, squeezed his eyes shut, and downed the concoction in one gulp. Hum. A buzzing sound filled his brain. The world began to spin, his body went numb, and his vision was overtaken by splashes of green. Trees, so many trees. Daeron was delirious, feeling as though he'd eaten a handful of poisonous mushrooms. He wasn't afraid of any real danger, though. Caraxes was waiting just outside the hut, along with Ser Barristan and Ser Jon to guard him. Even his own body had built up a certain resistance to toxins. Are those mushrooms? But as the green soup settled in his stomach, Daeron lost all sense of where Arho was. A few moments later, clarity slowly returned. The swaying phantom trees vanished from his sight, and his vision normalized. No, wait, he wasn't just normal. He could clearly see every speck of dust and mouse dropping in the corner of the hut. His eyesight was sharper than ever. Close your eyes, the woods which commanded. Feel the breath of the forest. Daeron obeyed. Suddenly, he realized his sensory perception had expanded drastically. Before, he could only vaguely sense two surging forces within him, the fire flowing through his veins, and the life force present in all living things. Now, with his eyes closed, he sensed a third power, natural, crisp, and resilient. The magic of the forest. He opened his interface. Farmer, Daeron Targaryen. Farming, level 10, tiller, artisan. Mining, level 8, miner. Foraging, level 9, ranger. Fishing, level 10, fisher, pirate. Combat, level 7, fighter. He tabbed over to the special abilities/items menu. The first special ability was now lit up. Forest magic. You have gained the permanent ability to understand the language of the Janimos. Daeron felt a surge of joy. I can finally complete the bundles, he thought. He opened the community center interface. The Janimo text, which had previously looked like gibberish, hadn't changed in appearance, but he could now intuitively understand its meaning. For example, the first bundle in the pantry, the spring crops bundle, summer crops bundle, quality crops bundle. He had stockpiled most of the required items already. The business here was concluded. The woods which began to shoo him away. All right, child, go back to your own domain, and don't let that dragon near me again. Thank you. Daeron bowed politely and took his leave. Dragons were creatures of fire, the natural antithesis of forest magic. He stepped out of the hut. My prince, are you all right? Ser Jon asked, his face etched with worry. Barristan looked equally concerned. As Kingsguard who lived by honor and steel, they held a natural aversion to witches and mystics. It was a success, Daeron said. Let us not disturb her again. Standing there in the Kingswood, he could faintly feel the forest's favor toward him. It was similar to how Targaryens were resistant to heat near the Dragonmont. He never suffered from the stifling humidity that plagued others. The forest magic the witch had brewed for him was potent. It didn't alter his bloodline, it didn't mix leaves into his dragon fire, but it made him feel as much in his element within the woods as a fish in water. Barristan nodded solemnly. She is indeed a woods witch of great age. Your grandfather and great-grandfather both listened to her prophecies. Dragonspeak Farm. A small cottage stood on the land. In front of the door, 28 quality sprinklers watered the soil. By the waterfall sat a deluxe coop and a deluxe barn. Potatoes and cauliflower grew in the tilled earth. Inside the coop and barn, the livestock had increased: 2 rabbits, 2 goats, 2 sheep, and 2 pigs. Daeron went through his routine, walking to the work area beside the cottage to process the animal products. Then, he returned to the cottage. Potatoes, cauliflower, green beans. He pulled out the required items one by one and placed them into the shipping bin to submit them for the bundles. Since there was no dilapidated community center building in this world, the shipping bin served as the conduit for the offerings. Night fell. It was 2 a.m. Daeron lay in bed, warmed by the fire in the hearth. Outside the cottage, Caraxes lay sprawled on the ground, his massive, serpentine body stretching out for yards. Every breath the dragon took released a puff of scorching heat. Slowly, Daeron drifted off. His eyelids fluttered as he entered a dream for the first time in a long while. A small, green, apple-like creature appeared in his dream. It waved its stick-figure arms frantically, chattering something in a high-pitched, burbly voice. It seemed anxious. The next day, Daeron woke promptly at 6 a.m. and went out to collect the animal products. When he passed the shipping bin, he was startled. A pile of colorful gift boxes, big and small, was stacked like a small mountain. Pop, pop, pop. He opened them one by one, revealing the rewards for completing the bundles. A furnace, a small magnet ring, preserves jars, a seed maker. All of them were practical, high-value tools. The offering was successful. They sent the rewards. Suddenly, Daeron remembered the strange dream from the night before. That little green apple creaturite was a Genimo. It seemed desperate to tell me something. Daeron pondered this, his gaze drifting over to Caraxes. The dragon was currently lying on his stomach outside the barn, staring at the special livestock inside, drool dripping from his maw. Daeron realized what had happened. Dragons are too dominating. The Genimos are terrified to come near. Even the three-eyed raven wouldn't dare try his dreamwalking tricks here. Genimos were peaceful spirits, timid by nature. They certainly wouldn't dare approach the farm physically with a dragon guarding it. King's Landing. Elia Martell's face was full of heartache as she applied salve to her brother Oberyn's wound. You shouldn't have provoked Daeron, she said softly. He has always been respectful to me. I was merely testing his weight, Oberyn replied. He tried to act nonchalant, but the stinging pain on his neck was a constant reminder of the humiliation and the threat he had faced. The Targaryens had produced a dangerous one. Elia sighed. The king does not accept my children with rigor. Daeron is the children's uncle. If you offend him, it could bring trouble to little Rhaenys. What is wrong with a child who has the look of Dorne? Oberyn despised these worldly prejudices from the bottom of his heart. He pointed at his niece in the cradle and spoke, articulating every word. She is the eldest daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen. That is enough. Elia shook her head, unwilling to argue the point. Over the last half-year, she had clearly seen Rhaegar's power growing, but she also felt the pressure on him mounting. He was like a powder keg, needing only a single spark to explode. Oberyn's lips curled into a faint smile as he reassured her. Rest easy. My brother and I will not sit idly by. We will ensure Rhaegar sits safely upon the Iron Throne. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to his niece, who was chewing on her fingers. When the time is right, he thought, we will crown an heir with Martell blood. And we will tame a dragon. 79, Chapter 79, Rhaegar's plot to usurp the throne. Meanwhile, the small council was in an uproar. The ministers were locked in a fierce debate over the tourney at Harrenhal. Lord Went had officially declared the tourney a celebration of his daughter's name day. But everyone knew there was more to it than that. Led by Lord Chulstead, several council members questioned the true motives behind the event, suspecting a hidden agenda. Chulstead proposed putting a stop to the tourney altogether. Lord Staunton took an even more radical stance, demanding a ban on all tourneys. The commotion drew the attention of both the king and the Hand, who attended the council meeting with differing views. It had been a long time since Aerys had appeared before his ministers, and his appearance nearly made their jaws drop. The king wore his crown, but he was dressed in a simple woolen shirt with a purple cloak thrown over it. His long, silver-gold hair, which had been unkempt and waist-length for years, was now trimmed to shoulder-length. His fingernails were neatly cut, his complexion was rosy, and his once gaunt, starved frame looked robust and healthy. How has the king changed so much? Staunton, who hadn't seen the king in ages, almost didn't recognize him. Varys, hands tucked into his sleeves, whispered, if you spent every day herding sheep, milking them, and shearing wool from dawn till dusk, you'd be as strong as an ox too. To tame the dragons, the king had truly given his all. That messy silver-gold hair was only cut short because it had been singed by green, smoke-filled sparks during his previous attempts. He'd learned his lesson the hard way. Otherwise, once that hair caught fire, it was a nightmare to put out. Aerys looked impatient. Went is plotting something. Is that what you're saying? So much nonsense, he thought. I still have to go play Dragon Keeper and feed the black hatchling. It was his latest discovery. The hatchling was less wary of the Dragon Keepers than of him. Staunton hurriedly spoke up. Your Grace, Went is not the mastermind. I suspect someone is funding him from the shadows, using the tourney as a pretext to gather the lords of the Seven Kingdoms at Harrenhal. Is this true? Aerys paused, startled. Chulstead added subtly, Your Grace, several great councils to choose a new king have been held at Harrenhal in the past. Staunton and Lucerys Velaryon nodded in unison. Indeed, they had reason to suspect that the man behind Went was Crown Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar, committed to saving the realm from the king's declining rule, was surely using this gathering to stage a coup. Aerys's purple eyes flashed wildly as his suspicion immediately locked onto his eldest son, Rhaegar. Apart from Rhaegar, no one else had the capability. It had to be said, the synergy between the king and his counselors was perfect in this moment of paranoia. As the king hesitated, Varys stepped forward and dropped a bombshell. Your Grace, I have reliable information. Prince Rhaegar is aiding Lord Went in hosting this tourney to summon the lords of the realm and force your abdication. Aerys was shocked, then flew into a rage. But before he could roar, Tywin Lannister furrowed his brow and questioned, Varys, what proof do you have of this? My little birds are everywhere. Varys looked confident. The intelligence I've gathered indicates that half the lords of the Crownlands and most of the Riverlands have received secret missives from Dragonstone, urging them to support Prince Rhaegar. There were also some lords from the Stormlands, the Vale, and the Reach. Though their numbers were few, not enough to form a major bloc yet. Staunton immediately jumped on the bandwagon. Correct. Prince Rhaegar's ambition is clear for all to see. This time, the other two ministers kept their mouths shut. Suggesting a conspiracy at Harrenhal was doing their duty, but explicitly naming Prince Rhaegar as the mastermind right there? That was risky. If the king suddenly had a change of heart and decided the throne should pass to his eldest son, or, if the king killed Rhaegar and named Daeron heir. In the future, whoever sat on the throne might remember how Rhaegar died and decide to take their heads as a way to ease their own conscience. It wasn't worth it. Staunton looked around, confused. I thought we were all in this together. Why aren't you backing me up? Tywin was fearless, but he didn't want Rhaegar to fall too easily. He spoke ambiguously. Your Grace, if the Master of Whisperers speaks true, I suggest a thorough investigation. Julstead chimed in, until the matter is clear, it would be best to halt the tourney at Harrenhal. After all, the king was not yet 40. Before, he looked mad and frail, like he wouldn't last long. But seeing him today, recovered and healthy, he didn't look like a man about to die. In that case, Prince Rhaegar couldn't be allowed to fall so easily, leaving Prince Daeron unchecked. Only when the royal house was divided, with two factions fighting, could ministers like them thrive and seize more power. Lucerys Velaryon kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, staying silent. Rhaegar. Rhaegar. Aerys's face was dark as he muttered the name over and over. He was convinced Rhaegar was making moves to usurp his father's throne. Then I shall not attend this tourney. Dismissed. With a roar, Aerys couldn't wait to head to the dragon pit. Only the sight of the young dragons gave him a sense of security, a way to hide from the invisible gaze that was driving him mad. The Tower of the Hand. Tywin summoned Staunton for a private meeting to discuss the details of the tourney at Harrenhal. Staunton held nothing back. Speaking from the perspective of a loyalist to the king, he criticized Rhaegar from top to bottom, denouncing him as a man with no respect for king or father, predicting he would cause a catastrophe. Tywin waved his hand dismissively. He had no interest in the man's rambling, he only wanted the source of the intelligence. It all pointed back to one person, Varys, the Master of Whisperers. You may go. Tywin didn't want to listen to the old fool any longer. In a short time, he had confirmed a suspicion. The tourney at Harrenhal was a joint operation planned by Daeron and Rhaegar. Whose side is went really on? Tywin recalled what his eldest son, Jaime, had said. Daeron had appeared at Harrenhal for no apparent reason, was treated with great respect by Lord Went, and had privately met with House Blackwood and the Blackfish, Bryn Den Tully. All signs pointed to Went having switched sides. Yet, the tourney was proceeding, and Went was cooperating with Rhaegar to spread the word and gather the lords. Tywin tapped his finger on the desk, musing, Daeron is playing along, trying to lure Rhaegar into revealing his ambition so he can divide the support of the lords. He knew his student's situation well. Daeron had dragons, the support of Aerys and the small council, and control over the city watch. But as a second son, his claim to legitimacy was always weaker. The mindset of Westeros was rigid, the rights of the firstborn were deeply ingrained. The Dance of the Dragons and the Blackfire Rebellion's two wars that had engulfed the continent served as a reminder to all nobles. Orderly succession was the key to peace. Is he drawing out Rhaegar's usurping ambitions to attack his legitimacy? Tywin murmured. Given Aerys' madness, he might actually change the heir. And with the growth rate of those three dragons, even if the realm was dragged into a long war, victory would eventually belong to Daeron. It seemed a civil war within the royal family was inevitable. Which side should House Lannister take? Tywin thought of his student, Daeron, but felt a surge of resentment over the boy's refusal to marry Cersei. Cersei had never given up on conquering her ideal prince. But progress was slow, their relationship always lukewarm and distant. It was making both father and daughter neurotic. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and Tygett Lannister walked in. Tywin's face hardened. What is it? Brother, there's something. Tygett, a large, powerful man, was stammering and hesitant. Tywin noticed a letter in his hand and barked, indecisive. Where is your dignity? Bring it here. Tygett hurriedly handed it over. Among this generation of Lannisters, Tywin was much older than his brothers. He was only close to his second brother, Kevan. With the other two, he was as strict as a father. Tygett slunk away. Tywin opened the letter. He read 2 paragraphs and instantly flew into a rage. His eldest son, Jaime, had deserted the fleet. In the dead of night, he had boarded a smuggler's ship and secretly returned to Westeros. By the timing, he was probably nearing King's Landing. And his fourth brother, Geryon, was an absolute scoundrel. He had deliberately let his nephew escape, taken the funds Tywin had just provided, kicked the Lannister men off the ship, hired a new crew of sailors, and set sail from Volantis toward the Smoking Sea. Damn him, he's gone mad. Tywin gritted his teeth. The Smoking Sea was a cursed place formed after the doom of Valyria. Legend had it that no one ever returned alive. In the letter, Jerian mentioned he was going to the Smoking Sea to find the family's lost ancestral sword, Bright Roar. Tywin took a deep breath to calm his anger. Well, if Jaime was coming back, he could attend the tourney at Harrenhal. He could shine in the lists and bring glory to House Lannister. As for Jerian, Tywin couldn't help but curse, why didn't that boy just beat you to death back then? A few days later, as the tourney at Harrenhal drew nearer, half the Seven Kingdoms was in a frenzy. Daeron watched it all but didn't intervene rashly. He had more important things to do. The mines. Daeron stood holding an obsidian edge, with a gold pickaxe and 99 pieces of cheese in his inventory. He pressed the button for level 95. Obsidian edge, level 6 sword. Damage, 30 to 45. Speed, -1. Crit power, +10. Description, it's incredibly sharp. It was the reward chest for clearing level 90. Its damage was slightly higher than the Neptune's glaive. The advantage was high attack power, the downside was the lack of defense and speed bonuses. It was the best transitional weapon for the early game, better than nothing. Ding! Stepping onto level 95, the cavern walls were a deep, glowing crimson. Magma seemed to flow faintly behind the rocks, and the ambient temperature was as hot as a volcano. Daeron felt perfectly at ease. In fact, he felt he could perform even better here. Today, I reach level 100. For the past 6 months, he had spent most of his time grinding levels 20 to 40, gathering the copper and iron needed for furnaces, quality sprinklers, and tappers. His deepest run had stalled at level 99. Level 99 had too many rocks and even more monsters. His iron pickaxe was too inefficient, so he had saved up gold bars to upgrade to a gold pickaxe. As for the monsters, there was no helping it. From level 80 onwards, a monster called the Shadow Person appeared. They were divided into assassin types, Shadow Brutes, and mage types, Shadow Shamans. The Shadow People had a significant background. Along with the sprites that triggered events, the Genimos that gave bundle rewards, and the dwarves who never showed their faces, they were one of the special races of Stardew Valley. They were supposed to be intelligent, but the Shadow People in the mines had lost their reason, becoming monsters that knew only slaughter. Not only did they deal high damage, but they also coordinated attacks between assassins and mages. Daeron had tried several times, but he always got stuck, unable to find the ladder, forced to retreat by the hordes of monsters. But now, with forest magic, his senses were heightened. He would definitely clear level 100. Read more. Impact. Cave Leather. Lots of story. Game of Thrones. 80, Chapter 80. The First Star Drop. Evening, 6 p.m. The Mines, level 100. Creek. Daeron looked like hell, panting slightly as he pried open the level 100 chest. A purple, star-shaped fruit floated into the air. As if drawn by a magnetic force, it drifted straight toward his lips. Daeron opened his mouth and crunched down on it. Hum. A mysterious energy surged through his entire body. Durin's spirit lifted, his mind flooded with an indescribable aftertaste that made his very soul shiver with delight. You found a star drop. It's strange, but the taste reminds you of home. Your maximum energy level has increased. As the rush of euphoria slowly faded, Daeron snapped back to reality and realized his vitality had skyrocketed. Significant upgrade. Daeron tried to recall the stats. In Stardew Valley, a farmer's starting energy was 270 points. Each star drop increased that by 34, capping out at 508. That meant his overall vitality had increased by roughly 1/7. Hell yes. Daeron spun the obsidian edge in his hand. The dark blade flashed, and for a split second, the sword seemed to breathe. It was a brand new sensation, a specific way of channeling his vitality. Daeron paused, then tried to coat the blade with his energy again. Nothing happened. It was just a spark of inspiration, he muttered. Not a passive skill I've mastered yet. He closed his eyes, focusing inward. The obsidian edge and Neptune's glaive were completely different beasts. One was the essence of fire, solidified. The other was an heirloom of the sea. The former had a rapid, aggressive resonance stabilized by the crystal, while the latter was heavy, powerful, and carried the cold hardness of iron. Before this, Daeron had never sensed these nuances. The star drop is the key to unlocking vitality, he realized. He looked at the obsidian edge again, thinking, special weapons have a breath that resonates with the user. What about ordinary weapons? Or other items? Special crops, gems, materials, do they hold similar power? Vitality was a treasure vault he was sitting on, but until now, he hadn't had the pickaxe to break it open. The valley had wizards and the Adventurers Guild, Daeron mused. There has to be a way to harness supernatural power here, too. The next day, Daeron was still researching vitality development and special weapons when his father, King Ares, summoned him to the dragon pit. The structure was a fortress, with high, thick walls arranged in a massive ring. Scree! Toothless lit up as his vertical green pupils locked onto Daeron. The dragon flapped his broad wings and dove straight for him. Daeron. A split second before the dragon tackled him, Daeron sidestepped, dodging by a hair's breadth. You missed. Daeron grabbed the hatchling's head and rubbed it vigorously. Toothless' eyes flashed with annoyance. The dragon slammed his head into Durin's stomach, the massive force knocking the prince flat on his back. Daeron felt like he'd taken a warhammer to the gut as Toothless pinned him to the ground. Scree! Toothless roared, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Ha ha ha, well done. King Aerys stepped out from the shadows, clapping loudly and cheering for the charcoal black dragon. Daeron. Sometimes, I really understand Rhaegar. Caraxes appeared then, roaring at Toothless and startling the younger dragon into flight. Daeron rubbed his arm, sighing. His vitality might be higher, but it didn't make the hits hurt any less. Father and son found a corner near a brazier and sat facing each other. Aerys looked him up and down, suspicion clouding his eyes. Suddenly, he asked, "Boy, do you want to take Rhaegar's place as heir?" Durin's expression darkened. "Here we go again." Aerys continued, "Help me tame that black dragon, and I will strip Rhaegar of his birthright and name you Prince of Dragonstone." "I support my brother," Daeron said, for what felt like the 1000th time. "Who doesn't want to be king?" "I have a dragon," Daeron replied calmly. He knew exactly what his father was doing. Aerys was convinced the tourney at Harrenhal was a plot by Rhaegar to usurp the throne which, to be fair, was true. Daeron had heard that his father was already discussing cancelling the tourney. Some ministers supported it, others opposed it. Aerys wasn't asking for advice, nor was he actually offering the crown. He was trying to bribe Daeron into taming a dragon for him, and he wanted to set Daeron up as a target to block Rhaegar's momentum. Aerys scowled, furious. "Rhaegar is definitely making a move at Harrenhal to steal my crown, and you do nothing. Ungrateful brat. It's all that bastard Rhaegar's fault. He's turning this one against me too." Daeron played dumb. "I thought you planned to stop the tourney." "No." Aerys declared self-righteously. "I am the king. I have a dragon now. I want the lords and small folk of the 7 kingdoms to witness my glory and cheer the name of Aerys too." Daeron looked at his father. Physically, Aerys was recovering well. Aside from the lingering madness in his eyes, he actually looked somewhat regal. "I support that," Daeron said, poking the coals in the brazier with a stick. Someone had convinced his father to attend Harrenhal. Lord Owen. Daeron had given the order himself. The tourney at Harrenhal was a historical turning point. The lords would see the king's madness firsthand and reach a consensus that a regime change was necessary. Rhaegar would meet Lyanna, sparking the Year of the Fall Spring. Too many events stemmed from this one tourney. Blocking it was impossible, it was better to guide the flow. With personalities like Aerys and Rhaegar, disaster was inevitable. Daeron just needed to be there when the dam broke, when Rhaegar met Lyanna, when the Starks marched south, when Robert rebelled. Those were the nodes where he could change history. As for the Iron Throne, if Rhaegar made a fatal error, his succession would naturally be shaken. Daeron wouldn't be polite about stepping in then. After a long silence, Aerys, annoyed that he hadn't tricked his second son, stormed off in a huff. Daeron walked out of the dragon pit. Ser Jon approached and whispered, "Lady Cersei is here. She brought Jaime Lannister with her." Daeron rubbed his temples and went out to face them. "My prince." At 15, Cersei was already blooming, her figure radiating a confident, dangerous charm. A self-assured smile played on her lips. The dragon keepers blocked her path, so she waved from 30 yards away. Daeron nodded slightly, signaling the guards to let them pass. "My prince, I brought you a dish I cooked, Michelfa Western specialty. You simply must try it," Cersei said, holding up a food basket with a playful, demanding tone. Dominance was in her bones. Daeron rejected her casually. "No thanks. I only eat dishes made from special crops." Cersei was prepared. Her smile didn't waver as she opened the basket. "I knew you'd say that. That's why I had this made with special ingredients purchased from the eastern continent." "What a joke. That's not a Western dish at all." Daeron glanced inside. It was a pumpkin pie. Judging by the color and quality, it was made from the Silver Star pumpkins he had been selling across the narrow sea to fund his princely expenses. "Eat up, my dear prince." Cersei held the basket with both hands, challenging him to find another excuse. Refusing again would be rude. Daeron picked up a small fork and took a bite. Soft, glutinous, and sweet. It suited his palate perfectly. 2 thoughts popped into his head immediately. 1. Cersei didn't bake this. She handed it off to servants again. 2. The cooks in the Red Keep need to be replaced, they're leaking my taste preferences. "Not bad," Daeron smiled. "Delicious." Cersei's face lit up instantly. "As long as you like it, my prince." Behind her, Jaime Lannister looked dumbfounded. He was grinding his back teeth so hard they might crack. Those were the pumpkins he bought in Pentos. That was the pie he hired a chef to bake. She didn't give it to him. She gave it to Daeron. She forced it on him. "Won't you invite me inside for a look?" Cersei asked, standing on her tiptoes to peer at the dragon pit gates now that the prince had accepted her pie. Since the dragon pit's restoration, the raising of the hatchlings had been a state secret. Even the king was stopped by the guards if he tried to enter without protocol. Daeron declined. "Can't. The hatchlings are feral, they attack strangers on sight." "I knew it." Cersei was used to this. In fact, she almost enjoyed the repeated rejections. It made the challenge of conquering him more thrilling. Men who obeyed her were boring. She actively changed the subject. "My brother, Jaime Lannister. He just returned from Pentos across the narrow sea. He's seen quite a bit of the exotic East." "Jaime, huh? Wait," Cersei smiled, turning her head to give Jaime a silent, withering glare while keeping her voice sweet. "Tell me and the prince about your travels in the east. We're both very curious." "A knight can be killed, but not humiliated." Jaime's chest heaved. He grabbed Cersei's shoulder and physically turned her back around, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. "That's right. I know the east very well." If he looked at Cersei's beautiful, duplicitous face for one more second, he might draw his sword. He never should have come back. He should have just left with Uncle Geryon. Noon, 12:30 p.m. Daeron saw the Lannister twins off. Cersei was practically skipping, clutching a bouquet of gold star daffodils. She walked as if she were dancing, revealing glimpses of her pale ankles beneath her exquisite gown. She was betting with herself that she would taste the young prince first. Before Princess Shaina, before that Martell princess, and definitely before the Dane girl standing next to the Martell princess. She viewed every woman Daeron came into contact with as a rival. But they wouldn't get the chance to marry the prince. She would beat them to it. Because she was Cersei Lannister. She came from the wealthiest family in the Seven Kingdoms, with a father who was hand of the king second only to one, above everyone else. The prince accepted her pie and gave her a gift in return. By the unspoken rules of the nobility, the next step was sharing a bed. Grind, grind. Jaime followed behind her, watching his sister acting like a love-struck maiden, grinding his teeth to dust. He didn't even have the standing to stop it. A few days of peace later, something big happened. Ser Harlan Grandison, the Grey, a Kingsguard who had been bedridden for a long time, finally passed away. At the small council meeting, Tywin Lannister spoke with a solemn expression. "Ser Harlan served in the Kingsguard longer than any of us, but he has been ill for some time. I hope he went peacefully." Grand Maester Pycelle stood to the side, bowing his head. "Yes, my lord Hand. We found him passed away in his sleep. The Silent Sisters are attending to his remains." The ministers murmured their condolences. King Aerys, surprisingly present at the meeting, slumped in his chair, muttering, "Old Harlan is gone." Everyone assumed the king was grieving the loss of another old friend. But Aerys's mood shifted instantly. He waved his hand dismissively. "Well, since he's dead, find a replacement immediately. Fill the empty spot." Read advanced chapter in Pat Cave Leather. Game of Thrones, First Blood Royale. Game of Thrones Pirate King. Game of Thrones White Wolf. Game of Thrones Jon Snow Grind System. Game of Thrones Slayer System. Game of Thrones Farming King. Game of Thrones Unleashing the Fourth Scourge. Game of Thrones True King. Game of Thrones I Have a Stardew Valley Panel. Marvel Inventor. Game of Thrones True Dragon. Game of Thrones Black Dragon Second Chance. 81 Chapter 81 The Dragon Takes the Stage. Naturally, the task of handling the funeral fell to the hand of the king. Tywin proposed holding the ceremony at the Dragon Pit. The suggestion was immediately and fiercely rejected by Aerys. The Dragon Pit belonged to House Targaryen. How could it be used for an outsider? Furthermore, aside from the Targaryens, cremation was not the custom for the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. In the end, Tywin arranged a hasty farewell. The body was laid in the Great September of Baelor, waiting for the Grandison family to retrieve it for burial. Time flew by, and the tourney at Harrenhal arrived as scheduled. The shores of the God's Eye. The tourney grounds were set, and Lord Went had constructed massive stands for the spectators. Today, the guests were pouring in. Daeron watched as banners were unfurled one by one: the Moon and Falcon, the Dire Wolf, the Crowned Stag, the Golden Rose. "Prince Rhaegar has arrived," Barristan murmured from his side, offering a reminder. Daeron turned his head and saw a carriage flying both the three-headed dragon and the sun and spear standards. Rhaegar did not show his face. His location was unknown. However, Oberyn and Prince Luin appeared beside the carriage, escorting Princess Elia inside. "It's Prince Rhaegar's motorcade." Prince Rhaegar. Prince Rhaegar. The moment the procession sprinkled with Dornish faces appeared, it drew the gaze of every noble lord present. Many ladies' eyes lit up as they cheered loudly. The prestige of the crown prince was something built up over years. Davos hurried over, his expression grave. "Prince, I've been looking around. Many of the lords are speaking only of Prince Rhaegar." Daeron signaled for him to relax. He had anticipated Rhaegar's influence, though he had perhaps underestimated just how deep it ran. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms had heard that Daeron had hatched dragons, but they had never seen them. To them, it was just a rumor. But Rhaegar's excellence was something they had witnessed with their own eyes. Ever since Elia entered King's Landing, a faction of the Crownland's nobility had been acting as if they were possessed, fanatically supporting Rhaegar and subtly undermining the city watch at every turn. They wanted to strip Daeron of his military power to pave the way for Rhaegar to eventually take the capital. "Sire, any news recently?" Daeron asked. Barristan thought for a moment. "Before we left, a band of outlaws calling themselves the Kingswood Brotherhood appeared in the Crownlands. They specialized in kidnapping nobles and extortion. But," Barristan continued, "they didn't last long. The Dragon's Guard drove them out. With the prince's land sitting between King's Landing and the Kingswood, there was no room for bandits to operate. After the group was chased off, they vanished." "Vanished?" Daeron asked, curious. He remembered the Kingswood Brotherhood was supposed to have a smiling knight who was quite infamous. Barristan shook his head. I heard a master archer among them tried to steal some of Princess Elia's jewelry. It drew the attention of Prince Oberyn. He took Ser Arthur Dayne and hunted them down for quite some time. Daeron realized he was partly to blame for the Brotherhood's failure. In the original timeline, the Kingswood Brotherhood was rampant because the small folk in the forest protected them. But after Daeron developed his lands and established the new settlement near Harvest Hall, the peasants all flocked to the city to settle down. The people of the Kingswood benefited from the trade and cheap goods. Naturally, they had no interest in sheltering bandits. Without the support of the people, the Kingswood Brotherhood died in the cradle before they could make a name for themselves. Other than that, there was no special news. It was mostly trivialities, a minor noble finding a rare plant and selling it for a high price at a banquet, or a major house's prized knight suddenly mastering his life force. It was a picture of peace and tranquility. Sir, Daeron said, looking out at the water, tell Lord Went to cooperate with Rhaegar as much as possible. Prince, where are you going? Barristan asked quickly. Daeron looked toward the center of the god's eye. To feed the dragon. Harrenhal. Rhaegar stood in a high tower, looking down at the courtyard teeming with people. Prince, Robert and Lord Mace Tyrell have arrived, Ser Arthur Dayne reported. Lord Rhaegar Stark and Lord Jonnaran are not present. They have sent their heirs. Rhaegar didn't move his gaze. And Lord Hoster Tully. Not here. Arthur's voice held a trace of confusion beneath his calm. Not only is Lord Hoster claiming illness, but his children are absent as well. He only sent his brother, the Blackfish Brynden Tully, to represent the house. Rhaegar wasn't surprised. That is Lord Hoster's style. At the first sign of risk, the trout dives deep underwater. Thinking of his wife's inability to conceive again, Rhaegar frowned, his mind fixated on the prophecy, the dragon has 3 heads. House Targaryen held a secret passed down from king to heir. The conqueror's dream, a song of ice and fire. When the long night comes, when winter swallows all life, the White Walkers will return. They will cross the wall and kill the living. The secret was hidden within the Valyrian steel dagger his father carried. And the method to save humanity and drive back the darkness lay in the prophecy of the 3 heads. Rhaegar possessed the gift of dragon dreams. He had vaguely foreseen that none of his siblings including himself were the prince that was promised. They were not the 3 heads. That was why he needed 3 children. To ensure the prophecy was fulfilled through his line. Daeron, you brought back 3 dragons, yet I did not see you in my dreams as the prince, Rhaegar thought, a melancholy look in his eyes. He felt a pang of guilt. If Daeron wasn't the prince, then he was an obstacle on Rhaegar's path to the throne. Durin's dragons were too young. They couldn't defeat Rhaegar's political momentum, and they couldn't defeat the Long Night. Prince. Arthur's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Rhaegar rubbed his aching temples. Sir, was there something else? Arthur said, should we ask Lord Went to release Oswell? Oswell Went had been detained for some time. During this period, Prince Luwin had made things difficult for Rhaegar, urging him to use the tourney to call a great council and have the lords elect Rhaegar as regent, effectively stripping the king of power. Prince Doran, on the other hand, had sent a marriage proposal, hoping to betroth Arianne Martell to one of the princes. At the very least, they wanted a dragon egg for his niece, Rhaenys. It could be one of the eggs Daeron might have hoarded, or an egg from the first clutch the hatchlings eventually produced. After all, it was Targaryen tradition to place a dragon egg in a newborn's cradle. Rhaegar nodded. I will speak to Lord Went later. He won't refuse. When Rhaegar appeared at Harrenhal, Lord Went had been terrified. It is easy to be a fence-sitter, but hard to be a staunch supporter. Internal struggles within the royal family were often accompanied by blood and slaughter. Usually, the nobles who took a side were the ones who suffered, while the fence-sitters survived by kneeling to the victor. Lord Went didn't dare offend Rhaegar to the point of no return. Arthur nodded and pulled a map from his pocket. I found this on Simon Tuan after I killed him. It looks like a treasure map. Tuan was the leader of the Kingswood Brotherhood. When Arthur found him, he was trying to hire a ship to flee to the eastern continent. Arthur had easily beheaded him and captured several key criminals. Unfortunately, the Smiling Knight had escaped. Rhaegar examined the old map. It showed the scattered islands between the 2 continents. The Stepstones. One island was circled with a red X. Rhaegar analyzed the symbols, mountains, root vegetables, birds, and monkeys. Pirate code, Rhaegar muttered. It meant the island had a volcano, native taro roots, seabirds, and monkeys. The X meant danger. The skull symbol represented a pirate den. Are there volcanoes in the Stepstones? He couldn't quite remember. Arthur listened to the analysis and scoffed. So those rats wanted to flee to the Stepstones and join the pirates. It suited those desperate men. The pirates of the Narrow Sea were usually Tyroshi, Lysane, or Myrish. History's Kingdom of the 3 Daughters was the peak of their power. The Ironborn, who believed in paying the iron price rather than sowing, would often run there to be pirates if they couldn't make it on the Iron Islands. Ignore it, Rhaegar said, handing the map back. The Iron Throne has no precedent of going to war with the free cities. Pirates were inextricably linked to the free cities. The cities funded pirates to raid each other's merchant ships. It was standard practice. To fight the pirates was to fight the free cities behind them. Rhaegar was about to turn away when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure below. Ha, ha. A black-haired girl rode a horse into the front courtyard. Her face was beautiful, her temperament cold and highborn. As her brown stallion galloped, her long hair rose and fell in waves, cutting a striking figure. Her riding skills were superb. She controlled the horse in tight circles and stopped on a dime. She was the best rider Rhaegar had ever seen among women and better than most men. A Stark girl, Arthur noted, following Rhaegar's gaze to the dire wolf banner. Rhaegar paused, then noticed the three brothers behind her. It was the heir to Winterfell, Brandon the Wild Wolf, Lord Arryn's ward Ned Stark, and the youngest son of Lord Rhaegar. "Prince, I will take my leave," Arthur said with a silent sigh. The prince's mind had been wandering more and more lately. They were knights who had mastered their life force. Such mental lapses only indicated immense internal pressure, exceeding the body's ability to recover. "I hope once the tourney ends and the dust settles, the prince will recover," Arthur thought. He was just a Kingsguard, he couldn't share the burden of ruling. However, it was surprising that the Stark girl caught Rhaegar's eye. Arthur's own sister, Ashera, was 10 times more beautiful, yet Rhaegar rarely spared her a glance. But the girl had a betrothed, so the prince surely wouldn't pursue it. The day of the tourney. Half the nobility of the 7 kingdoms squeezed into the arena. In the royal box, Aerys sat in fine robes, surrounded by Tywin and the ministers. It was the first time the king had appeared in public since the defiance of Duskendale. "Look at me. They are all looking at me." Aerys's eyes darted around, his body tense. He muttered incessantly, "I have a dragon. I am the king." Anyone could see the king's mental state was fragile. Thankfully, he held on to his reason, avoiding any screaming fits. His appearance was still regal enough to intimidate. Lord Went stood on the dais, sweating as he glanced nervously at the empty seats. The tourney was starting, and neither prince had shown up. "Damn it. One is loved by the nobles, the other has actual dragons, and I'm stuck in the middle like a piece of meat," Went prayed silently. "Prince Daeron, please don't let me lose this gamble." Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the gongs sounded, and the musicians played a lively tune. A cavalcade marched into the arena. Leading them was Rhaegar. He wore black steel armor and a red cloak, his figure tall and capable, his face handsome beyond measure. He instantly drew the gaze of every noblewoman and maiden. But the most striking thing was his mount. It wasn't a warhorse. It was a massive beast, 7.5 feet tall at the shoulder. It looked like a horse but had the beard of a goat and shaggy fur like satin. From its forehead rose a spiral horn, 2 feet long and white as snow. A unicorn. Hoorah! Behind Rhaegar marched a squad of massive, hairy savages, none shorter than 7 feet tall. A unicorn. Where did those wildlings come from? They look like Skagosi, the stone-born, technically Northmen. Rhaegar, riding the legendary beast, was the center of the world. The combination of his gallant form and the ethereal unicorn captivated the crowd. Unicorns were creatures of legend. Seeing a white one in the flesh was immediately taken as a sign of extreme favor from the gods. A unicorn. Tywin looked stunned. He had heard Rhaegar went to Bravos, but he hadn't expected him to detour to the desolate island of Skagos to capture a unicorn and tame a band of stoneborn. So pretty. In the stands, Viserys' eyes went wide. He wanted to ride one too. Jaehaerys scoffed. TCH. Useless. A unicorn was nothing compared to the 3 dragons in the pit. The opinions of the lords were split along similar lines. Those who supported Rhaegar saw the unicorn as an auspicious sign. Those who remembered that the Targaryens were the blood of the dragon kept their eyes on the king, waiting to see the true power. Just then, a roar came from the sky, shattering the thin mist over the lake. Scree! A sharp, piercing shriek, like an air raid siren, echoed across the god's eye. What is that sound? Oh gods, look up! The nobles craned their necks and saw a sight they would never forget. A massive, crimson beast, long and serpentine, descended. It spread vast, leathery wings, cutting through the mist like a bolt of red lightning. Dracarys! A shout rang out from the sky. It was High Valyrian, understood by only a few. Boom! As Carax's dove, he opened his maw. A torrent of red dragonfire, mixed with black smoke, poured out, creating a sea of fire in the air. The lords turned pale with terror, finally recognizing the beast for what it was. Panic rippled through the stands as people scrambled to flee. When a true dragon appears, nothing else matters. Even Rhaegar looked up in haste. He stared at the scarlet Wyrm, his indigo eyes widening in shock. Arthur Dayne, standing beside him, heard a single, faint word escape the prince's lips. Dragon. 82 Chapter 82 Who is the true dragon? The spring breeze, heavy with moisture, swept across the god's eye. The lake's surface shimmered with fragmented light, reflecting the dark, imposing silhouette of Harrenhal. The appearance of the red dragon was like a clap of thunder, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the opening ceremony. Whoosh! Caraxes' massive wings whipped up a gale as he slowly descended under Durin's command, finally landing dead center in the tourney grounds. Dust billowed out, sweeping across the arena. Daeron leaned forward in the saddle, one hand resting casually on the pommel. In contrast, Rhaegar had to clamp his legs tight around his unicorn's belly just to keep the beast from bolting. Ser Arthur Dayne stood by, holding the reins to help steady it. Scree! Caraxes' colossal form emerged from the dust cloud. His wingspan seemed to swallow half the arena, and his long, serpentine neck hovered menacingly above the crowd. Thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as dozens of the stone-born wildlings collapsed in terror, their knees buckling instinctively. It was close. Too close. Looking up at the red dragon felt like having a butcher's blade pressed against their throats. Every breath they took felt like a gamble with death. As soon as Caraxes landed, he fixed a greedy stare on Rhaegar, craning his neck forward like a striking snake and snorting jets of hot air from his nostrils. Rhaegar's pupils contracted sharply. Inside the arena, the noble lords had been backed into a corner by Caraxes' arrival. The front row was practically plastered against the walls, sweating profusely. The appearance of the dragon shattered their arrogance in an instant. The primal fear of the beast filled their hearts, nearly breaking their minds. Just then, a steady voice rang out, sounding like salvation itself. Caraxes, settle down. Scree. Caraxes let out a chirp, acknowledging his rider. He lifted his head, losing interest in the insects below, and slowly backed up before lowering his body to the ground. Only then did the lords get a good look at the dragon rider. He possessed the classic silver-gold hair of House Targaryen and violet eyes. He was handsome, radiating a sunny, confident aura. Clad in silver armor with a purple cloak draped over his shoulders, he was as unforgettable as the beast he rode. "It's Prince Daeron." Someone shouted, recognizing him. The cry swept through the crowd like wildfire. Who in the Seven Kingdoms didn't know the story? Daeron the Bold had hatched dragons, bringing magic back to the world. In their terror, they had almost forgotten who was on the dragon's back. "It's Prince Daeron. He's riding a dragon. How did it get so big?" The crowd buzzed with noise, but the fear lingered. They huddled together, not daring to take a single step closer. On the field, Rhaegar's body was tense, his mind nearly blank. He hadn't expected the hatchling to grow this fast. In less than a year, it was already large enough to terrify the realm. Daeron smiled. "Long time no see, brother." He wondered if Rhaegar was surprised by his entrance. Rhaegar's throat was dry, he couldn't make a sound. "I bet you missed me," Daeron quipped, clearly enjoying himself. Without waiting for a response, he dismounted with practiced ease and headed toward the stands. The facts were laid bare for everyone to see. This was the true dragon. Second brother. Jaehaerys and Viserys, bold as ever, waved frantically at him. Caraxes shot Rhaegar one last look, then slammed his broad wings downward. His hind legs drove into the dirt, and with a powerful thrust of his slender waist, he launched himself into the sky. As the dragon flew off, Rhaegar finally let out a breath. King Aerys suddenly stood up, clapping maniacally. Good, good. He didn't give a damn about his eldest son's safety. He only cared about the dragon, the ultimate weapon of House Targaryen. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing the king applaud, the tension in the arena eased. The lords began to clap as well, their eyes glued to Daeron. The shock delivered by one man and one dragon was incomparable. This was the first dragon rider of House Targaryen since the Dance of the Dragons. He was riding a genuine, living dragon. Elia, sitting in the row below the king, watched Daeron's calm demeanor. She subconsciously pressed a hand to her chest to calm her racing heart. Caraxes had exerted too much pressure on her, and her pale face flushed with an unhealthy red. Princess Ashera Dane wasn't faring much better. Her violet eyes were wide, filled with shock and awe. If she hadn't noticed Elia struggling to breathe, she wouldn't have been able to look away. In another row, Cersei was losing her mind. A dragon. Did you see that? A real dragon. Her face was flushed, and she bit her lower lip, yanking hard on Jaime's cloak. Jaime was stunned, the image of the dragon burned into his brain. Who could have predicted a dragon would actually show up? And even more surprising was the difference between a Targaryen with a dragon and one without. It was night and day. Is this still the gentle, kind prince I knew? He wondered. Second brother, sit here. Jaehaerys cheered, shoving his little brother aside to make room. Viserys. Daeron didn't sit immediately. Instead, he walked to the left side of the same row. Barristan, Ser Jon, and the others were already waiting there. Rhaegar, expression complicated, walked up to the stands with Ser Arthur Dayne, greeted by Oswell and his faction. The second son on the left, the firstborn on the right. The audience quietly noted the shift in seating. The lines were being drawn. Most notably, Elia was helped up and moved to sit beside her husband, Rhaegar. Meanwhile, Princess Shaena, holding her two younger brothers' hands, silently moved to Daeron's side. The two factions were now distinct. The tourney continued. Lord Went wheeled out a blonde girl in a chair. His daughter Anne announced her as the Queen of Love and Beauty for the tournament. His sons, clad in armor, stood guard beside her, ready to accept challenges. Anyone who defeated them would claim the title and the crown. The tourney was divided into three parts: the joust, the archery contest, and the melee. Lord Went had put up an enormous purse. The joust champion would win 40,000 gold dragons, the archery champion 10,000, and the melee winners would split 10,000. A total of 60,000 gold dragons. It was an astronomical sum, unheard of in the Seven Kingdoms. Hundreds of knights were itching to fight, eager for gold and glory. Daeron turned his head. Ser, do you plan to compete? Ser Jon shook his head, indicating he would wait. Barristan, ever the strategist, glanced at Rhaegar's side. He saw the Kingsguard there whispering amongst themselves and understood the implication. "I'll take the first match," Barristan said. Daeron handed him a deep blue greatsword. "Sire, remember the breathing rhythm I taught you." Barristan took the sword and drew it. Shing! It was the Neptune's great sword, a weapon Daeron had swapped out for a better one. Barristan exuded an aura of confidence. "Rest assured, my prince. I will give it my all." Daeron nodded with satisfaction. Through his research, he had discovered that vitality was strongly linked to special items. By exploring the life within these items and syncing it with one's own vitality, one could develop a unique breathing technique to control that power. He called it life resonance. Among all special items, weapons worked best. He had given Neptune's great sword to Barristan hoping the old knight could figure out the resonance, which would help Daeron further refine his own path to mastering vitality. Clang, clang, clang. The herald struck the gong, announcing the start of the joust. The lords, having finally recovered from Caraxes' terror, turned their attention to the field. 2 Kingsguard in white armor and silver plate rode out on warhorses, lances in hand, circling the arena as they sized each other up. "My lords and ladies. On the left, the fearless, Ser Barristan Selmy. On the right, the sword of the morning, Ser Arthur Dane. 2 legends of the Kingsguard, facing off in what promises to be a duel for the ages." The herald's voice was electric, instantly hyping up the crowd. Barristan versus Arthur Dane, the 2 best swords in the realm. The crowd roared with anticipation. On the field, Barristan raised his lance and pointed it at a squire holding a sword on the sidelines. A sword duel. Ser Arthur, peering through the slit of his helm, realized his brother-in-arm's intent. He was intrigued. When the gong sounded again, a dramatic scene unfolded. Both Kingsguard threw aside their lances simultaneously. They dismounted and signaled for their squires to bring their swords. One was blue as the deep sea, the other was pale as milk glass. Barristan gripped Neptune's great sword with both hands, his voice low. "Arthur, watch my breathing. Watch my sword." Arthur was curious. He lifted the greatsword Dawn with one hand, waiting for the move. Clang! The swords collided, sparks flying. Barristan's breathing was steady. He focused entirely on Neptune's great sword, probing the life within the special weapon, trying to merge his own rhythm with it. Arthur was a brilliant knight. He realized instantly that his brother was honing a technique, using him as a whetstone. "All right then," Arthur thought. "Let's see what you've figured out." He didn't mind playing the training partner. Barristan launched a series of attacks, sometimes calm and heavy, sometimes wild and crashing, unpredictable as the ocean itself. With his natural talent and Durin's guidance, fighting with Neptune's great sword allowed him to quickly grasp that life resonance. Barristan's eyes lit up. The blue blade began to glow with a faint, watery light. Decades of accumulated vitality resonated with the sword, instantly unleashing a surge of power. "Arthur, watch out." Barristan swung. The strike carried a terrifying, unstoppable momentum. Arthur's face hardened. He had to treat this with absolute seriousness. Clang! The impact nearly knocked Dawn out of his hand. Instead of being shocked, Arthur was delighted. "Barristan, you're a genius." He had seen its change in breathing, the way the vitality coated the blade. He didn't know what material that strange blue sword was made of, but his own ancestral blade was no ordinary steel either. Arthur focused. His own massive reservoir of vitality, built up over years of training, began to stir. It was like breaking a rusted lock. The energy flooded into the great sword Dawn. Arthur's breath deepened. Dawn, already translucent and otherworldly, transformed. It burst forth with the brilliance of starlight. If Barristan was a genius, wasn't Arthur one too? "It works," Daeron noted calmly from the stands. He had expected this. Ever since eating his first stardrop, he had been testing the life resonance. He tried to teach Ser John, but the man just couldn't get it. It seemed that to master resonance, one didn't just need vitality, they needed a mature medium. Neptune's great sword worked. And clearly, Dawn forged from the heart of a fallen star worked just fine too. 83, Chapter 83, The Scent of the Three-Eyed Raven. I can monopolize the users of life resonance. Daeron mused inwardly. The only mediums available to the outside world were Valyrian steel weapons. But he possessed an entire mine capable of dropping special weapons, not to mention the high-priced armaments he could purchase from the Adventurers Guild via the shipping bin. Meanwhile, the intense battle in the arena was causing a massive stir. Among those attending the tourney, there were quite a few excellent knights who had mastered vitality. In the stands, figures stood up one after another. That fighting style. Brynden the Blackfish Tully shot up from his seat, his hardened heart twinging with envy. Aside from the 2 duelists, he was arguably the knight with the most seniority in using vitality. But after 10 years of bitter accumulation, he could only use it for simple physical enhancement. He had always felt that vitality shouldn't be such a clumsy thing. Seeing the battle between the 2 Kingsguard today, countless ideas instantly flooded his mind. Besides him, the leaders of the Stab Alliance Robert, Brandon the Wild Wolf Stark, as well as Prince Lewin and Oberyn of Dorne, and even Rhaegar and Oswell were all staring fixatedly at the field, trying to discern new techniques for utilizing vitality. Daeron took it all in, thinking, from today on, a wave of searching for Valyrian steel is going to sweep across the continent. If Arthur Dayne mastered life resonance, he would inevitably teach it to Rhaegar's faction. It didn't matter if they learned the technique after all, there was only one sword like dawn. Once a warrior fought using life resonance, ordinary weapons wouldn't be able to withstand the intense collision of energy. In the end, they would have to find a suitable Valyrian steel weapon. Soon, the duel ended. The victor was Barristan Selmy. He had familiarized himself with the life resonance a step earlier and perfectly unleashed the power of Neptune's great sword. Every strike was heavy and stable, allowing him to win by a hair's breadth against Ser Arthur. "Prince, I did not fail you." Barristan returned to the stands, looking visibly excited. Ser Arthur was known for his strength and technique normally, no one could beat him one-on-one. Winning today was entirely due to the life resonance. Daeron didn't sting on the praise. "Well done, Ser." For the path of exploring vitality, he needed top-tier knights like Barristan. Next match. Ser John Connington was eager and requested to fight. Daeron calmed him down. His talent wasn't bad, but he was still a cut below Barristan and Arthur. Even with a special weapon, it would be hard for him to learn life resonance in such a short time. The following matches were the domain of ordinary knights. Any knight who had mastered vitality kept a low profile, studying the combat techniques of the two Kingsguard. Unfortunately, life resonance wasn't just a technique, it was a genuine ascension of power. Without guidance and a lack of a medium, their efforts were destined to be futile. Daeron watched the matches, occasionally glancing at the red dragon circling in the sky. Caraxes hadn't gone far. He hovered over the god's eye, occasionally letting out a long, piercing shriek that made the audience break out in a cold sweat. "Eat." Princess Shaina peeled a tangerine and handed it over. She had been calm the whole time. Even when Caraxes first appeared and hearts were pounding, she remained emotionally stable. Daeron ate a slice and tossed the rest to his foolish little brothers. Jaehaerys and Viserys ate it happily. In their family, the four siblings had spent so much time together that they were actually closer to each other than to their parents or eldest brother. "Prince." Cersei cut through the stands and sat down gracefully behind Daeron. She had seen the prince's heroic figure riding the dragon. It was 100 times more captivating than Prince Rhaegar had been years ago. If she could ride the prince, she could ride the prince's dragon. It was perfect. Daeron nodded politely and shared a tangerine with her. As fate would have it, the back of that tangerine had a bit of mold on it. Cersei smiled disdainfully. A rotten orange was still an orange. She peeled away the bad part and ate the rest. While eating, she didn't forget to demonstrate her dominance to Shaina, chattering away and clinging to Daeron. Shaina ignored her completely. Not far away, a pair of violet eyes watched this scene. Ashera Dane's eyes were expressive as she quietly observed Durin's micro-expressions, keenly noticing the distance he kept. He didn't like the Lannister girl. A dragon prince without a betrothal, alluring as honey. Ashera assessed the situation. Ambition naturally rose within her, but she quickly snuffed it out. She felt a bit of regret and sighed softly in her heart. From the moment Princess Elia married Prince Rhaegar, the path for Dornish women to marry into the royal family had been cut off. Elia noticed her companion was distracted and asked, "What's wrong?" Ashera shook her head gently. "Nothing, Princess. It was just a matter of learning to curb one's desires." At dusk, a grand banquet was held at Harrenhal. In the lively atmosphere, all the gloom seemed to be swept away. Clop, clop. A small man riding a pony appeared at the gates of Harrenhal. Looking at the magnificent castle decorated with lanterns and banners, he was deeply shaken, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. "This is Harrenhal." The small man found everything novel, looking for all the world like a country bumpkin. This behavior immediately attracted the attention of some mean-spirited fellows. 3 squires, roughly teenagers, exchanged winks and surrounded the dusty little man, demanding to know where the hillbilly came from. The small man was shrewd. Seeing the hostility, he immediately announced his identity, hoping to bluff them. But all he got was ruthless mockery. "The Lord of Greywater Watch. Have you heard of it?" "Who cares? Just a mudman too poor to eat anything but frogs." Ha ha ha. The small man was furious. He drew the trident from his back, intending to make them pay. But outnumbered, he only earned himself a beating of punches and kicks. Someone noticed the bullying. Lyanna Stark's beautiful eyes widened in anger. She grabbed a wooden training sword and strode toward them. She couldn't stand the strong bullying the weak. Moreover, the green crocodile sigil on the small man's chest marked him as a bannerman of her father. However, someone acted before her. A squad of dragon guards appeared, ruthlessly restraining the 3 brats. "My lords, we didn't offend you." A boy with a pitchfork sigil on his chest looked terrified, declaring he belonged to House Hay. Jaehaerys sneered. "Kid, I don't care who you are, just like you didn't care who he was." With that, he punched the brat hard in the stomach. The boy's body instantly went rigid, the intense pain nearly making his eyes pop out. The other 2 brats peed their pants on the spot, crying and begging for mercy. Jaehaerys wasn't a villain. He waved his hand, signaling his companions to drag them away. They were just a bunch of kids. A punch each was enough to teach them a lesson. Such a simple and brutal solution left onlookers sighing in admiration. "Thank you, my lord." Howland Reed, bruised and swollen, struggled to stand. He thought he had met a noble savior. Jaehaerys looked him up and down and laughed. "A Crannogman. Rare sight." My lord, I am from Greywater Watch. I was invited to the tourney. Howland, afraid of being driven away, explained hastily. Jacaerys waved his hand. I know, Lord Reed. Follow me. I'll take you to get some medicine. Howland shut his mouth. Knowing that crannogmen were discriminated against by southerners, he smartly followed the tall, silver-haired man. Just now, those brats had called him a dragon guard. It sounded impressive. Probably the personal guard of some great lord. Lyanna stood not far away, witnessing the dragon guard save Howland and take him away for treatment. Dragon guard. Prince Daeron Targaryen's men. She had heard of them. The existing dragon guards were all trained by Daeron the Bold. Her father had said the selection criteria for the dragon guard were extremely harsh, but the treatment and equipment were superior. They existed solely to protect the dragons. After applying the medicine, Howland was taken to the courtyard behind the Kingspire Tower. Scree! A red dragon lay low on the ground, breathing fire onto two sheep before lifting its head to swallow the food whole. Howland broke out in a cold sweat, his body going numb. He thought, that silver-haired giant is a dragon guard. He's not going to feed me to the dragon, is he? Jacaerys slapped him heavily on the shoulder and whispered, don't be afraid. The prince wants to see you. That was the real reason he had been saved. Howland turned to look at the red dragon and suddenly noticed a silver-haired teenager. Remembering the big man's instruction, he bowed frantically. Your Grace, Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch, sends you his greetings. Daeron walked over with a smile. No need for formalities. Did you send someone to save me? Howland was sharp. He guessed this wasn't a coincidence. Daeron admitted it frankly. I did. My dragon guards are responsible for protecting the dragons. They saw you being bullied and helped you out. So they had been waiting for him at the gates of Harrenhal. Howland shivered, asking nervously, Prince, what is so special about me that you would go to such trouble to save me? Daeron didn't speak, but his brow furrowed. He sensed a thick scent of the forest on Howland Reed. But this aura wasn't pure. It had the stench of the three-eyed raven. Brief introduction to Howland Reed. Lord of Greywater Watch, leader of the crannogmen. In the original story, he was beaten by 3 squires and saved by Lyanna. Later, in the battle at the Tower of Joy, he stabbed Ser Arthur Dayne in the back, killing him. His children were equally famous. Mira and Hojan escorted Bran Stark, who was chosen by the three-eyed raven, all the way north. The latter unlocked his green seer's sight and sacrificed himself for Bran. One could say the Reed family were the conscripts chosen by the three-eyed raven. Daeron had sought him out precisely because of the three-eyed raven. Prince, have I offended you in some way? Howland was at a loss. He lifted his arm and sniffed. Beneath his ragged outer tunic, there was a pungent smell. This only made him more embarrassed. Daeron ordered, Jacaerys, take Howland to wash up and change his clothes. The banquet is about to start. The man was still naive right now. Asking him anything wouldn't yield results. Put him aside for a while. Yes, Prince. Jacaerys wrapped an arm around Howland's shoulder and said generously, Little Lord, let's go. After they left, Daeron mused, coming to Harrenhal this time, I've felt a constant sense of unease. Caraxes crawled over. The dragon's head brushed past his rider's shoulder, nostrils jetting a stream of hot air. Daeron chuckled, reaching up to stroke the red dragon's jaw. He was a man with a system interface. Once all 3 dragons grew up, whoever came would be burned to ash. 84, Chapter 84, Daeron, I made you fly. The next day, the tourney proceeded as scheduled. The noble lords took their seats early, their eyes glued to a specific spot in the sky. They were waiting for the Targaryen dragon rider. Scree! A flash of red tore through the sky like a bolt of jagged lightning, speeding across the shimmering surface of the god's eye. Caraxes glided low, his serpent-like body reflected in the lake, the tip of his tail gently skimming the water. Daeron had noticed early on that the dragon loved soaring over water, fitting, given that his name was taken from the god of the sea in ancient Valyrian mythology. Boom! Caraxes circled 3 times before descending at his rider's command, his massive bulk kicking up a cloud of dust and grass. Flanked by 2 Kingsguard, Daeron strode directly into the stands, swords at his hip. Composed. Royal. It was as if every word of praise had been invented just for him. The lords held their breath, their faces flushed with excitement. No matter how many times they saw it, the raw power of a dragon was soul-shaking. If not for the need to maintain dignity, they would have stood up and cheered for Daeron Targaryen right then and there. Still not enough, Daeron thought, taking it all in as he looked ahead. He wasn't Daenerys. She had spent over a decade in exile, running for her life, and even after hatching dragons, her army consisted of Dothraki and unsullied foreigners that half of Westeros despised. But the Targaryen dynasty hadn't fallen yet. He was a prince, standing in the spotlight. A Targaryen riding a dragon. It might cause momentary panic, but that would quickly turn into prestige, reminding the 7 kingdoms of the stability dragons once brought them. Prince, just as you predicted, a lot of people were looking for you last night, Davos reported in a low voice. Daeron nodded. Ignore them. If the dragon was the bait for the lords, then the life resonance technique was the fatal lure for every knight who had mastered vitality. He had to keep them hungry. Daeron kept his primary goal clear, use this tourney to expand his influence and bring dragons back into the world's vision. Returning to his seat, Daeron was met by some unexpected guests. The Stark pack. Led by Brandon the Wild Wolf, the group included Ned, Lyanna, and Benjenal. 4 siblings were there. And trailing them was Howland Reed of Greywater Watch. Prince, Howland greeted him happily. He had run into his liege lords early that morning, and it turned out the Starks were looking for the prince anyway. Daeron nodded slightly. The Starks bowed in return. Lyanna stepped forward. Prince Daeron, thank you for saving my father's bannerman yesterday. House Stark will remember this favor. It was their first meeting. Daeron looked her over. Lyanna was striking, with flowing black hair. She wasn't wearing riding breeches today, but a long, northern-style blue dress, with a garland of blue and white flowers on her wrist. She was graceful but natural beauty mixed with a wild edge. A typical northern girl. Daeron was neither overly warm nor cold. Don't mention it. No, the North remembers, Lyanna insisted, shaking her head. Northerners were used to being looked down upon by southern nobles, so they cherished anyone who showed them respect. Daeron smiled. We can grab a drink after the matches today, then. Done, Lyanna agreed without hesitation, showing a boldness rare in southern ladies. With that, they said their goodbyes. Suddenly, Lyanna turned back, eyeing Daeron carefully. Your dragon, it left a deep impression. She then turned and followed her brothers. Daeron watched the Starks retreat. Northern girls are famous for their fire. The rumors are true, Barristan commented appreciatively. Though, knowing she had a betrothed, he noted she wasn't a suitable target for the prince. Davos, however, had a different take. He whispered, Prince, that Stark group is odd. The one calling the shots is the girl. Sharp eyes, Davos, Daeron chuckled. He had noticed it too. While they were ostensibly led by Brandon, the Wild Wolf, the one handling the communication was Lyanna. Northerners weren't exactly known for being humble. They wouldn't just hand over authority to a little sister just because they doted on her. If Lyanna was speaking for the Starks, it meant both Brandon and Ned respected her lead. She's the alpha, Daeron thought, getting a new perspective. With the charisma Lyanna displayed, it was hard to say if Rhaegar abducted her, or if she abducted Rhaegar. After all, his big brother Rhaegar had always been a repressed, brooding type. In Durin's past life, he would have been the introverted engineering student who wouldn't dare approach a girl unless forced. Daeron smirked. Interesting. In a corner Daeron couldn't see, Rhaegar was comforting his pregnant wife, Elia. He glanced sideways and saw the Starks walking by. He saw Lyanna's waist-length black hair and the blue dress that gave her a unique flair. Ice and fire. Rhaegar stared blankly until Elia called him back to reality. The tourney continued, with night after night engaging in duels. Lord Went was shrewd. Noticing how popular the duel between the two Kingsguard had been the previous day, he temporarily scrapped the melee in favor of one-on-one combat. After the jousting warmed up the crowd, the duels began. Clang, clang, clang. The herald struck the gong, announcing that the next fighter would be a Kingsguard. Here we go, Daeron straightened up. Soon, Oswell Went, clad in white armor, took the field to challenge one of his own nephews. The tourney had an unwritten rule. The host's daughter was the Queen of Love and Beauty, and her male relatives would act as champions to defend her title. A challenger who defeated a champion could take the title. Usually, no one challenged on the first day, but Oswell stepping down was the signal that the games were truly open. Prince, let me handle this, Ser Jon offered, eager to fight. Daeron stopped him. He glanced at his father, King Aerys, who looked like he was daydreaming, and decided to go down himself. If he wanted fame, he needed to make a splash. He went down to armor up without hesitation. On the field, Oswell quickly dispatched his nephew, becoming the defender, waiting for the next challenger. Clang, clang, clang. The herald, looking excited, banged the gong and shouted, Ladies and lords, please welcome our next challenger, the Dragon Rider, Prince Daeron Targaryen. Any Targaryen entering the lists caused a stir. A Targaryen who rode a dragon? That was the stuff of legend. Oswell froze. He hadn't expected his next opponent to be Daeron. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the furious gonging, Daeron walked slowly onto the field, wearing silver armor and a purple cloak, holding 2 swords. Prince, I won't go easy on you, Oswell said grimly. He couldn't forget the miserable death of his friend, Jon Connington. Daeron replied calmly, I expect nothing less. The fight exploded instantly. Oswell roared and charged, swinging his sword. Clang. Daeron drew his obsidian edge, easily blocking the ferocious strike. Applause erupted from the stands. Westeros worshipped individual heroism, and martial prowess was the quickest way to their hearts. How? Oswell couldn't believe it. He pressed down with all his strength, but his blade wouldn't budge. Even Arthur Dayne wouldn't dare catch a full-force swing like that. Daeron smirked. He drew a second standard sword with his left hand and slashed at Oswell's waist while pivoting. Oswell retreated rapidly. Gotcha. Daeron spun quickly, bringing the obsidian edge in his right hand down in a heavy chop. Oswell raised his sword to block. Snap. The steel shattered. The force of the blow cracked the web of Oswell's hand. Daeron followed through, stepping in and placing his second sword against the Kingsguard's throat. You lose, sir. Oswell was speechless, staring at his broken sword, his mind a blank slate. Why? Before he could get an answer, thunderous applause and cheers washed over the arena. What had they just witnessed? Prince Daeron, dual-wielding, had defeated a Kingsguard in 2 moves. No one suspected the fight was rigged. The Kingsguard lived for honor, they wouldn't stain their white cloaks. And that sword, the one that had just defeated young Wenth, had been snapped in half by the prince's strange black blade. You couldn't fake that. Oswell couldn't figure it out. Prince, you. Daeron ignored him. He turned to face Rhaegar's section of the stands and shouted, "Ext." In the stands. Rhaegar frowned. It's that strange weapon again. Arthur Dayne explained what he had seen. Yesterday, Barristan had used a strange weapon against him. He couldn't identify the material, it didn't look sharp or flexible, but it was indestructible. Even the greatsword Dawn had been at a disadvantage against it. Prince Lewin Martell crossed his arms. Prince, have you ever seen an obsidian weapon that can shatter steel? Other nobles might miss it, but as Kingsguard who spent time on Dragonstone, they recognized dragonglass. It was rare, but usually considered brittle and low value. Obsidian knives were sharp, sure, but they were glass, they shattered on impact. Now isn't the time to worry about the weapon. He's challenging us, Rhaegar said calmly. I noticed something. When Daeron fights, he holds his breath. He doesn't exhale until he wins. Arthur Dayne's eyes narrowed. It's a new form of life resonance. Barristan and I project the frequency into our weapons. Prince Daeron internalizes the frequency within his body. Can we copy it? Lewin cut to the chase. Last night, they had all tried to replicate the resonance using Dawn, but failed. The sword rejected anyone but Arthur. Arthur shook his head. Resonating with a weapon is one thing. Compressing that volatile energy inside your own body, that's dangerous. One slip up and you tear your muscles apart or burst a vessel. Essentially, vitality was compressed life force. Projecting it into an object was safe, the energy could be replenished. But keeping that high-frequency vibration inside the body changed the fundamental rules of biology. It was a gamble with death. Arthur wasn't stupid. He realized that it wasn't Barristan who discovered this technique, it was the prince, who had already mastered it. I'll go test the waters, Lewin Martell said, grabbing his sword. Watch out for that blade, Rhaegar warned. Don't worry. I won't make the same mistake Oswell did. Lewin was proud, but confident in his skills. Clang, clang, clang. The herald banged the gong, announcing the next Kingsguard. Daeron smiled when he saw who it was. Prince Lewin, we meet again. I didn't expect you to challenge us directly, undermining Prince Rhaegar's authority like this, Lewin said, his nose in the air. He thought Oswell was just a careless fool, it didn't mean Daeron was actually a threat. Durin's smile vanished. Let's find out. Just as the words left his mouth, a noise came from outside the arena. Scree! Caraxes, who had been lying by the lake, suddenly rose up. He climbed a small hill, his molten gold eyes locking onto the little insects in the arena. Lewin froze. For the first time, he felt the primal terror of being targeted by a dragon. The hair on his neck stood up, his blood ran cold. Dragon. It's Prince Durin's dragon. The dragon's movement caused immediate panic among the lords. Daeron didn't look away. He pointed the obsidian edge at Lewin. You're not on a horse, so I won't be on a dragon. He paused, then added half-jokingly, unless you want me to be. Lewin's face turned several shades of purple. Unless I have a death wish, you mean. It was a naked threat. Clang. The gong sounded. Lewin dropped into a stance. He didn't rush in, he chose to fight methodically. Rhaegar's analysis had been sound. If Daeron held his breath, it meant this internal resonance was for burst damage, not endurance. If Lewin didn't give him an opening for a quick kill, he could drag the fight out. With his decades of accumulated vitality, he would outlast the boy. Clang, clang. Daeron attacked right hand standard grip, left hand reverse grip. He became a whirlwind of steel, aggressive as fire, relentless and fluid. Barely 10 seconds later, Lewin was still parrying when his expensive, ornate sword snapped with a sharp crack. The glint of the flying shard blinded him for a split second. His mind went blank, leaving only muscle memory to swing a useless hilt. Cold steel pressed against his neck. You lose, Prince. Same situation, same words. But Durin's eyes were mocking. Before Lewin could react, Daeron kicked him hard in the shin. Arg. Lewin grunted, involuntarily dropping to his knees. Daeron flowed into a smooth combo and elbow smash to the face, knocking Lewin's head back. Then, channeling his vitality into his leg, he delivered a massive kick to the chest. Lewin went airborne. He flew 15 feet through the air before crashing heavily into the muddy track, twitching twice before planting his face in the dirt. Phew. That felt good. Daeron turned his back, unable to suppress the grin on his face. I've wanted to beat that guy up for a long time. 85, Chapter 85, The Dragon vs. the Stag. Defeating 2 Kingsguard back-to-back sent the entire arena into a frenzy. The herald banged the gong like a madman, spitting as he screamed, Prince Daeron has defeated Prince Lewin. That's the 2nd Kingsguard down. Daeron didn't leave the field. Instead, he raised his obsidian edge and pointed it once again at the spot where Rhaegar sat. He was forcing Rhaegar's hand. He wanted a one-on-one duel. The year of the False Spring, that turning point in history, was anchored on Rhaegar's martial prowess, specifically him winning the Tourney championship. Daeron wanted to see, if he beat Rhaegar to the punch, how would he make his public declaration of love then? No hidden agenda. He just wanted to test the inertia of history. His gesture immediately triggered a massive reaction. Cersei's face was flushed red. She yanked on Jaime's arm, practically screaming, "Did you see that? Did you see that? Prince Daeron beat that Martell prince." The Kingsguard under the Mad King weren't the watered-down knights of later generations, they were the absolute apex of knighthood in Westeros. For Daeron to beat 2 in a row, that was godlike. Jaime didn't say a word. He let his sister vent her excitement, but he couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. He wanted to be down there. He wanted that glory. But he knew the score. On his best day, he might tie with Ser Oswell, but beating Prince Llewellyn? Not a chance. How is he that strong? Jaime's mind raced. He immediately thought of the technique Ser Barristan used, that manipulation of vitality. That strange state Daeron entered during the fight, it had to be that. Jaime mulled it over. That kind of high-level technique is probably a secret guarded by the royals and the Kingsguard. The thought barely formed before he shook it away. He was the heir to Casterly Rock. He couldn't put on the white cloak just because he fanboyed over the knights. In the stands, Rhaegar stared at the glinting obsidian blade. His hand tightened around his own sword hilt several times, only to let go each time. He was confident he could fight. But he was here to boost his political capital, to invite the lords to strip his father of power. If he went down there now, losing would destroy his prestige. Winning would just look like he was bullying his brother. It would drag him down to the level of petty family squabbles, costing him the dignified aura of the heir. "My prince." Ser Arthur Dayne spoke up, wanting to take the burden for him. Rhaegar waved him off. The Blackfish, Bryn Den Tully, had a sharp eye. He critiqued, "His sword is too fast. If you can't block that dual-wield combo, you're dead before you can draw your next breath." Nearby, the heirs of the Eagle, the Stag, and the Wolf sat in a row. "If I went down there, could I take him?" Brandon Stark wiped down his sword, looking eager to try. The Blackfish didn't give him an inch. With his trademark dark humor, he said, "On a battlefield, you'd be chopped into 3 pieces before you got a third swing in." Brandon looked embarrassed. Afraid he didn't believe it, the Blackfish added a friendly warning that was actually a brutal roast. "If you can't survive until his next breath, don't go down there and embarrass yourself." He might be getting old, but his eyes were sharp. When Daeron held his breath, his physical stats broke through human limits. Every swing had insane power and speed. Prince Llewellyn tried to tank those hits and paid the price. Elbertorin watched for a while and said, "The kid is just trying to make a name for himself. No need for us to get in his way." He was over 40, the nephew of Jon Arryn and the heir to the Eyrie. Sitting among these young bucks, he felt a bit out of place. "I'm not going." "Brandon can try," Ned Stark said. He was still young and nudged his big brother, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Brandon immediately put him in a headlock, treating Ned like a pony. "Let go of Ned." Lyanna shouted, stopping the brothers' roughhousing. She had intended to support the mood, but someone else decided to play the hero. Robert Baratheon suddenly stood up. He was 6'5", 198 centimeters, a towering figure that looked like a giant among men. Even more annoying was that young Robert was actually handsome. Clean-shaven, bright-eyed, with a massive, muscular frame and calloused hands that screamed, "Warrior." "Robert, you're going down there." Ned rubbed his neck, looking at his best friend in surprise. Robert laughed loud and hard. He stole a glance at Lyanna to check her reaction, then slapped his buddy on the shoulder. "I am Robert Baratheon, the strongest man in the 7 kingdoms. That kid might be a dragon rider, but on the ground, the stag is king." Ignoring everyone's advice, he grabbed his warhammer and marched onto the field. Ned looked helpless. Robert's hammer counters swords. He might actually win, Elbertorin noted, crossing his arms and playing along with the hype. Lyanna just muttered coldly, "Idiot." Daeron was waiting for Rhaegar, but he got a surprise instead. He looked the newcomer up and down. "Robert Baratheon. The one and only." Robert's voice boomed. He was hefting a long-handled warhammer. Clad in silver-gray heavy armor with a yellow surcoat embroidered with a stag, and wearing a helmet with massive antlers, he looked like a tank. His entrance immediately drew cheers. Robert Baratheon's reputation as a warrior was a household name in the 7 kingdoms. Daeron frowned. He glanced at the unmoving Rhaegar and said dryly, "You know I didn't pick you, right?" He wanted to fight Rhaegar to delete the false spring. "You, a future cuckold, are rushing in to take the bullet for him? So what? I picked you." Robert laughed heartily, thinking he looked incredibly cool. Daeron smirked. "Fine, you asked for it. Don't regret this." Clang, clang, clang. The herald screamed his lungs out, hyping this up as the duel of the century, forcing every eye in the stands to glue itself to the arena. "Kid, you better watch out now that you're off that dragon." Robert roared and charged, swinging his hammer. Daeron didn't dare underestimate him. He kept his feet moving, his 2 swords spiraling slowly in defense. This wasn't a carpenter's hammer. It was a warhammer, one side a flat block like a seal, the other a sharp beak like a hook. It was designed to smash armor and puncture plate. One hit from that thing and your bones were dust. Robert took a massive step, twisted his waist, and swung the hammer in a horizontal sweep aimed at Durin's ribs. Daeron immediately backpedaled. The same scene played out again and again. Robert attacked. Daeron retreated. After a while, Robert got annoyed. He bellowed, "Kid, do you know anything besides running? Moron." Daeron looked at him with disdain. That one word enraged Robert. He went berserk, spinning the massive warhammer like a whirlwind. The air hissed and roared around the weapon. "Good lord, doesn't he get tired?" Daeron kiked him, backing away. It was the first time he'd met someone who fought with pure, unadulterated DPS output. "Ha ha ha, stop running." Robert laughed wildly, his voice deafening. He looked like a demon god of war. The crowd went wild. Many older lords remembered the Laughing Storm. That was Robert's great-grandfather, Lionel Baratheon. He had fought in the famous Ashford tourney and helped Ser Duncan the Tall in the Trial of Seven. Later, when Prince Duncan the Small broke his betrothal to House Baratheon to marry Jenny of Oldstones, Lionel declared himself the Storm King and rebelled. The rebellion ended quickly. In a one-on-one duel, Ser Duncan the Tall defeated the Laughing Storm. To mend fences, King Aegon V married his youngest daughter, Princess Rhael, to the Baratheon heir. Robert was Princess Rhael's grandson. Clang! The hammer grazed Durin's waist again. Daeron parried the shaft with one sword and slashed at Robert's neck with the obsidian edge. Huh! Robert was shocked. His Iron Tower body jerked backward instantly. He barely dodged the blade, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. That was close. He almost got his throat slit. Whoosh! The crowd gasped. They hadn't expected the tide to turn so fast. Daeron, who had been on the defensive, nearly ended it in one shot. Durin's eyes were cold now. He was locking onto vital points. He stopped breathing. He was engaging the second mode of the life resonance. Phase 1 was imbuing the weapon. Phase 2 was body surge. The principle was simple. Once you achieved resonance, you compressed that active life energy inside your body, stimulating your cells to achieve a full-spectrum stat boost. However, this technique was new and unstable compared to the weapon imbuement. First, the longer you maintained it, the heavier the burden on your body. Second, the resonance relied on the special weapon as a medium. It was unanchored energy. Once compressed internally, the user couldn't breathe, or they would break the frequency and lose the buff. "Let's go." Daeron growled internally and charged with both swords. After the initial panic, Robert adjusted. His eyes went bloodshot, his breathing sounding like a broken bellows. He channeled his superhuman vitality into every inch of his muscles. He didn't know resonance, but he had brute force that defied logic. Rah! Robert roared and swung his strongest hammer blow yet. Daeron didn't back down. Left hand uppercut parry, right hand stab. Clang! The hammer carried unstoppable force. It instantly shattered Durin's standard steel sword. The massive recoil shook Daeron to the bone, splitting the skin between his thumb and finger. The broken sword flew out of his hand. He only survived that exchange thanks to the +8 defense from his crabshell ring and firewalker boots. Otherwise, Robert's full power smash would have turned his arm into jelly. But the fight wasn't over. Durin's eyes blazed. Ignoring the pain in his left arm, he seized the split-second opening as the hammer fell. The obsidian edge, coated in a dark, ominous glow, thrust straight for Robert's throat. He was going for the kill. Accidents happened in tourneys all the time. Robert sensed fatal danger. Veteran instincts kicked in. He kicked Daeron hard in the stomach, using the force to throw his own body backward. In the next instant, the obsidian edge pierced the stag-embroidered surcoat, punched through the heavy plate, and went straight through his shoulder, coming out the back bloody. Robert grunted. He was a tough son of a gun. He grabbed the sharp obsidian blade with his bare hand to prevent Daeron from ripping it sideways for secondary damage. Durin's eyes flickered. He decided to drop the idea of killing him under the guise of the tourney. It wasn't that he missed, the guy was just too experienced. Robert gritted his teeth and slowly pulled the obsidian sword out of his shoulder, panting like an ox. "Kid, you are ruthless." That thrust was aimed at his throat. Ruthless. He liked it. Daeron raised his bleeding left hand and said calmly, "Right back at you." That fight was actually exhilarating. It gave him a lot of new ideas for developing the life resonance technique. The duel ended with Robert conceding. He had a through-and-through wound on his right shoulder. His entire right arm was useless. He needed a maester immediately. Daeron, exhausted, won the match. "Hold it." Suddenly, King Aerys stood up. His expression was ferocious as he shouted at his second son. 86, Cave Leather. If you're enjoying these stories, consider leaving a comment, review, or vote. You can also visit the Patreon at Cave Leather. Hedge Knight Don Quixote. Game of Thrones. It all starts with a Hedge Knight Don Quixote. He's here to massacre White Walkers, crush the Iron Throne, and become a legend. Enter the era of the legendary Knight Don Quixote. Battle Royale. Zack entered a competition titled Ice and Fire Battle Royale. In this match, 100 players were dropped into the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. The rules were simple. To claim victory, they had to either eliminate every player outside their alliance or rack up 10,000 points. Got Stardew Valley. GOT Pirate King. Marvel Inventor. Got True Dragon. Got Farmer King. Got White Wolf. Got Godfather of Westeros. GOT True King. Got Black Dragon Revenge. Got Unleashing the Fourth Scourge. Got Slayer System. Got I Am Aemon Targaryen. Jon Snow Grind System. GOT King Bastard. GOT Iron Throne. 87, Chapter 86, The False Spring. Daeron stopped. Everyone's gaze shifted, looking at the king in confusion. They didn't know how the prince had offended his grace to trigger such an outburst. Tywin frowned, wondering to himself, what madness is this now? But no one expected what happened next. Aerys, whose face had been dark with rage, suddenly brightened as if the clouds had parted. He laughed loudly. Well fought. You defeated 2 Kingsguard and the renowned Lord Baratheon. I must reward you properly. Durin's eye twitched slightly. Aerys continued, speaking to himself yet loud enough for all to hear. Do you remember Demon Blackfire? He entered a tourney at the age of 12, defeated several challengers, and was knighted by Aegon IV with the sword Blackfire. It was a poor comparison, and the implication was even worse. Aerys reached out a hand and shouted, Boy, kneel before your king. I am going to knight you. The lords looked at each other, the same thought sprouting in everyone's mind simultaneously. Daeron Targaryen Demon Blackfire? Was the king knighting young Prince Daeron out of genuine appreciation, or was he planning to prop him up to replace Crown Prince Rhaegar? Your grace, be careful with the blade. The White Bull, Ser Gerald Hightower, offered his sword. Aerys's mood flipped instantly. He snapped, I was once a warrior. I don't need you to tell me how to hold a sword. Leaning on the longsword like a cane, Aerys walked down the steps with his gaunt, wiry frame. On the tourney grounds, Daeron knelt on one knee, awaiting the knighting. He had entered the tourney not just to dampen Rhaegar's momentum, but also to seek this very title. A knight's rank was lower than a lord's, but the title of knight was the best calling card he could have. It represented martial prowess and trustworthiness, qualities that drew men to follow. Aerys walked up to his second son. He was incredibly pleased with the boy kneeling before him. He laid the flat of the blade on Durin's left shoulder and proclaimed loudly, From this day forth, you are a knight. Remember to obey your king. The ceremony went smoothly. When Daeron stood up, his gaze turned sharp, revealing an aura that seemed to tower over others. Aerys was startled by the intensity of that look and unconsciously took a half step back. Scree! Caraxes, sensing his rider's emotions, stretched his snake-like neck and let out a long, piercing shriek. Daeron spoke, Father, let me help you back. Aerys, still a bit dazed, allowed his second son to take his arm and support him back up the high platform in full view of the crowd. Clap, clap, clap. A young hero, a loving father, and a filial son. The nobles watched the scene, and thunderous applause erupted across the arena. Lord Tito's Blackwood and Lord Went, in particular, clapped until their hands were red, shouting repeatedly, Daeron Targaryen, the greatest dragon rider of the 7 kingdoms. The chant caught on, spreading like a wave. Everyone realized one thing, Daeron was a dragon rider in the sky, but even on the ground, he was one of the realm's deadliest warriors. In Westeros, where martial valor was worshipped, he had just become the dream lover of every maiden in attendance. Daeron bandaged his wounds and ate a piece of Gold Star cheese. In Stardew Valley, Gold Star cheese and Gold Star pineapples were known as the mining twins. They were the absolute best foods for healing and recovering energy. Daeron took out another piece of Gold Star cheese and instructed Davos to take it to Robert. Prince. Davos was confused. Daeron waved his hand. Give it to him. Even if Robert was the man who destroyed House Targaryen in the original timeline, the War of the Usurper hadn't happened yet. There was no blood feud between them right now. In the fight just now, Robert's final stand had impressed him. He's a man's man. Davos nodded, took the Gold Star cheese, and walked toward the seating area of the Stab Alliance. For me. Robert was stunned. He looked at the cheese, then at Davos, hardly believing it. He was pretty sure that Targaryen kid had been trying to kill him in the arena just moments ago. Davos, ever the smooth talker, said, My lord, your bravery is unmatched. The prince admires you greatly and does not wish to see you suffer from your wounds. The surrounding lords had different expressions, mostly deep suspicion. Well said. Hand it over, then. Robert laughed boisterously, snatched the cheese, and shoved it into his mouth without a second thought. Robert. Elbertorin was shocked. He tried to stop him, but it was too late. Even Ned frowned, worried the food might be tampered with. Burp. Robert let out a massive belch, waved his hand, and said calmly, I'm fine. Why would the prince harm me? Seeing that he really was okay, everyone let out a breath of relief. Davos smiled. This specific high-quality produce is extremely rare. The prince doesn't have much of it himself. Robert felt his shoulder. He's right. I can feel a surge of vitality speeding up the healing. I will take my leave, then. Davos observed Robert closely. Seeing the man's reckless heroism, he suddenly understood why the prince had sent the cheese. The 7 kingdoms had no shortage of fierce warriors or clever politicians, but men like Robert were one of a kind. After Davos left, Ned leaned in, draped an arm around Robert's shoulder making the latter wince in pain and asked with a smile, So, how does the royal family's special food taste? He was joking, but his concern was evident. Robert pushed him off and sighed with feeling. Daeron Targaryen is a true dragon, unlike that Martell viper. What kind of man poisons his weapon in a duel? He didn't know why Daeron had shown killing intent earlier. But he knew one thing, a man who could ride a dragon was no coward who used underhanded tricks. Did he figure out what you guys were discussing? Lyanna, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly popped the question. The group fell into silence. The next day, another interesting event occurred at the tourney. A mystery knight bearing a shield painted with a weirwood tree entered the lists and defeated 3 knights in a row during the joust. According to the rules of the tourney, the loser forfeited their horse and armor to the winner. When the 3 defeated knights asked to ransom their gear, the mystery knight named the price. Teach your squire's honor. That is all the ransom I require. It turned out these 3 knights were the masters of the 3 squires who had bullied Howland Reed the previous evening. The mystery knight had displayed noble chivalry, which immediately excited the small folk. They affectionately named him the Knight of the Laughing Tree. This was because the weirwood on his shield bore a carved smiling face. However, this act enraged the king. For some reason, Aerys loathed the silly drawing on that shield, believing it was mocking him. He even suspected it was a lackey sent by his eldest son, Rhaegar, specifically to humiliate him. Aerys ordered his own knights to challenge the Knight of the Laughing Tree the next day and unmask him. Robert was the first to volunteer, eager to win the joust for the king. But by twilight, the Knight of the Laughing Tree had vanished. Aerys was furious. He sent Crown Prince Rhaegar to hunt down the mystery knight and bring him back. His intentions were malicious. If Rhaegar caught the knight, Aerys would unmask him and find out who was provoking him. If Rhaegar failed to bring the person back, it would prove the Knight of the Laughing Tree was indeed the prince's lackey. But only a few people knew the true identity of the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Evening. Daeron was sitting in the courtyard feeding his dragon when a dragon keeper reported that someone wanted to see him. "Prince, please help me." Howland Reed looked anxious, like a headless fly crashing into walls. Daeron didn't play coy. "What kind of trouble are you in?" "It's Lady Lyanna." Howland trusted the prince who had helped him upon their first meeting, so he explained everything in detail. It turned out Lyanna had discovered the masters of the 3 squires who bullied him. She had disguised herself as the mystery knight, defeated them, and sought justice for her father's bannermen. She hadn't expected to enrage the king or be hunted by Crown Prince Rhaegar. Howland said frantically, Lady Lyanna didn't have time to return to camp to remove her armor. She fled toward the God's Eye. "I beg you, please help her. Don't let the king punish her." If Daeron was the first person to help him, Lyanna was the first person to make him feel warmth. In this massive Harrenhal, he only trusted these 2 people. "If my father sees Lyanna, I can't guarantee I can save her," Daeron said helplessly. Howland's face crumbled, despair washing over him. But Durin's tone shifted as he smiled. "However, I can stop Rhaegar from catching her, giving her a chance to clear her suspicion." "That would be wonderful." Howland was overjoyed. After sending Howland away, Durin's smile faded. He whispered, "So it begins." The prelude to the fall spring was the meeting between Rhaegar and Lyanna in the wild. Scree! Caraxes slowly rose, lowering his chest to the ground, signaling his rider to mount. He shared Durin's emotions. The sun was setting in the west. Harrenhal was brightly lit, hosting a grand feast. A streak of red tore through the sky like an arrow, rushing toward the northern shore of the God's Eye. The northern woods. Rhaegar rode his snow-white unicorn, trampling through thorns and bushes, chasing that inexplicably familiar figure. He was full of curiosity about the Knight of the Laughing Tree who had caused him to take the blame unjustly. Boom! Caraxes flew overhead, his massive wings beating furiously as he landed directly in front of the rider. The unicorn was spooked and nearly threw Rhaegar off. "Daeron, why are you blocking me?" Rhaegar steadied his mount and saw his younger brother walk out of the woods. Daeron didn't approach. Instead, he casually tossed an object to him. Thud! Rhaegar caught it. Looking closely, it was a strangely shaped ring. The ring was made of dark iron, and the top was adorned with enchanted purple fluff shaped like a bat. It didn't look like ordinary jewelry. Immunity band. The top of the ring is made from enchanted purple plush. Effect, immunity +4. Daeron kept his face expressionless and said flatly, "Wear this ring. I hope the decisions you make next are the result of careful deliberation, not irrational impulse." "What is special about this ring?" Rhaegar didn't waste words. He guessed the ring was similar to the special weapons. Daeron glanced at him, turned around, disappeared into the forest, and flew off on Caraxes. Humph. Everyone speaks in riddles these days. Rhaegar stood there, looking hesitant. After a moment's thought, he slipped the immunity band onto his right index finger. In an instant, a coolness washed over his mind. A sense of comfort surged from his spine, relieving the stress and fatigue that had built up over the last 6 months. His mind sharpened, his thoughts cleared. Rhaegar was surprised. Such a significant effect. Thinking of the large quantities of special crops, the hatched dragons, the special weapons, and now this ring that Daeron had produced, he couldn't help but wonder if his brother had discovered some ancient legacy. Perhaps, something like the lost art of Valyrian enchantment. 88 Omake, the Great Gold Star Pumpkin Catastrophe. Dragonspeak Farm, 2 weeks after the tourney at Harrenhal. 6 a.m. Perfect weather. 0 nobles in sight. Daeron stood in the middle of his prize patch wearing a simple linen tunic and straw hat, hands on hips, admiring rows of gold star pumpkins the size of small ponies. Each one pulsed with a soft golden glow. The Stardew Valley panel chimed happily in his mind. Gold Star Pumpkin, perfect quality, 142. Shipping value, 1,250 gold each. Current total wealth, enough to buy the stepstones twice and still have change for snacks. Beautiful, he whispered. Absolutely beautiful. Caraxes, sprawled across 3 acres like a lazy red garden hose, lifted one eyelid and snorted. A small puff of smoke curled around a pumpkin, giving it an artistic char mark. Caraxes. No, we talked about this. You are not a grill. The dragon gave a sheepish scree and rolled over, crushing exactly 17 cauliflowers. Sir John Connington marched up in full armor, sweating. My prince, the western sector is under attack by weeds. I have formed a defensive line with the goats. Barristan Selmy appeared on the other side, sword drawn. The eastern sprinklers are malfunctioning, my prince. They are dancing. Sure enough, the 28 quality sprinklers were spinning in perfect synchronization, flinging water in heart shapes. A tiny green Janimo popped out from behind one, waved, and vanished with a pop. Daeron sighed the sigh of a man who had slain 2 Kingsguard, survived Robert Baratheon's warhammer, and still couldn't have one peaceful harvest day. Janimos, I love you, but please stop flirting with the irrigation system. A wheelhouse thundered up the path. Gold and crimson banners. Lannister lions everywhere. Cersei Lannister stepped out wearing what she clearly believed was peasant chic, a velvet gown with a single straw tucked behind her ear and a golden sickle that had definitely never seen dirt. My prince. She called, voice sweet as poisoned honey. I have come to learn the noble art of farming. Together we shall grow us. Jaime trailed behind her, looking like he'd rather be back in the Kingswood fighting bandits. She made me come. Said it was romantic. Daeron pinched the bridge of his nose. Cersei, this is a working farm, not a courtship arena. Exactly. She grabbed a perfectly ripe silver star pumpkin. Watch me harvest like a true small folk. She swung the golden sickle with all the grace of a cat trying to operate a crossbow. The blade bounced off the pumpkin's tough rind, ricocheted, and sliced off half her own sleeve. 7 hells. She yelped. The pumpkin, offended, rolled downhill and bowled straight into the deluxe barn. Goats scattered. One particularly brave goat headbutted it back uphill like a game of pumpkin bowling. Caraxes perked up. Food? No. Daeron shouted. Bad dragon. That one's for export. Too late. Caraxes exhaled a gentle puff of flame, and the pumpkin became a perfectly roasted, caramelized masterpiece. Cersei clapped. See, teamwork. A second wheelhouse arrived. This one had antlers on the roof. Robert Baratheon leaped out, still bandaged from the tourney, holding an empty plate. Where's the magic cheese that fixed my shoulder? I'll fight the dragon for it if I have to. Behind him, Ned Stark facepalmed so hard it echoed. Then the sky cracked. Literally. A green portal opened and King Aerys II tumbled out, covered in soot, clutching a half-eaten turnip. Boy! He roared at Daeron. I have discovered the secret of the turnip throne. Knight me this vegetable at once. Daeron stared at the assembled chaos, Cersei trying to milk a goat with her bare hands, the goat was winning, Jaime desperately trying to stop her while getting kicked in the shins, Robert wrestling Caraxes for the roasted pumpkin, Aerys attempting to knight a turnip on one knee, and the Janimos now openly throwing tomatoes at everyone for fun. He looked up at the clear blue sky and whispered, I just wanted to farm in peace. The panel helpfully chimed. Achievement unlocked, Bobel nuisance level, maximum. Reward, 1, very tired sigh. Barristan lowered his sword. My prince, shall I form a defensive perimeter around the cheese press? Daeron watched Cersei finally succeed in milking the goat directly into her own cleavage. He exhaled. Ser Barristan, burn the entire patch. We'll start over tomorrow. In Dorne, they have fewer royals. Caraxes gave a happy little chirp and obligingly set the entire pumpkin patch on fire. The resulting explosion of golden sparks and pumpkin pie-scented smoke could be seen from King's Landing. Back at the Red Keep, Rhaegar looked up from his harp, frowning. Ice and fire, or is that roasted pumpkin? Somewhere in the distance, a lone Janimo laughed in 6-part harmony. Hi guys, it's Fanfic Novel here. If you want to listen to all parts of this audiobooks, join our paid service. For $5 per month you get access to all parts and to plus 100 novels with audiobooks. Also you can request weekly your favorite novels. What are you waiting for? Contact me now at Telegram or Discord. 89, Omake 1-3. Dragonspeak Farm, 5:30 a.m. Daeron was peacefully watering the ancient fruit vines when a golden wheelhouse crashed through the hedge like a runaway bull. Cersei burst out in a farm girl costume she'd clearly designed herself, crimson silk overalls, golden tiara, and a pitchfork that was actually a Lannister spear with the tip filed down. My prince, she announced, striking a pose. Today I shall master your peasant arts and prove I am the only woman worthy of ruling at your side. Starting with milking. She marched straight to the deluxe barn, hips swaying like she was entering a throne room. The 2 goats took one look at her and bolted behind the sheep. Cersei grabbed a bucket and a stool with the confidence of someone who had never touched livestock in her life. Come here, you filthy little beast. I am Cersei Lannister. You will give me milk or I will have your hide for a cloak. The goat, named Buttercup, level 8 happiness, headbutted her directly into a pile of fresh manure. From the farmhouse porch, Jaime watched with his face in his hands. I told her this was a bad idea. Daeron sighed and kept watering. She'll learn. 10 minutes later Cersei emerged victorious, covered in straw and something that definitely wasn't milk, holding half a bucket of greenish liquid. I did it, she declared. Special goat milk for your special cheese, my prince. She proudly poured it into the cheese press. The panel chimed. You have received poisonous slime cheese, quality, horrifying. Effect, anyone who eats this will speak only in High Valyrian for 24 hours. Caraxes sniffed the wheel, sneezed, and accidentally set the entire cheese press on fire. Cersei stared at the flaming disaster, then at Daeron's completely straight face. This is how you make dragon cheese, right? Daeron finally cracked a smile. Sure, let's go with that. I'll make 2, the Great Pumpkin Pie War. Noon. Harvest Festival, Daeron's private one, because he refused to invite the court. Cersei had spent 3 days helping in the kitchen. Translation, she'd ordered the Red Keep's entire staff to bake pies using only gold star pumpkins she personally selected, by pointing dramatically and saying that one looks regal enough. She presented her masterpiece to Daeron on a golden platter, a pie so perfect it glowed. My prince, I baked this with my own 2 hands. Behind her, Jaime mouthed she watched the cook do it and threatened his family. Daeron took 1 bite. His eyes widened. The panel exploded. Legendary pumpkin pie, perfection. Plus 50 energy, plus love points with all farm animals, plus permanent +1 farming skill. Caraxes immediately stole the entire pie in 1 gulp, plate and all. Cersei's face went from triumphant to murderous in half a second. That oversized lizard just ate my declaration of love. She grabbed a pitchfork, real one this time, and charged the dragon. Caraxes, thinking it was a game, happily chased her around the farm while she screamed creative threats about turning dragon hide into boots. Daeron watched from the porch, eating a normal apple. 10 gold dragons says she lasts 5 minutes before she trips into the pond. Sir John Connington, now wearing a straw hat, took the bet. 15. She's wearing heels. She lasted 4 minutes and 37 seconds. The splash was magnificent. I'll make 3, Cersei tries courting with crops. Evening. Daeron was finally alone, harvesting starfruit under moonlight. A soft voice behind him, my prince. Cersei stepped out of the shadows holding a single perfect gold star daffodil she had clearly stolen from his own flower garden. I read in a book that flowers are the language of love in the East, so I picked this for you. With my own hands. She had dirt under every fingernail and a leaf stuck in her perfect golden curls. Daeron accepted the flower. Thank you, Cersei. It's lovely. Her eyes lit up like wildfire. She stepped closer. Now that we've exchanged gifts, the next step is. A tiny green Janimo popped out of the soil between them, holding a bundle of ancient seeds, and offered them to Daeron with a happy bloop. Cersei stared at the little creature. The Janimo stared back. Cersei narrowed her eyes. Is that a spy? The Janimo, sensing danger, immediately threw a tomato at her face and vanished in a puff of sparkles. Cersei stood there, tomato pulp dripping down her cheek, looking more offended than when Robert had called her the lioness with the loud roar. Daeron couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed so hard he dropped his hoe. Cersei wiped her face with the back of her hand, then pointed at him. You will pay for this humiliation, Daeron Targaryen. I will learn to speak Janimo and turn them all into my personal army. She stormed off, muttering, first the goats, now the vegetables have minions. Daeron wiped tears from his eyes and looked at the sky. I just wanted to farm in peace. The panel chimed 1 last time. Cersei Lannister's affection, she is now plotting to kidnap your Janimos. New quest, survive the Lannister farming invasion, reward, 1 very large dragon-proof fence. Bonus scene, because Cersei never quits. Later that night, Cersei dragged Jaime to the edge of the farm with a sack. What are we doing? Jaime hissed. Stealing one of those green things. If I can train it, Daeron will have no choice but to marry me. A single red eye opened in the darkness. Caraxes loomed over them like a very judgmental garden snake. Cersei froze. Caraxes gently, almost politely, picked her up by the back of her dress and dropped her outside the fence. Then he sat on the sack. Jaime saluted the dragon. Good lad. Cersei's muffled scream of frustration could be heard all the way to King's Landing. Daeron, tucked in bed with a gold star cheese sandwich, smiled in his sleep. Farming was hard. But watching Cersei try was the best entertainment in the 7 kingdoms. 90, Chapter 87, Asherah and the Sweet Pea. Back at Harrenhal, Daeron took off his jacket, which reeked of dragon musk, and headed to the Kingspire Tower for the feast. In his previous life, many conspiracy theories regarding Rhaegar and his father's erratic behavior pointed toward the three-eyed raven. He had seen the three-eyed raven himself. The immunity band was a drop from the monsters in the mines. It offered a single stat boost, +4 immunity. It was a decent piece of gear. Originally, he had intended to give it to his father to alleviate his madness. But in the end, he decided to give it to Rhaegar first. Daeron pondered, if mental immunity is increased, can it resist the influence of the three-eyed raven? Challenging Rhaegar in the lists and gifting him the immunity band wasn't just about stopping the false spring. He was using the limited time he had to observe the extent of the three-eyed raven's influence, whether it was Rhaegar or Robert. In the face of a dragon's overwhelming power, they were no match for him. Even the White Walkers, who would arrive more than a decade later, would have to kneel before a fully grown dragon. The only real threat was the three-eyed raven. It had guided Daeron, yet it had also harmed Aerys and Rhaegar. Such confusing, contradictory actions required him to be on guard. The Hall of 100 Hearths. Tables were laden with delicious delicacies, and the fires in the 100 hearths blazed brightly. Accompanied by the cheerful tunes of the musicians, the great hall was filled with a warm, ambiguous atmosphere. "Prince, would you care for a dance?" Cersei popped out from somewhere, dressed in a magnificent gown, placing her hand on Daeron's shoulder. She had finally caught the prince alone. Tonight, she wanted a taste of the dragon. Daeron looked around. Hundreds of nobles were dancing to the music, laughter filling the air. "What's wrong? Do you already have a partner?" Cersei's eyes suddenly turned dangerous, vowing to destroy any competition. Daeron played her like a fiddle. He took her soft, white hand and whispered in her ear, "Have you noticed that Lady Lyanna of Winterfell is missing?" "What does that matter?" Cersei was stunned. At first, she didn't understand, but then her guard went up against Lyanna. "A northern girl thinks she can compete with me?" Daeron said mischievously. The Knight of the Laughing Tree disappeared, and now Lady Lyanna has disappeared too. He was intentionally stirring the pot. Rhaegar had gone to chase Lyanna. This was where their first spark of romance would ignite, paving the way for their future elopement. But why should the blame for their elopement fall on everyone else? In the original story, his father Aerys was certainly a monster for brutally murdering the Stark father and son who came to King's Landing for justice. But why did the Starks dare to come in the first place? Did the Stark family really not know whether Lyanna had eloped or been kidnapped? Instead of trying to resolve the issue diplomatically, they dumped the blame entirely on House Targaryen. It was hard to sympathize with them completely. Cersei's eyes lit up. "Are you saying Lyanna disguised herself as the Knight of the Laughing Tree?" "Who knows?" Daeron didn't draw a conclusion. He simply said, "You could tell Lord Tywin and see how he handles it." "I'll go right now." Cersei was instantly energized. Lifting her skirts, she rushed out of the hall. Exposing that northern girl would feel so good. And the fact that the prince gave her this instruction showed he trusted her. Daeron watched Cersei weave through the crowd and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, people have the most energy when they're doing something bad. Having Cersei tell her teacher, Tywin, whatever Tywin did, it wouldn't affect the next step. At most, Lyanna would be exposed and scolded by her father. Her father wasn't crazy enough to kill his own daughter. But if the truth came out, the secret of Rhaegar and Lyanna being together would be exposed, planting a landmine for their future elopement. Everyone would know they weren't innocent. Let's see how Robert pretends to be the pure-hearted lover then, and how he raises a rebellion with his brother Ned. If I split the stag and the wolf, dealing with the eagle and the fish will be simple. Daeron calculated silently. After eating for a while and filling his stomach, Howland Reed approached him again. Daeron used vague but reassuring language to make it clear that Lyanna would be safe. "Thank you so much, Prince." Howland was both excited and moved. He couldn't believe a Crannogman like him could receive help from the Dragon Prince time and time again. Daeron smiled gently. "Maintaining the peace of the Seven Kingdoms is my duty." He also made a request. If Howland really wanted to thank him, he should tell him about the neck. Howland patted his chest and guaranteed, "Rest assured, no one knows the neck better than I do." In just a few minutes, he shared a lot of solid information. For example, the annual tides of the neck, how the Crannogman lived on the water, and the unavoidable paths Northmen took to get south. As they chatted, they became more familiar. Howland suddenly fell silent, looking at Daeron nervously, wanting to say something but daring not to. "Speak." Daeron encouraged him. Thud. Howland knelt down, his voice trembling. "Prince, I have lived in the neck since I was born. It is barren but peaceful. I have no dissatisfaction with my past life. In fact, I was very happy. But..." Daeron guessed the next word. Howland was a bit embarrassed. "But, I have always had a dream to leave the neck and make a name for myself in the outside world. I heard that an elderly Kingsguard has passed away, and the Hand of the King is selecting candidates for the Kingsguard." Hearing this, Daeron frowned slightly. Howland obviously didn't meet the requirements for the Kingsguard. No, I don't have such grand ambitions." Howland hurriedly explained, "I hope that, just as you select Kingsguard, you might take me as a subordinate. I could be a dragon keeper, or a squire." It was too hard for a Crannogman to make it on their own outside. Without Durin's help, he would probably just have to return to the neck with the Starks after the tourney, tail between his legs. But if he could follow Prince Daeron, even if he was just a squire leading horses or cleaning up dragon dung, he could leave his name in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Daeron smiled generously. "No problem." It just so happened that he valued Howland. Leaving aside the potential connection between Howland and the Children of the Forest, the fact that House Reed controlled the neck was reason enough to recruit him. "Prince, Howland Reed is at your service." Howland was overjoyed, clumsily mimicking the bowing posture of the Southerners. Daeron pulled him up and gave him direction. "Don't bother with these formalities. You are a lord, you can't be a squire. From now on, follow Davos. Learn the ways of dealing with people from him. The Onion Knight was a jack of all trades, except for actual combat. Howland agreed immediately. During their conversation, Barristan found them. Didn't find a beauty to dance with. Daeron teased. Barristan patted the sword at his waist and said solemnly, "You gave me such an extraordinary weapon. How could I slack off and not study it diligently?" The Kingsguard held no lands, took no wives, and fathered no children. At his age, pursuing a higher level of vitality was his greatest dream. A light bulb went off in Durin's head. "Sire, let me tell you a secret." He concocted a magnificent story about the origin of Neptune's great sword. The starting point was set in old Valyria. Neptune's great sword was an heirloom of the sea. Legend had it that mermaids forged it, and it later fell into the hands of ancient dragonlords. After the doom, the sword was lost and drifted across the eastern continent. Finally, Daeron found it. Barristan made a face like an old man trying to read a smartphone, skeptical. "Prince, is what you say true?" "I love telling the truth." Daeron didn't answer directly, continuing his bluff. "If anyone asks about the sword's origin, answer truthfully like that to avoid trouble." Barristan was half convinced but didn't pry further. As a top-tier knight, he knew best how powerful Neptune's great sword was. Perhaps its sharpness and material couldn't compare to the greatsword Dawn or Valyrian steel weapons, but its quality was certainly not low, and it possessed an indestructible property. If he weren't a Kingsguard, he could have easily made it an ancestral sword for his house. Daeron suppressed a smile. He did this to attract more attention. Valyrian steel weapons were scarce, but the special weapons dropped in the mines could be farmed repeatedly. People would come begging to him for a special weapon. This was also a way of building his image. Dragons and special weapons saw a perfect match. Barristan didn't understand the twists and turns. He spoke of business. "I tried to learn the amplification you mentioned. I've grasped some clues and have some insights into the further development of vitality." It was funny to say. He had mastered vitality for over a decade but failed to discover the life frequency. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Daeron had eaten a stardrop, which rapidly increased his vitality and instantly surged his energy, leading to the accidental discovery of the advanced usage of vitality. Barristan and Ser Arthur had exceptional talent and deep reserves of vitality, and the latter even possessed the greatsword Dawn. But their vitality was like a stagnant pool. Without Durin's discovery and guidance, they naturally wouldn't have figured out the advanced usage. Daeron said, "Life frequency is the foundation. Attachment and amplification are preliminary applications, but these are shallow. There should be a way to use it stably later on." Vitality was gunpowder. Life frequency was using gunpowder to make bullets. Attachment and amplification were firing the bullets. But this method carried the risk of misfires or barrel explosions. It needed further adjustment. Barristan thought for a while and suggested, "To develop the path of vitality, you should invite Ser Arthur Dane. His talent is so high that he will certainly speed up the process." "How do I invite him?" Daeron spread his hands, expressing helplessness. Who didn't crave the sword of the morning? Arthur Dane. But he was Rhaegar's man. This. Barristan was momentarily speechless, unable to think of a good way. At the same time, a beautiful figure in a blue-purple dress stood in the center of the dance floor, dancing gracefully to the music. Barristan glanced over and couldn't look away. "What is it?" Daeron was curious and followed his gaze. Ashera Dane. Daeron recognized her. She was Ser Arthur's sister. Daeron adjusted his sitting posture to watch the dance. He wanted to see what kind of skills a woman who could captivate Barristan possessed. Ashera's waist swayed like a willow in spring. Her eyes held a tenderness that rippled with every glance. Every sway of her step was like the evening breeze brushing over the god's eye, stirring waves in the heart. Gradually, people were mesmerized. Daeron admitted, "Purple really has a certain charm." The dance slowed, and Ashera curtsied. Barristan's eyes were glazed over as he muttered, "So beautiful." Even he was captivated, involuntarily falling into those purple eyes. "Bravo!" Another voice rang out. It was Eddard Stark in the crowd. He looked excited. Gazing at Ashera's beautiful face, his mouth went dry, feeling that he had found love. "My lady, may I have this dance?" Ned was young and thin-skinned, issuing the invitation somewhat shyly. Ashera looked a bit tired. Seeing this young Stark, she intended to refuse. Ned hurriedly added, "I admire your brother, Ser Arthur Dane, very much. Seeing him wield the greatsword, Dawn, in the arena, I dream of becoming a legend like him." The honest, quiet wolf had learned to seize the opportunity when facing the woman he liked. Ashera hesitated slightly, her purple eyes involuntarily glancing toward a certain corner. A silver-haired, purple-eyed youth was looking her way. Daeron was stunned. One of the three great illusions of life. Does she like me? I apologize, I already have a partner. Ashera politely refused Ned, lowered her head slightly, and walked toward Durin's position. Daeron stood up. Barristan straightened his back and whispered a reminder, "Prince, she's coming over." "Why are you excited that she's coming over?" Daeron was surprised. "You thick-browed, big-eyed Barristan. For a Kingsguard of your age, to have a crush on your sworn brother's sister. Prince, may I have a dance with you?" Ashera walked up to him and extended her fair hand. Daeron smiled calmly. "Of course." Hand in hand, they slowly walked to the center of the dance floor. It had to be said, Asherah was beautiful. She wore a long blue-purple dress. Her jet-black hair hung before her. Her cool, elegant face needed no makeup, a faint blush on her nose, her bare shoulders white as cold jade. Even her voice was exceptionally pleasant, a rich honey color, with the unique magnetism of a mature woman. When she spoke, it was like a feather gently brushing across the heart. Asherah spoke softly, "Actually, I have always wanted to invite you to dance, Prince. I am better at painting and farming than music and dancing." Daeron gave a non-sequitur response. She was Elia's companion. If she really had feelings for him, it might not necessarily be a good thing. However, Asherah didn't make any moves. She just gazed at him quietly, her purple eyes peaceful with a hint of relief, as if she could speak with her eyes alone. Dornish women were mostly passionate and uninhibited. House Dane had strict upbringing before marriage, female members kept to their duties. But in the environment of Dorne, the character of daring to love and hate was engraved in their bones. She hid a throb in her heart, restraining it with extreme reason. To dance one dance was already a blessing from the seven. This scene was heartbreaking in the eyes of bystanders. Ned stared blankly, watching the woman he admired look at someone else with affection, and a highborn Targaryen at that. He looked like he had lost his soul. Barristan looked envious. His large hand rubbed the stubble on his chin, turning into a deep sigh. He was past the age to fascinate girls. The dance ended. Asherah's eyes dimmed as she asked, "Prince, is there anything I can do for you?" She was reluctant to part. "Daeron, I want to see Ser Arthur. Can you help? My brother sticks to his oaths. He has a stubborn character." Asherah shook her head, indirectly warning him not to think about recruiting her brother. "You misunderstand." Daeron said softly, "I am exploring the path of vitality. Ser Arthur can help. Then I can help you think of a way." "Thank you." Daeron felt a fondness for this purple-eyed girl. His left hand rested on her slender waist, and his right hand gently pinched a corner of her skirt. Asherah was confused. Her skirt rose slightly, revealing her fair calf. Daeron gave a gentle shake, the skirt fell back down, and a purple flower appeared out of thin air. A sweet pea. Asherah recognized the flower, and a smile appeared on her face. Daeron presented the gold star sweet pea and praised, "Purple suits you, Asherah." Every farmer in Stardew Valley knew. If you want to raise a girl's affection, you have to give her gifts. 91 Omake Durin's 100 days from boy to farmhand. 91 Omake Durin's 100 days from boy to farmhand. The sun hung low over Eldon Farm like a ripe peach, turning the wheat fields into a sea of gold. Daeron leaned on his hoe at the edge of the biggest patch he'd ever cleared, sweat dripping down his neck, boots caked in good honest dirt. His once soft hands were now rough and strong. A tiny, proud smile tugged at his lips. 100 days, he muttered, wiping his forehead. 100 damn days since I woke up in that haystack thinking it was all a bad dream. Flashback hits. Day 1 he'd screamed at the rooster like it was a monster. Day 3 Bessie the cow kicked him so hard he flew into the water trough. Harlan laughed so much he almost choked on his pipe. Day 15 First successful row of carrots, then the skyrats, pigeons, stole half before sunrise. Daeron chased them waving his hoe like a madman. Day 40 he finally milked Bessie without getting kicked. Lila clapped. Bessie still looked offended. Day 70 that stubborn goat head-butted him into the mud every single morning until Daeron started saving the best apple cores for him. Now the goat follows him like a puppy. Day 95 the moon beats he secretly fed a little manna to gloat softly at night. Harlan just grunted, "Cheater, but I ain't complaining about the size." Daeron. Supper. Old man Harlan's gravelly voice cut through the evening air. Daeron jogged back to the farmhouse. Harlan and his granddaughter Lila waited on the porch with a surprise, a slightly lopsided apple pie, a jug of fresh honeyed milk, and 3 candles stuck in a big golden loaf of bread shaped like the number 100. Lila grinned, flour still on her cheek. "We heard you counting yesterday. Figured you deserved a proper party." Harlan clapped him on the back hard enough to make him stumble. "Boy, when you first showed up all soft and confused, I gave you 3 days tops. Look at you now, fields are the best they've been in 20 years, chickens actually lay eggs instead of plotting against us, and even Baron Snort the pig lets you scratch his belly." Daeron laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Still got kicked by Bessie this morning, though." "Progress," Lila teased, handing him the biggest slice of pie. They sat on the creaky porch steps as the stars came out. Daeron took a bite, warm, sweet, perfect. For the first time in 100 days he didn't miss the noise of the city, the deadlines, the endless screens. Here the only deadline was sunrise, and the only notification was the rooster, who he'd secretly named Sir Cluxalot. Harlan raised his mug. "To the next 100 days, farm boy." Daeron clinked his cup against theirs, eyes shining. "To the farm. And to not giving up even when the goat wins." In the distance, one of his moonbeats popped open with a soft poof, releasing tiny sparkling lights that floated over the fields like fireflies. Daeron smiled wider than ever. 100 days down and the land still had a lot left to teach him. As the tiny sparkling lights from the moonbeats floated gently over the fields like distant stars, a familiar sound broke the peaceful night. The stubborn white goat trotted up the porch steps and head-butted Durin's leg affectionately. Daeron chuckled and scratched its head. "Even you showed up for the party, huh?" Thought you only loved me when I've got apple cores. Harlan leaned back in his creaky wooden chair, pipe smoke curling lazily into the cool evening air. He took a slow sip of honeyed milk, then said in a deep, mock-dramatic voice that somehow fit the old farmer perfectly, "Winter is coming, boy." Daeron blinked, then burst out laughing so hard he nearly dropped his pie. "Did you just? Where did that come from?" The old man's eyes twinkled with rare mischief behind his bushy brows. And the farm remembers." He tapped the porch rail with his pipe. "100 days you've lasted out here, Daeron. Most city boys would have run screaming back to their soft beds and glowing boxes by day 10. But you've earned your place. Fields are greener, Bessie's milk is sweeter, and even Baron Snort the pig doesn't try to eat your boots anymore." Lila covered her mouth, shoulders shaking with giggles. "Grandpa only pulls out the winter line when he really likes someone. Last time was when the old well didn't freeze over." Harlan raised his mug high, voice warm and steady. "To Daeron, the only man who can make Bessie behave, survive the goat's daily charges, and still smile at sunrise. May your next 100 days be long and may you never know nothing." Daeron grinned wider than the harvest moon, clinking his cup against theirs with a solid clink. "Valor de Harris, old man. I'm here to serve the farm." The three of them laughed together under the starlit sky as the magical beetlights danced around them like tiny silver dragons. In the distance, the white goat gave one last happy meh, before curling up at Durin's feet. 100 days down and the farm still had winters, summers, and plenty of secrets left to share. The porch party had wound down into that perfect, sleepy kind of quiet. Crumbs of apple pie dusted the steps, the honeyed milk jug was empty, and the white goat, now officially named Ser Headbutt, snored happily against Durin's boot. Tiny sparkling lights from the moonbeats drifted overhead like friendly little stars. Harlan puffed his pipe once, eyes soft in the lantern glow. 100 days, boy. You made this old farm proud. Winter is coming, but you'll face it just fine." Daeron grinned, clinking his empty mug against the old man's one last time. "Valor de Harris, Uncle Harlan. I serve the land now." Lila leaned her head on his shoulder, flowers still streaked across her cheek. "Don't you dare leave us, city-turned-farm boy." He didn't answer, because deep down, he already knew. Later, when the house was dark and everyone slept, Daeron slipped outside alone. The fields glowed softly, his moon beats, his stubborn carrots, his hard-won wheat. He walked to the center of the biggest patch, breathing in the rich, living scent of soil that had become home. Then it happened. A blazing red comet tore across the night sky, painting everything crimson for one long, beautiful second. Every moonbeat flared bright at once. Vital energy surged so thick the air hummed. Daeron felt it in his chest, warm, gentle, final. He smiled, no fear at all. The whole farm came to see him off. Harlan and Lila stumbled out in nightshirts. Bessie lowed softly from the barn. Baron Snort waddled over. Sir Cluxalot strutted like he was leading a parade. And Ser Headbutt headbutted his leg one last affectionate time. Daeron knelt, hugging each of them tight. "Thank you," he whispered, voice cracking just a little. "You crazy, wonderful bunch. I came here lost and soft. You turned me into someone who can grow anything, even hope. The farm remembers." Lila hugged him hardest. Harlan's big hand rested on his head. "Go on, lad. Whatever comes next, farm it well." Daeron lay down among the glowing beets, the red comet still burning overhead. He closed his eyes, one hand resting on Ser Headbutt's warm fur. The last thing he felt was peace. Then nothing. Raventree Hall 280 AC. Morning sunlight broke over the melting snow. In the study of the castle, a boy of about 11 or 12 sat by the window. Silver hair, violet eyes, thick black tunic. One small hand held a sketch pad, the other a charcoal pencil. 3 oval shapes took form on the paper with slow, sure strokes. "Dragon eggs," he murmured, the words coming naturally. Daeron Targaryen set the pencil down. Memories flooded in, not just the ones that had returned at age 4, but brand new ones. The farm. The mud on his boots. Harlan's gruff laugh. Lila's apple pie. 100 perfect, back-breaking, beautiful days. Bessie's kicks. Ser Headbutt's daily charges. Moonbeats glowing under a red comet. And now here. He stared at his reflection in the frosted glass, silver hair, violet eyes, the face of a prince of House Targaryen, son of the Mad King, brother to Rhaegar, Shani, Jaehaerys, and little Viserys. A slow, determined grin spread across his young face. So the old life ended and the real one begins. Fine. If I can survive a demon goat and grow glowing beets in 100 days, I can farm this entire realm. He crumpled the old sketch, then started a fresh one, the same 3 eggs, but now with faint glowing roots beneath them, as if they were planted in rich, living soil full of vital energy. From somewhere far away, in the back of his mind, he heard Harlan's voice clear as day. "The farm remembers, boy." Durin's violet eyes sparkled with mischief and fire. "Winter is coming," he whispered, "but this dragon's bringing fertilizer. Oh, make end." If you're enjoying these stories, consider leaving a comment, review, or vote. You can also visit the Pat-on at Cave Leather. Got Hedge Knight Don Quixote. Got King of Harrenhal Garth Greenhand Stat Panel. Got Stardew Valley. GOT Pirate King. Marvel Inventor. Got True Dragon. Got Farmer King. Got White Wolf. got Godfather of Westeros, got True King, got Black Dragon Revenge, got Unleashing the Fourth Scourge, got Slayer System, got I Am Aemon Targaryen, got Jon Snow Grind System, got King Bastard, got Iron Throne. 92 Chapter 89 to 90 Winning Over the Fish and the Eagle. Your comments, reviews, and votes really help me out so much and they make me super motivated to keep working on this story. Thank you. Peyton, Cave Leather. The 7th day. The final day of the tourney at Harrenhal. Daeron attended as promised to watch the tourney finals. In the past few days, 2 things had happened. As expected, Rhaegar met Lyanna, concealed her identity, and only brought back a weirwood shield to report back. However, he kept the weirwood shield for himself, almost treating it like a token of affection. Unexpectedly, Tywin did not expose Lyanna. He likely didn't want to offend the Stab Alliance, Stark, Tully, Arryn, Baratheon, and chose to sit high in the stands and observe. Cersei, on the other hand, became even more aggressive in her pursuit of Daeron, determined not to stop until she had him. Prince, Ser Arthur Dayne's idea is excellent. Barristan held Neptune's great sword, studying the newly discovered circulation path for his vitality. Daeron listened intently. He had flirted with Ashera to win over Ser Arthur's allegiance. Both brother and sister were good people. In another row, Cersei stared at Daeron, who was engrossed in discussion, a stubborn glint in her eyes. She had told her father about Lyanna disguising herself as the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Her father hadn't acted on it, instead warning her not to make a scene. This little secret would be excellent leverage in the future. I'll get you sooner or later. Cersei refused to admit defeat. After learning that Daeron was the source of the information, her father had boldly encouraged her to pursue him. I really am his good daughter. Except for one thing. Tywin had said sternly, never, ever try to drag your brother into this. Jaime is the heir to Casterly Rock, not a toy you can summon and dismiss at will. Every time she recalled that moment, Cersei felt a chill run down her spine. She had thought about keeping Jaime in King's Landing, but now she was forced to restrain those thoughts. She didn't want her legs broken and to be married off to some powerful old man as a second wife. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the arena. Daeron looked up. Rhaegar, clad in black steel armor and a red cloak, was charging at high speed on his unicorn, his lance knocking an opponent flying. Clang, clang, clang. The herald struck the gong and cheered, "Congratulations to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone, the champion of the tourney." It was the final day, and the champion had emerged. Daeron frowned, watching Rhaegar's next move. "What is it, Prince?" Barristan was puzzled. Since the 4th day, Prince Daeron had stopped participating in the tourney to study the path of vitality, leaving the field open for Prince Rhaegar to dominate. It was no surprise that Prince Rhaegar had won the championship. Daeron said nothing, waiting to see what would happen. With the champion decided, it was time to present the Queen of Love and Beauty with the laurel. Prince Rhaegar. Prince Rhaegar. Under the gaze of thousands, the cheers were deafening, a full endorsement of the heir to the Iron Throne. Rhaegar rode his snow-white unicorn and lifted a blue flower wreath with his lance. The wreath was the crown. Every participant who made it to the finals would prepare a wreath in advance to present if they won. Rhaegar's wreath was woven from winter roses of the north. Clearly, he had prepared this long ago. Daeron was perplexed. "Rhaegar, are you truly mad or just pretending?" He couldn't understand. Meanwhile, the noble ladies in the stands were cheering, many squeezing to the front row in anticipation. "Ashera, look." Elia tugged at her companion's hand, smiling happily. Rhaegar won. Ashera was happy for the princess, but her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Daeron. She also wished someone would win the championship and place the crown of love and beauty on her head. However, Daeron's face was solemn. Hi-ah, hi-ah. On the field, Rhaegar rode his unicorn around the arena once, then raised his lance high and brought it to the edge of the stands. The gallant prince is going to give the wreath to his beloved princess. Robert laughed heartily, his shoulder bandaged, cheering for the tall, handsome, and skilled crown prince. No one in the 7 kingdoms disliked Rhaegar. The entire crowd watched intently, assuming Rhaegar would give the wreath to his wife, Elia. Then, the unexpected happened. Rhaegar paused for a second in front of Elia's seat, then quickly rode past her, stopping instead in front of where Lyanna sat. He presented the wreath of winter roses to Lyanna Stark. Even more shocking was the reaction. Lyanna didn't seem surprised at all. She accepted the wreath openly and placed it atop her long black hair. A moment etched in history. Robert's smile vanished instantly, replaced by rage as he shot up from his seat. But someone was faster. Brandon Stark slammed the railing in anger, shouting, "Rhaegar, what is the meaning of this?" His sister was betrothed. Rhaegar completely ignored him, gazing deeply at Lyanna, admiring her valiant beauty. Lyanna smiled back, exchanging glances of affection with her lover. Robert's eyes were bloodshot. He looked ready to explode right there. "Robert, calm down." Ned and Elbertorin held him down together to prevent an incident. Brandon was also pulled back by the blackfish Bryn Den Tully, who effectively shut the man's honeyed mouth. "You suit this crown perfectly." Rhaegar whispered his praise, then slowly rode away on his unicorn. Silence. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. The cheers and applause died instantly as the crowd stared at the scene in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Daeron, let's go, sir. His opponent had just made a foolish move, effectively destroying his own claim. Facts prove that Rhaegar was simply not fit to sit on the Iron Throne. Daeron needed to plan for himself. Taking advantage of the cracks appearing in the relationship between the stags, wolves, eagles, and fish, it was the perfect time to break up alliances and win over new allies. Barristan was also stunned. Speechless, he followed the prince out. The matter blew up. Prince Rhaegar won the tourney at Harrenhal but did not give the crown of love and beauty to his wife Elia. Instead, he gave it to Lyanna Stark, the betrothed of Lord Robert Baratheon. But somehow, the situation was suppressed. Rhaegar abandoned his original plan to summon the lords for a great council and left quickly with his retinue. Lyanna, who accepted the crown, was unharmed and was preparing to return to the north with her brothers. Even the most agitated Lord Robert and Wild Wolf Brandon held their tempers and chose not to explode. Everything seemed calm on the surface. Crash. A wine goblet shattered, splashing red wine onto the carpet. Aerys's face was twisted in fury as he roared, "Guards, arrest that unfilial son. I will strip him of his inheritance." The White Bull, Ser Gerald Hightower, remained silent. Prince Rhaegar had abandoned his plans and left Harrenhal peacefully. But the king had somehow gotten wind of it and was adamant that Prince Rhaegar was plotting to usurp the throne, demanding his arrest. Lord Staunton said indignantly, "Your Grace, Prince Rhaegar publicly humiliated Lord Robert. I say he intends to provoke a war between the Iron Throne and House Baratheon. Arrest him, arrest him." The more Aerys thought about it, the angrier he got, smashing everything within reach. Cholsted, Lucerys Velaryon, and Varys were silent as the grave, playing dead in the room. Who could believe that Rhaegar would publicly profess his love for Lyanna, simultaneously offending the Lord of the Stormlands and the heir to the north? Neither of these regions was to be trifled with. House Baratheon was loyal, yes, but historically proud and willful. There was the example of the Laughing Storm's rebellion, and later Lord Steffon and his wife dying in Shipbreaker Bay while seeking a bride for Prince Rhaegar. They were not only strong fighters but also had the moral high ground. The north was even worse. With the natural barrier of the neck, no one could march an army north. However, the Starks could easily cross the neck, head south to link up with their in-laws, the Tullys of Riverrun, and launch an attack on the Iron Throne. They could attack at will and retreat to safety. If these two great houses joined forces, it meant the alliance of the eagle, stag, wolf, and fish. That was half the realm. Aerys shouted, "Are you deaf? Go arrest Rhaegar." "Your Grace, Prince Rhaegar is already on his way back to Dragonstone." Tywin stepped forward. Aerys was displeased. "So what?" Tywin cut straight to the point. "If we send men to chase Rhaegar, who will protect your Grace's safety?" Both the gold cloaks and the dragon keepers were in the hands of his good student, Daeron. The only troops currently at Harrenhal were the Kingsguard and Lannister soldiers. Who could he send? Aerys paused, instantly deflating. "Your Grace, rather than ordering the arrest of Prince Rhaegar, it would be better to consider how to quell Lord Robert's anger." Tywin was excellent at seizing opportunities. He spoke righteously. Prince Rhaegar's actions are utterly absurd. He does not look like a ruler. Having him succeed the Iron Throne is truly worrying. To be honest, even he didn't understand Rhaegar's goal. Thinking it over, he concluded that Rhaegar and Lyanna had developed personal feelings after he chased her down. Perfect. It gave him an opening to attack. Does not look like a ruler. Aerys muttered to himself, but surprisingly stopped clamoring to strip his eldest son of his inheritance. He had his own twisted logic. If Tywin said something was right, he would say it was wrong. If Tywin pointed east, he would go west. His second son had dragons and had already built a power base. If he supported his second son to take the throne, he would definitely lose control, and the boy might turn on him and kick him off the throne. The eldest son was just right. His reputation in the Seven Kingdoms stank, and the small council didn't like him. Keeping him in the position of heir could block the second son's ascent, and Aerys could still discard him whenever he pleased. "Your Grace, please make a decision soon." Tywin didn't understand his old friend's thoughts and tried to persuade him. "No." Aerys roared, "Let Rhaegar stay in that position. Only when I want to depose him can he get out of Dragonstone." Tywin frowned, deeply confused. Aerys didn't care about any of that. He shouted, "Call Daeron. Have him send men to protect me on the way back to King's Landing." The world was full of traitors. He couldn't stay in this dangerous place. His self-preservation instinct was extremely strong. "Your Grace." Tywin tried to probe. Aerys snapped immediately, "Silence. I am the king." Tywin took a deep breath, gave the man a cold glare, and stormed out, slamming the door. The remaining ministers scattered like birds. Meanwhile, Durin's first target was the blackfish Bryn Den Tully, considering him the optimal person to win over. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at the door, he only saw a solitary Jaime. Daeron had a bad feeling and asked, "Where is Ser Bryn Den?" "He's gone." Jaime looked a bit disappointed. "I wanted to ask him for advice on swordsmanship, but I couldn't find him." "Prince, there's a note." Davos circled the room and found something. Daeron opened it and took a look. It turned out that as soon as the tourney ended, the blackfish packed his bags and quietly slipped away back to Riverrun. He ran fast. Daeron was amused. Truly a slippery black fish. 93. Read my new story, American Fast and Furious NSFW. Read my new story, American Fast and Furious NSFW. Your comments, reviews, and votes really help me out so much and they make me super motivated to keep working on this story. Thank you. Peyton, Cave Leather. 94. Chapter 91. Baiting the Hook with Brothers, and Marriage Alliances. Read my new story, American Fast and Furious NSFW. America's one scumbag NSFW. Since he couldn't find the blackfish, Daeron went to find his next target. Wait. Jaime called out, stopping him. Daeron didn't have much affection for him and asked flatly, something the matter? I wanted to ask, that method of utilizing vitality you use, how did you learn it? Jaime found it a bit hard to ask. Who would share such hidden secrets with an outsider? Daeron exchanged a glance with Barristan. The old knight stepped forward and advised, lad, you have good talent, but you lack experience. Don't aim too high, too soon. Jaime was only 15. To master vitality at such a young age made him a one-in-a-million genius. But he wasn't satisfied. Jaime asked hurriedly, if I want to train with you, what price must I pay? Aside from his sister Cersei, his greatest ideal was to catch up to the bold Barristan Selmy and the Sword of the Morning, Arthur Dayne. Especially Ser Arthur Dayne, he was the idol among idols. Jaime had been present during the hunt for the Kingswood Brotherhood. He had seen with his own eyes how Ser Arthur used the greatsword Dawn to easily cut down the Brotherhood's leader and force the Smiling Knight to jump into the sea to escape. Barristan sighed. Lord Tywin would not agree to it. Since the discovery of life frequency, it was destined to be reserved for the royal family. Unless one became a Kingsguard, no one was qualified to learn it. Jaime was instantly disheartened. Let's go. Daeron gave him a measuring look but said nothing more. In the original story, Jaime was seduced by Cersei into agreeing to become a Kingsguard. The current Cersei still had a goal to pursue and hadn't given herself to anyone before marriage, so there was no seduction to speak of. If Jaime had a working brain, he wouldn't become a Kingsguard now. A short while later, Daeron found Elbertorin, who was packing his bags. Prince, what brings you here? Elbert was steady by nature and behaved with perfect manners. Daeron knew how to measure his words. Rhaegar presenting the laurel to Lady Lyanna seems to have caused some trouble for Lord Robert. You are Lord Jonarin's heir. I came to test the waters. It is indeed troubling. Elbert sighed lightly. Who could have imagined Prince Rhaegar would do such a thing? Robert nearly exploded with rage. The Stab Alliance had originally decided to support Rhaegar to overthrow the Mad King's terrible rule. They hadn't expected the plan to fall apart in such an accidental way. Daeron probed, I hope the betrothal between Lord Robert and Lady Lyanna remains unaffected. Of course. Elbert smiled. Robert and Ned are like brothers. He has long been infatuated with Lyanna. He wouldn't break the engagement over this. It was just a laurel of love and beauty, not a cuckold's hat. If anyone was to blame, it was Rhaegar, not the lady. Hearing this, Daeron felt assured. Whether for personal feelings or political marriage, the alliance between the wolf and the stag would not break. That meant he had to go hard on the fish and the eagle. Daeron stopped beating around the bush and spoke directly. I believe you've all seen it. I have hatched 3 dragons, and I ride one. I have become a dragon rider, something long vanished from this world. Elbert's expression turned serious. Daeron continued, Rhaegar has been a bit confused lately. I need to make plans early, just in case. Houserin has always been a loyal supporter of the royal family. Before the Dance of the Dragons, the Targaryens and Houserin were even related by marriage. If a change occurs one day, I hope Lord John can distinguish right from wrong. This barrage of words left Elbert at a loss. He broke out in a cold sweat and denied it vehemently. Prince, what are you saying? Explain yourself. What do you mean by, make plans early, just in case? What do you mean by, loyal supporter, and distinguish right from wrong? Daeron didn't waste time. He threw out his condition directly. If Houserin supports me, when my 2 younger brothers come of age, one of them will marry a daughter of Houserin. Is this condition enough? Elbert's heart rate spiked instantly. A marriage alliance with the dragon. Since the Dance of the Dragons, Houserin had faded from the dragon's view and hadn't intermarried with them again. Before, one could argue House Targaryen had no dragons. But today, Daeron had rehatched dragons and become a powerful dragon rider. He remembered his uncle telling him how the Targaryens were evaluated before the Dance of the Dragons. They were hailed as the closest things to gods. Because Targaryens had dragons, placing them above ordinary men. Gulp. Elbert swallowed hard and asked seriously, when your brothers grow up, will they possess dragons? The Targaryens currently had 3 dragons. Daeron replied calmly, if my dragon lays eggs, I will give them each a dragon egg. The dragons were the bottom line. He couldn't give those away. But dragon eggs were negotiable. Without the supply of massive amounts of special fish, no dragon could catch up to Caraxes' growth speed. He only needed 10 years to compress a century of growth, turning Caraxes into a terror comparable to the ancient behemoths. Dragon eggs. Elbert thought about it. Dragon eggs worked too. Negotiation was about exchanging value. Dragon eggs could hatch into dragons. As long as the 2 little princes had eggs, they would eventually become dragon riders. If a daughter of Hausarin married in, her children would naturally become dragon riders. However, Elbert looked hesitant and pleaded, "Prince, your proposal is very fair, but I cannot make this decision alone. I must return and report to my uncle." "No problem." Daeron agreed immediately. Elbert stopped packing. He immediately went to find a quill and paper to borrow House Wentz Ravens. "Prince, do you really intend to marry into Hausarin?" Barristan frowned. Betrothing the two young princes was the king's authority. It wasn't Prince Turn's place to decide. Daeron shook his head. "Letting Jaehaerys and the others marry is the condition now. A month later, the conditions might change. Once the War of the Usurper broke out, Hausarin wouldn't even have the qualification to negotiate. What about House Tully?" Barristan possessed the typical noble mindset, thinking that House Tully should also be offered a marriage alliance with one of the princes. Daeron, ignore them. A trout that steers with the wind was unworthy of true dragon blood. Once the war started, he would ride Caraxes for a lap around Riverrun, and Lord Hoster would likely raise the white flag. The Game of Thrones is cruel. If you don't actively take a seat at the table, you will be butchered by others. House Tully had forfeited their right to play. Daeron didn't seek out anyone else and prepared to return to work. Oswell approached him, hemming and hawing. "Is something the matter, sir?" Daeron looked him up and down. Oswell said awkwardly, "My niece, Clara, worships you, Prince." "So?" Daeron waited for the rest. Oswell gritted his teeth. "So, I want to ask you to go see her. She genuinely worships you, maybe because of the dragon, maybe because of the tourney, but anyway, I hope you can show some mercy and pity a little girl." He had strong pride and hated Daeron for killing his friend John Connington. But his niece was the only girl in the family, and a pitiful one at that. As her uncle, he wanted to help fulfill her wish before he left home. A little girl. Yes. All right then, lead the way. Daeron didn't make things difficult for him. He remembered the little girl in the wheelchair, blonde hair, blue eyes, a bright smile, wearing a purple-red wreath. Sadly, neither her uncle nor her brothers could protect that wreath. Halfway there, Daeron asked, "Sir, did Rhaegar say anything?" "No." Having asked for a favor, Oswell's attitude was humble as he answered honestly, "The prince said nothing. He took Sir Arthur Dane and Prince Lewin and left. He only left me behind to guard Princess Elia." Elia hadn't left yet. Daeron had left early at the time and hadn't noticed Elia's reaction when her husband gave the wreath to another woman. He had assumed she would have left first. Princess Elia was heartbroken. Oswell sighed. "But she is a strong, good woman. She didn't cry or complain. She just focused entirely on taking care of the little princess." Before long, they arrived at a loft with a wide view. "Knock, knock, knock." Oswell knocked lightly, his voice gentle. "Clara, I'm coming in." Soon, a girl's crisp voice came from inside. "Please come in, uncle." Oswell opened the door and looked at Daeron pleadingly. Daeron nodded slightly and walked into the girl's room. It was decorated luxuriously but with a touch of elegance. Opposite the door was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. The afternoon sun spilled into the room, carrying the faint scent of gardenias. A thin little girl lay on the bed, leaning against the headboard. She wore a plain nightgown, her legs covered by a quilt. Her skin was very white, the kind of pale that comes from never going out in the sun. She was very pretty, possessing a delicate, maidenly beauty. At this moment, she was staring at him intently. Daeron smiled and greeted her. "Hello. Hello, Prince." Clara was a bit nervous, clutching the quilt with both hands. It was obvious she was a very innocent girl. Like a magic trick, Daeron produced a gold star daffodil and placed it on her bedside table, speaking gently. "I heard from Sir Oswell that you wanted to meet me. This is a meeting gift." "Thank you." Clara was pleasantly surprised. Holding the daffodil, she was 100 times happier than when she wore the wreath of love and beauty. Daeron sat on the edge of the bed and asked, "Can you tell me why you wanted to see me?" He didn't even know when he had started captivating little girls. Clara hadn't become sullen because of her inability to walk. Instead, she was very cheerful. Facing the question, she opened up. According to her, the first time she heard Durin's name was when the news of the newborn hatchling spread. She remembered him out of curiosity about the baby dragons. Gradually, with the cleanup plan in King's Landing, catching criminals, and sheltering orphans, the little girls started to like him. At the tourney, when he appeared riding a dragon and won victory after victory, he completely captured the girl's heart. Clara's eyes sparkled with joy. "You are a dragon rider. You can ride a dragon in the sky. Can you touch the blue sky and white clouds? Can you see the birds?" Daeron smiled, listening to her chatter. It had been a long time since he'd seen such a pure little girl. Compared to Cersei, she was like a little angel. When her mouth went dry from talking, Daeron handed her a bottle of milk and asked, "What happened to your legs?" Clara looked a little downcast. "I fell off a horse when I was riding with my father as a child. Count Went really doesn't do anything useful." Daeron cursed silently, then proposed, "When you get better, I'll take you for a ride on the dragon in the sky. How about that?" "Really?" Clara was instantly surprised, grabbing Durin's hand with both of hers. "Of course." Daeron encouraged her. "I have a feeling it won't be long before you can get better." He remembered there was a life elixir in Stardew Valley. Unlocked at farming level 2, crafted with 4 types of mushrooms. It could heal injuries and restore energy. He would go craft a few mushroom logs later, save up some mushrooms, and try making it. Although the effect of the life elixir might not necessarily be better than Gold Star cheese, but at least it was called an elixir, so it should be specialized for healing. I will stand up as soon as possible. Hope rose in Clara. She looked forward to sitting on the dragon's back and soaring in the sky. After chatting for a while longer, Daeron took his leave. Outside the door, Oswell hurried over. How was it? She is very strong. I promise to take her flying in the sky when she gets better. Daeron answered truthfully. Oswell breathed a sigh of relief. Clara injured her leg bones. My brother has sought out special crops for her to eat over the years, but with little effect. Daeron had no obligation to tell the truth, so he chose to leave. Just as he walked a few steps, Oswell suddenly called out to him and said, Prince, actually Clara, she is 11 years old. Daeron nearly tripped. Wait, he had just come from being 11 himself. Why did she look so petite and delicate? She didn't look 11 at all. 95, Chapter 92 Daeron, to hell with the Mad King. Read my new story, Cave Leather. Game of Thrones, The Sword King. Game of Thrones, From Deserter to Power. Game of Thrones, King of Harrenhal Garth Greenhand Stat Panel. 2 days later, Brynden Tully, covered in the dust of the road, led 2 exhausted horses back into Riverrun. Without a moment's rest, he searched the castle for his brother, Hoster Tully. Bang! He didn't even knock, barging straight into the Lord Solar. Hoster was startled and snapped, annoyed, Brynden, barging into my study, where are your noble manners? Bryndon's face was weathered from the journey. His voice was hoarse as he said, Hoster, save your breath. You missed the tourney at Harrenhal. You missed the dawn of a new era. 7 hells. Gods know how much he had suffered riding alone from Harrenhal back to Riverrun. But the new era had arrived. House Tully couldn't afford to hesitate for a second, or the Blackfish would become a sinner of the family. What? Hoster looked confused. Brynden didn't waste time with nonsense. He broke down everything that had happened at the tourney at Harrenhal, explaining it in excruciating detail. Then, he concluded, Rhaegar Targaryen has fallen. Now, it is the era of the Dragon Prince. Hoster's expression turned grave as he analyzed the signs of chaos his brother described. The People's Choice, Crown Prince Rhaegar versus the Dragon Prince Daeron, soaring on his dragon. And the false spring, the collapse of the Four-House Alliance supporting Rhaegar. Chaos. Hoster felt a headache coming on. He muttered, everything is in chaos. How could Rhaegar suddenly be so foolish? Brynden didn't mince words. The events at the tourney are spreading like wildfire. On my way back, I heard more than one person call Daeron Targaryen, the young dragon, and refer to him and his followers as the Blacks to distinguish them from Crown Prince Rhaegar. What is a young dragon? He didn't know the full implication yet. But the last person called the young dragon was Daeron I Targaryen. What are the Blacks? In the famous Targaryen Civil War, the Dance of the Dragons, the Blacks and the Greens slaughtered each other for power. Daeron Targaryen had already risen, and his momentum was unstoppable. A brat. Hoster's mind was a mess. He said in disbelief, they call a brat, the young dragon, and honor him as the Blacks. Has the world gone mad? Since when could a 12-year-old boy shake the position of Crown Prince Rhaegar? His thinking was still stuck in the past. Brynden had to open his eyes. He said deeply, have you seen the dragon? On the first day of the tourney, that kid rode that ferocious red dragon across the god's eye. Everyone saw it. Everyone knows he is extraordinary. His eyes were sharp. He saw the hidden currents of the tourney. Rhaegar funded House went, and Daeron was happy to let it happen. He used the tourney at Harrenhal to spread the fact of his dragon riding and the power of dragons to the 7 kingdoms. Connecting with vassals and calling a great council was Rhaegar's best chance to turn defeat into victory. But he missed it. For a woman, he threw away his timing. Then why did you come back so fast? Hoster was stunned. Thinking of Durin's prestige, he shouldn't have failed to recruit his brother. The name of the Blackfish Brynden Tully was a legend in its own right. Brynden was speechless. He explained, if I didn't ride fast, how would you see the situation clearly? Hoster rubbed his balding forehead and asked, then what do you think our next step should be? Between the 2 princes, he hesitated. Brynden had already thought about this on the road. Call off the betrothal between Catelyn and Brandon Stark. Stop colluding with those 3 houses. Send Catelyn and Lisa to King's Landing. Don't worry about whether he cares or looks down on it. Resolutely show House Tully's attitude. Hoster was shocked. He objected, isn't that destroying our own defenses? Brynden knew their standing. He reminded him, don't forget how House Tully became the Lords Paramount of the Trident. Without Aegon the Conqueror, without House Targaryen. House Tully, like House Tyrell, was just a vassal house that would have never risen to power on its own. A new era was coming. House Tully had to pick a side and show its loyalty to the Iron Throne. No, I do not agree to break the betrothal. Hoster resolutely disagreed. He compromised, saying, Kat's wedding date is approaching. Why not send Lisa to King's Landing and shove her at Daeron Targaryen? The survival rule of nobles, never put all your eggs in one basket. Having a way to advance and retreat was the best strategy. Entangling yourself with those 3 houses on one side, while fawning over the Iron Throne on the other, what do you call that? Brynden didn't say the word chameleon, but offered another idea. If you can't bear to part with the girls, then send neither. Just publicly declare for Daeron. That will show your attitude just the same. In the end, it still meant breaking the betrothal. Hoster was extremely reluctant. He refused sternly, Brynden, I do not agree. Brynden froze, looking at his brother with a scrutinizing gaze. He used to think the difference between him and his brother was that one was slow and the other impatient, one old-fashioned and the other radical, hence the conflict. Now it seemed Hoster wasn't just slow and old-fashioned, he was pedantic and short-sighted. Out of responsibility to the family, Brynden tried one last time. The new era is like a rapid current. If House Tully does not swim upstream, it will be smashed into the mud by the waves. When that happens, how will you lead the family out? Hoster was also angered. Suppressing his temper, he said in a low voice, no one can look down on House Tully. I will follow your suggestion and send Lisa to King's Landing. But you must learn respect. Respect for me as your liege lord and your brother. You have no other choice. Suppress your restless heart and do not say, no, to me again. No. Brynden, expressionless, spat out the word. Hoster was furious. However, Brynden took a step back, ripped off the belt stamped with the silver trout sigil, and slammed it onto the desk. His tone was unbridled. I am Brynden, the Blackfish Brynden Tully. I always have the right to say, no. He was deeply disappointed, seeing through his brother's dullness and the family's stagnation. Brynden decided to leave. He said, Hoster, I cannot watch you lead the family to ruin. You guard Riverrun, I will walk my own path. Call it not putting all eggs in one basket, or diversifying investments, whatever you want. But I will not sit and wait for death. With that, he turned and left. Hoster shot up from his chair, demanding, you are leaving the family again? Taking your ridiculous Blackfish sigil to wander the world. Wander. Brynden glanced back, disappointment on his face. At my age, where can I wander? I am merely blazing a longer trail for the family. The brothers parted on bad terms. 10 days later. Spring, day 24. Wednesday. Weather, sunny. 6:30 a.m. Early in the morning, Daeron woke up at the farm. He harvested the newly matured cauliflower and put it all into the shipping bin. There were 5 days left until the end of spring. He bought 224 parsnip seeds. Parsnips matured in 4 days, allowing for a harvest before spring ended. Limited by the special terrain of the Meadowlands farm, the tillable area in front of the cabin accommodated exactly a 7x4 grid, a total of 28 quality sprinklers. Each quality sprinkler could water the 8 crops in its 3x3 surrounding area. 10 a.m. Daeron walked out of the farm. Prince, you're out. Davos was guarding the farm entrance and immediately greeted him. The two walked together toward Bounty Hall, located on the west side of the Bluegrass Hills. On the way, Davos said, Prince, per your request, we have selected 10 core members from the Dragon Guards. They are waiting for you at Bounty Hall. Daeron nodded slightly. After the tourney at Harrenhal, many things had changed. His reputation had soared, spreading throughout the 7 kingdoms. But there was a fatal flaw. He wasn't Rhaegar, who had been famous for a long time and had ample opportunity to understand the nobles of the 7 kingdoms and build connections and friendships. His sphere of influence was limited to the Crownlands and the Riverlands, houses Blackwood and Went. Before he could win over the great houses, he would be very passive. Therefore, he needed to mass-produce an army. Bounty Hall. At the foot of the mountains west of the Bluegrass Hills, a beautiful castle built of white gold-veined marble stood tall. A 3-headed red dragon banner fluttered atop its 7 spires. This was Durin's castle. It's beautiful. Daeron looked up, a rare smile appearing on his face. Davos laughed. Take a look inside, and you'll find it even more beautiful. The architectural inspiration for Bounty Hall came from Highgarden in the Reach. Double walls encircled the land at the foot of the mountain. The towering castle stood majestic. The courtyard was divided into front and rear sections, along with a dragon pit, landing ground. The entire yard was planted with grapevines, roses, and briars. However, Daeron placed more importance on the embryonic form of the city outside the castle. Davos pointed and introduced, Prince, look. Based on the city planning map you drew, we settled the families of the Dragon Guards and the orphans in the residential area near the castle. We helped them clear land, build inns and smithies, and distributed handicraft work. The commoners had land to farm, shops like inns could generate tax revenue, and handicrafts provided subsidies for the orphans' households. The prince's territory was being perfected step by step. Daeron nodded. The important thing is the families of the Dragon Guards. They moved here and need to be stabilized as soon as possible. Of course, Davos promised, patting his chest. The rear courtyard. Daeron, dressed in black, stood on a large rock. Barristan and Ser Jon stood below, faithfully guarding their prince. In the courtyard, Alisar, Jacaerys, and Howland looked up at him, followed by a row of muscular dragon guards in heavy armor. A total of 13 people. Daeron swept his gaze over them and spoke. You are my followers, my subordinates. I will grant you an opportunity that will change your lives. He would give these people ample special crops, force-feeding them until they mastered vitality. Especially Alliser and the other two, they would achieve great things in the future. Jackaries, who had joined later, said excitedly, "Prince, becoming a dragon guard means serving you. And you?" Daeron glanced at the others. The 10 core dragon guards looked at each other, realizing they had hit the jackpot, barely able to contain their excitement. Suddenly, a noise came from behind the rockery. Caraxes poked his dragon head out. His snake-like body slithered slowly, red scales glistening in the sunlight, as he crawled to his rider's side using both wings. Daeron looked calm as he said, "Now, I give you a chance to renew your oath of loyalty to me. You will fight for me, no matter who the enemy is or what obstacles lie ahead." As he spoke, Caraxes stood beside his rider. His molten gold vertical pupils assessed the group waiting to swear their oaths, and he opened his mouth to let out a warning roar. Scree! Alliser and the others trembled, the excitement on their faces mixed with a trace of fear. They intuitively felt the terror of the dragon. Daeron observed their expressions and said faintly, "But if you choose treachery, if you swear falsely now and betray me later, you will die screaming." The carrot and the stick approach never failed. These people were the first batch of Vitality Knights force-fed with special crops, but they wouldn't be the last. He didn't want to waste special crops raising a pack of ungrateful wolves. Thud, thud. Led by Jackaries, the 13 men knelt on one knee in unison, bowing their heads and exposing their necks. Under the gaze of Daeron and the dragon, they swore allegiance with one voice. Good. Daeron remained unmoved, waving his hand to signal Davos to distribute their respective shares. Davos was lucky he had accidentally mastered vitality during the Hawaiian luau. In contrast, Alliser, who had followed him longer, still showed no signs of progress. He had to re-swear his oath. Caraxes stared at them for a long time. Confirming there were no treacherous villains harboring ill intent, he reined in his violent temper and turned to fly into the sky. Scree! Scree! In the azure sky, a blue dragon and a black dragon soared through the clouds, occasionally breathing fire at each other, fighting over a special fish. Scree! After returning to King's Landing, Daeron had taken all 3 dragons away. He didn't leave a single one for his father. "You don't want to name me heir, so I don't need to accommodate you." Daeron was fed up with his father Aerys' selfishness. He hated stupidity. Tywin's proposal to change the heir at Harrenhal had been passed to his ears. Not by Varys, who was good at gathering intelligence, nor by Cholsted, who was best at putting on a show, but by Lucerys Velaryon, of House Velaryon. Lucerys had the pride of a fellow Valyrian noble. He couldn't stand the king's capriciousness and the infighting of his colleagues, so he chose to go all in on Daeron. He told him everything, and he warned Daeron not to let Aerys touch the dragons again, and not to return to King's Landing. As long as Daeron controlled the armed forces of King's Landing and continued to raise the 3 dragons, he was the heir to the Iron Throne. Daeron thought to himself, Lucerys is right. Father is mad, Rhaegar is foolish. I'll just wait for the inevitable chaos, then march into King's Landing and clear the court. Except for himself, he couldn't count on anyone. Daeron stretched, his mood a mix of good and bad. Without him, this family would fall apart sooner or later. Just then, Davos rushed over. "Prince, Lord Staunton has arrived on orders. He also brought a squad of Riverland's knights." "Where did Riverland's knights come from?" Daeron frowned. Davos confirmed, "I saw Ser Brynden. He is leading the Riverland's knights, but he and Lord Staunton seem to just be traveling the same road. Brynden Tully, just passing through." Daeron pondered for a moment and guessed the reason. "Let's go meet them." Castle Gate. Staunton paced back and forth anxiously, constantly looking at the closed gates. Boom. The heavy gates slowly opened, and the anticipated figure appeared. Daeron smiled. "Lord Staunton, what brings you here?" "Prince, you finally came out." Staunton started complaining immediately, pulling out a letter. "This is a letter from His Grace. Read it quickly." Durin's smile vanished as he took the letter. The content was simple, the wording intense. His father ordered him to return to King's Landing immediately and bring the 3 dragons, or else a bunch of nonsense. Staunton leaned in, urging, "Prince, His Grace said it. Once you return to King's Landing, he will consider naming you heir." He thought he was being helpful. Neither the king nor the small council liked Rhaegar. The best candidate for heir was Daeron. As long as he obeyed the king, they could ride his coattails. "Heir." Daeron folded the letter and suddenly laughed. Staunton sensed no danger at all, continuing on his own, "That's right. As long as you go back, you will definitely be the heir." Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, a heavy fist smashed into his face. Durin's expression turned cold. He knocked the man to the ground and punched that fawning old face with all his might. "To hell with the heirship. To hell with the Mad King. I have dragons and I have prestige. From now on, like a fish entering the sea, like a bird taking to the sky, I am no longer bound by anything. Prince." Davos and the others were shocked and rushed over to pull him off. If they didn't stop him, Lord Staunton was going to be beaten to death. Daeron was pulled away, but he still delivered 2 vicious kicks, not forgetting to seize the moral high ground. "If you dare stir up trouble and deceive my father again, I'll kill you, you old wretch." Thinking he was somebody, daring to come deliver orders. Look at Chelstad didn't dare come. 96, Chapter 93 The Triarchy returns. In the end, Lord Staunton, his head broken and bleeding, was carried away for emergency treatment. If he didn't leave now, he would likely die here. Daeron adjusted his mood to welcome another group. Lord Brynden, we meet again. Daeron looked him up and down. Seeing Brynden covered in the dust of the road, he said, the tourney at Harrenhal has ended. I wanted to say goodbye to you, but I didn't expect you to leave a step ahead. Brynden, leading more than a dozen Riverlands knights, had been waiting on the side for some time. Hearing this, he showed no timidity. I was rushing home to report the grand occasion to my brother. Brynden had traveled for days and didn't care about his disheveled appearance. He joked, whether it's a trout or a black fish, we all have a side that cares for the family. Daeron understood and asked, then you are here now on Lord Hoster's orders. He had actually guessed what the man was here to do. Sure enough, Brynden knelt on one knee and swore a solemn oath. Prince, I see your ambition. If you do not mind that I am no longer young, I am willing to be at your command and sweep away all obstacles on your path. Behind him, the dozen or so Riverlands knights knelt in succession. Durin's expression remained unchanged as he cautioned, I trust your character and integrity, but if we encounter powerful enemies in the future, will you be constrained by others? House Tully was famous for its family unity. He coveted the name of the Blackfish, but that didn't mean he would tolerate sand in his eyes. In the past, I fought for ideals. Brynden was unambiguous, stating decisively, from today on, I will fight for you, to reforge the glory of House Targaryen. Beautifully said. Daeron was reassured. He stepped forward personally to help the man up. Sire, I am honored to receive your oath of fealty. Brynden, however, did not rise. He remained stubborn. Prince, please accept my oath and let me become your sworn shield. If he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly. No half measures. Daeron held him in higher regard for it. He drew the obsidian edge, laid it flat on Brynden's shoulder, and accepted the vow. A moment later, Brynden stood up and pointed behind him. These young men came with me. Give them a bite to eat, and they will serve you. Daeron wouldn't take his dark humor literally and mistreat this squad of Riverlands knights. The Riverlands were located in the center of the Seven Kingdoms, historically a battleground for all sides. Because it was constantly invaded by every other region, it was considered the weakest kingdom. But this was incorrect. The Knights of the Trident were world-renowned, representing the most elite troop type in the Seven Kingdoms. They were similar to the sons of good families from the glorious empires of old. They came from clean backgrounds and wealthy families, provided their own horses and equipment, possessed high moral standards, and were the best source of soldiers. It was only their geographic location that dragged them down, leading to them constantly taking a beating. During the Dance of the Dragons, the Riverlands army led by Kermit Tully and Benjicot Blackwood was unstoppable, slaughtering gods and men alike, piercing through half the Seven Kingdoms. According to Bryden's introduction, these Riverlands knights had all come voluntarily, following his name. Several of the older knights had even participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. There were 18 of them, including Brynden, that made 19. Daeron beamed with joy, speaking generously. Follow me. I'm hosting a banquet for you. These weren't 19 soldiers, they were 19 knights. In Westeros, every proper knight could lead troops and charge on the battlefield, possessing the ability to stand on their own. Perfect, I'm starving and thirsty. Brynden didn't stand on ceremony, following him into Bounty Hall. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. The Blackfish wouldn't let himself go hungry. Barristan looked pleased. Sir Brynden, we can fight side by side again. I, Barristan the Bold. Brynden sized him up, his reaction a bit lukewarm. Though both were legendary knights, they had chosen two different paths. He looked down on the various constraints of the Kingsguard. King's Landing. The Red Keep, small council chamber. Bang! Aerys slammed the table, roaring, that damn unfilial son. He stole my dragon. My dragon. The ministers sat rigidly. Varys frowned, deep in distress. Just moments ago, Lord Staunton, who had been beaten into critical condition, was carried back to the Red Keep for treatment. Prince Daeron had used facts to demonstrate that he wouldn't be easily deceived. Your Grace, please calm down. Tywin couldn't watch this anymore. Aerys immediately turned his spear on him. Speak. Did you collude with Daeron to make him retreat to his fief and steal my dragon? Veins bulged on Tywin's forehead as he fought to suppress his anger. Damn madman. I told you to name your second son heir as soon as possible, but you wouldn't listen. Now that father and son are estranged, you come looking for trouble with me instead. Do you think I'm made of clay? Tywin gave a cold sneer, delivering a precise stab. Not only has Daeron retreated to his territory, but Prince Rhaegar has also returned to Dragonstone. Both of your sons have chosen to stay far away from their father. Insolent. Aerys exploded instantly. Tywin tossed his head. Scream all you want. Aerys' eyes were bloodshot, panting like an ox. But he truly couldn't do anything to Tywin. He was even a little afraid of him. Seeing the king unable to find a way down, Lucerys Velaryon stood up and tossed out a document. My lords, I think now is not the time to discuss the two princes. Please look at this. Tywin picked up a copy and read it seriously. It was intelligence from the Narrow Sea. Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr had joined forces once again. They sent a Tyroshi admiral disguised as a pirate with the intent to occupy the Stepstones, and they were currently at war with other pirates. House Velaryon of Driftmark, House Celtigar of Claw Isle, and House Grafton of Gulltown all relied on maritime trade. During the fighting in the Stepstones, they had all been affected to varying degrees and suffered significant losses. Lucerys looked grave. Just yesterday, House Grafton's merchant fleet from Gulltown was looted. The sailors were brutally murdered, and 3 ships, along with their cargo, were completely destroyed. The Triarchy. Varys was the first to speak in surprise. The Triarchy, also known as the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, was an alliance formed by the 3 free cities of Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, active around the time of the Dance of the Dragons. At their peak, they had assisted the Greens and fought the famous Battle of the Gullet. House Velaryon, once prosperous, had been severely weakened by that very battle. Lucerys was on high alert. That's right. The Triarchy has returned. What is the reason? Tywin frowned, beginning to take it seriously. House Lannister's fortune relied on 2 things. One was the gold mines in the mountains of Casterly Rock. The second was the tax revenue from Lannisport. If the Triarchy occupied the Stepstones and choked off the north-south trade in the Narrow Sea, it would have a considerable impact on Lannisport as well. Lucerys glanced at the king and said, "The specific reason is unclear. According to surviving sailors, the Triarchy seems to be guarding against dragons." Dragons. A sensitive topic. Aerys suddenly raised his head, shouting loudly, "Damn pirates. I will gather the army, march on the Stepstones, and bring the islands into the kingdom's map." Another grand blueprint of his reign. "Your Grace, the Iron Throne has no need to go to war with the free cities," Grand Maester Pycelle urged hastily. Cholstead urged hastily, "Your Grace, the Iron Throne has no need to go to war with the free cities. There was a precedent for war. Except for the time the rogue prince Daemon Targaryen briefly conquered the Stepstones. Every other attempt had been a loss." The ministers ignored the king's unrealistic clamoring and discussed countermeasures among themselves. Lucerys said, "The Triarchy has a formidable pirate, seemingly called the Smiling Knight. He's the one relentlessly pursuing the merchant ships of Westeros. A remnant of the Kingswood Brotherhood, barely clinging to life." Tywin was dismissive. He didn't fear some pirate or the Smiling Knight, he only worried about the Triarchy's return. The free cities were incredibly powerful. They had money, the finest equipment, and countless mercenaries hungry for gold. As long as the rulers of the free cities were willing to spend, they could summon countless greedy souls to do their bidding. The continent of Westeros looked strong, but it was hollow on the inside. The noble lords fought their own battles and refused to unite against external threats. Once the Triarchy completely occupied the Stepstones, driving them out would be harder than snatching food from a hyena's mouth. The meeting lasted for over an hour without reaching a conclusion. The reason was simple. Not enough power to threaten the 3 free cities. Lucerys was unwilling to give up. "My lords, are we just going to watch the Triarchy occupy the Stepstones and do nothing? What else could they do?" Tywin didn't want to discuss it further. He stood up and said, "The news that House Targaryen has dragons again has reached across the Narrow Sea. The free cities fear the dragons occupying the Stepstones is a war strategy. If they wanted to stop it, the only way was war. Obviously, the Iron Throne did not have the capability to wage war. My lord." No matter how Lucerys called, Tywin turned a deaf ear. Walking out of the council chamber. On his way back to the Tower of the Hand, Tywin ran into Barristan. "Ser Barristan, why have you returned? Wasn't he supposed to be in the prince's territory, protecting Daeron?" Barristan wouldn't lie, but he chose to tell the less important parts. "I am here on the prince's orders to pick up Princess Shaina and Princess Elia to go to Bounty Hall for the flower dance." In reality, he was moving them out of the king's control. Tywin questioned, "The flower dance? Why have I never heard of it?" "A holiday established by the prince to celebrate the completion of Bounty Hall." Barristan only half understood it himself. Tywin pondered for a moment and said, "Perfect. My daughter Cersei is also in the Red Keep. Take her along to join the 2 princesses for the flower dance." He still held out hope for a marriage alliance. As the saying goes, if the prince won't come to Lannister, Lannister will go to the prince. What young teenagers lacked was time together. Barristan hesitated slightly, but to avoid the Hand's suspicion, he agreed. A short while later, Barristan completed the handover with the White Bull, Ser Gerald Hightower, and the 2 bid farewell. Watching his sworn brothers back, Ser Gerald sighed, "I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. 7 gods above. When would they select a Kingsguard to fill the vacancy, find him a companion, and share the pressure of protecting the king?" At this moment, Jaime approached Ser Gerald to ask for advice. As they chatted, Jaime probed, "Ser Barristan and Ser Arthur Dayne have both learned the advanced form of vitality. You have been protecting his grace all this time, have you learned it?" "I have not." Ser Gerald was a steady man and spoke the truth. "However, Ser Arthur wrote to me saying that when he has time to return to King's Landing, he will teach me the trick." Then, Jaime's eyes lit up. Ser Gerald rejected him directly. "No, my sworn brothers warned me that I cannot privately teach it to anyone." The conversation ended there. Jaime remained where he was, looking at Ser Gerald's magnificent, wall-like back and the white cloak that symbolized honor. A wave of envy welled up in his heart. His father was rushing him to marry again. He wanted him to marry Duke Hoster's second daughter, Lisa, or else roll back to Craighall to be a squire. But he didn't want to marry the Tully girl, nor did he want to go back in disgrace. 97, Chapter 94, Unlocking the Greenhouse and the Ancient Seed. Time flew by, and over a month passed. Summer, Day 28. Sunday. Weather, overcast. 1:40 p.m. The Bluegrass Hills, Mine Floor 119. Smash. Daeron swung his pickaxe one last time. The red rock shattered, revealing the ladder to the next floor. Without hesitation, he climbed down. The moment his silver hair disappeared down the shaft, the cavern behind him was left in ruins, littered with the still-dissolving black energy residue of several slain shadow brutes. Daeron had cleared the mines. Floor 120. The narrow space was characteristic of a treasure chest floor. On either side stood eerie stone pillars entwined with green and red serpent statues, looking like an altar sealing away some ancient terror. Creak. The red treasure chest opened, and a skull key floated up from inside. Immediately, the system panel provided a prompt. You found a skull key. You aren't sure what it's for, but it looks important. It has been added to your wallet. Daeron caught his breath. Finally got the skull key, he said. He knew exactly what the skull key was for. In Stardew Valley, once the farmer repaired the bus and traveled to the Calico Desert, this key was used to unlock the desert-exclusive Skull Cavern. It was essentially an upgraded version of the regular mines. Serpents, mummies, iridium bats, pepper rexes. All sorts of powerful monsters were unlocked inside the Skull Cavern. But the cavern also offered rewards the regular mines didn't have. Every time you entered, the Skull Cavern reset from floor 0. The deeper you went, the higher the chance of encountering treasure chest floors, which could yield incredibly rare items. Like the auto-petter. It was a machine you could place in a coop or barn to pet the animals for you, steadily increasing their friendship levels. At the same time, the depths of the Skull Cavern held a scarce resource not found in the regular mines, iridium ore. Iridium bars, smelted from the ore, were essential for upgrading tools and constructing advanced buildings. Things like warp totems and Janimo huts. Now that I have the skull key, I just need to figure out where the Calico Desert is. Daeron figured it had to be somewhere in the Dornish Desert. As he thought about it, the system panel updated. Under the Special Abilities and Items tab, the skull key appeared. Forest magic was no longer alone on the list. The panel also issued a new quest. The Mystery of the Stardrops. You found a strange key at the bottom of the mines. Objective: discover the purpose of the skull key. Ever since the beginner tutorial quests ended, the quest log rarely updated. This only strengthened Durin's resolve to find the Skull Cavern. But I have to hold off for now. I even have a prismatic shard, but I still can't trade it for the galaxy sword. Right after upgrading to the gold pickaxe, the first thing he did was smash the meteorite. It dropped a prismatic shard, 6 iridium ores, a pile of coal, and several omni geodes. Normally, after getting your first prismatic shard, you'd head to the Calico Desert, find the altar of Yoba, and offer the shard to receive the galaxy sword. But he didn't know the dangers of the Dornish Desert, nor could he pinpoint the Calico Desert's exact location. Without a reliable guide, the Dornish Desert was a death trap. The young dragon, King Daeron I, had unparalleled military prowess, but when his army got bogged down fighting the Dornishmen in the desert, they were ground to dust by the sand and wind. Daeron wasn't about to risk his life. Of course, the more pressing issue was that with his current strength, going into the Skull Cavern was just asking for a beatdown. Even when playing the game, he hated going to the Skull Cavern. 9 times out of 10, he'd get knocked out and lose a ton of items and gold. That's all too far in the future. Let's look at the loot right in front of me. Daeron opened his inventory, and a smooth, round, brown seed appeared. Ancient seed, could it still grow? Daeron was ecstatic. He held the ancient seed and kissed it twice. Once the ancient seed artifact was processed into a plantable pack of ancient seeds, it would grow Stardew Valley's ultimate crop, the ancient fruit. While its base sell price was slightly lower than starfruit, its true value lay in the fact that once planted, it continually produced fruit, creating a perpetual harvest. Whether sold raw or brewed into wine, ancient fruit generated massive profits. Daeron carefully put the ancient seed away and checked the rest of his inventory. The floor 110 treasure chest reward: a pair of space boots. Space boots, defense +4, immunity +4. They essentially combined the full effects of the crab shell ring and the immunity band. They were one of the absolute best defensive items in Stardew Valley. In addition, he had found dwarf scrolls 1, 2, and 3, a lead mace, a bone sword, and various gems. He had a mix of tools, special weapons, and minerals. Daeron paid special attention to the dwarf scrolls and noticed he was still missing the 4th volume. I have multiple copies of the first 3 scrolls, but the 4th one just refuses to drop, he said with a sigh. Collecting all 4 dwarf scrolls and donating them to the museum rewarded the Dwarvish translation guide. This allowed you to understand Dwarvish. But the 4 dwarf scrolls were distributed across the 120 floors of the mines based on monster drops and tilling dirt. Collecting them all required relentless grinding and a bit of luck. Oh well. Clearing the mines and finding the ancient seed is already a massive haul. Daeron was more than satisfied. He packed up his loot and left the mines. Back at the farm, Daeron donated the ancient seed artifact and a few other items to the museum via the shipping bin, unlocked the plantable ancient seed recipe, and received his first pack of ancient seeds. Should I plant it? Daeron tilled a new spot of soil and sprinkled some basic fertilizer, but then he hesitated. Normally, if you found an ancient seed in year 1, you'd plant it outside, keep harvesting the ancient fruit, and run them through a seed maker to multiply your seeds. By the time you unlocked the greenhouse, you'd have a nice stockpile of ancient seeds ready to go, a perfect setup. Daeron opened his status panel. Farmer, Daeron Targaryen. Farming, level 10, tiller, artisan. Mining, level 9, miner. Foraging, level 10, gatherer, lumberjack. Fishing, level 10, fisher, pirate. Combat, level 8, fighter. At the bottom of the panel, an extra note indicated that in the summer of year 3 in Stardew Valley, he had eaten a stardrop. Daeron thought it over. I can't plant it now, he muttered. The community center bundles required to unlock the greenhouse were almost complete. Unlocking it by year 3 certainly wasn't considered a speed run. It was better to wait for the greenhouse to unlock and plant it directly inside. Note, the greenhouse ignores seasonal restrictions and is immune to crow attacks, lightning strikes, and fairy events. Tomorrow is the change of seasons. I'll worry about this later. Daeron quickly tidied up and started preparing for tonight's Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. Summer, Day 28. The Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. The premise of the festival was that everyone gathered at the beach on the east coast to watch the moonlight jellies migrate, serving as a farewell to summer. But Daeron had discovered something deeper about it. Nighttime, 11:30 p.m. Daeron returned to the cabin, pulled the covers over his head, and went to sleep. The Dance of the Moonlight Jellies festival was complete. He had invited Shayna, Elia, Cersei, and a crowd of his followers to attend the festival, treating them to the breathtakingly beautiful migration of the moonlight jellies. During the event, he felt a surge of magic. Howland and the witch, who had also attended the festival, gave him a few hints. The moonlight jellies were a newly emerged, special species that migrated along currents of magic, always seeking out better environments to survive. The fact that they could travel back and forth to the East Coast beach every year meant that the prince's territory was brimming with magic. The things Daeron was looking for would also be drawn to his territory. They just needed a little nudge. Early morning, 2 a.m. Under the veil of night, 3 dragons were curled up in the southeast corner of the farm. Their massive bodies reflected red, diamond blue, and spectral hues in the moonlight. Scree! Caraxes suddenly lifted his head. Doubt flashed in his molten gold, slitted eyes as he looked toward the cabin where his rider slept. But he didn't move, resting his head back onto the grass. Daeron had given strict orders, no flying around at night. They would scare away some of the guests. Inside the cabin, Daeron was deep in sleep. In his dreams, a little green apple bounded out of a thick white fog. A Janimo. Squeak, squeak. The green Janimo waved its stick-like arms, chattering away somewhat nervously. Daeron was groggy in the dream, but he understood perfectly. The little Janimo was introducing itself. Its name was Apple, and Apple lived up to its name. Janimo Apple explained that they weren't a species native to Westeros. They had suddenly appeared on the continent when the Red Comet arrived. Before Daeron started the farm, they had been bullied and forced to live as nomads with no safe place to call home. Daeron strongly suspected the ones bullying them were the children of the forest. Both were spirits of nature. They were direct competition for the same ecological niche. Squeak, squeak. Apple pointed outside the cabin, explaining that the 3 dragons were absolutely terrifying. It was why, even after wandering into the prince's territory, they hadn't dared to show themselves to Daeron. Even now, they didn't dare manifest physically. The dragon's innate fire magic would severely hurt the tiny Janimos. Squeak, squeak. Changing the subject, Apple brought up the community center bundles. Once Daeron completed all the bundles, and the Janimos gathered all the required crops and items, they would fully acclimate to Westeros. They could then put down roots in the prince's territory without fear of being bullied again. They also promised that they were a harmless species. They wouldn't appear in front of normal people or interfere with reality. And in return for Daeron completing the bundles, they would provide the corresponding rewards. For example, poof, the crisp sound of a hammer striking would echo across the farm. On the ruins of the greenhouse next to the waterfall, 2 or 3 Janimos of different colors suddenly appeared out of thin air. The Janimos waved their stick-like limbs, their invisible mouths murmuring an incantation. A brilliant flash of light swept over the area. In the blink of an eye, the greenhouse stood completely restored, as good as new. Squeak, squeak. Apple proudly put its hands on its hips, explaining that while the greenhouse bundle was still missing a few fruits, they could unlock it for Daeron in advance. He just needed to provide the missing fruits later. Daeron was delighted and reached out to pet the little apple. Thank you, he said, but his hand passed right through. After repairing the greenhouse, Apple was visibly exhausted. It waved its stick-like arms and said in Dwarvish/Janimo, "Goodbye, farmer." Then, with a little pop, it vanished from the dream. The next day, fall, day 1, Monday. Weather, sunny. 10 a.m. In front of the cabin, the 28 quality sprinklers had finished their morning watering. Green sprouts poked through the tilled soil, the newly planted pumpkin seeds. Cluck cluck moo bah. Out of the coop and barn, chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and pigs strolled out to graze on the blue grass, looking impossibly relaxed. Inside the greenhouse, Daeron planted his ancient seed. While he was at it, he planted an orange sapling which he had redeemed using a prize ticket in the tiled border of the room. Prize tickets were rewards earned from completing tasks on the quest board once it was unlocked. Each ticket could be exchanged for one prize. The orange sapling had been one of them. Perfect. The great winemaking empire takes its first steps. Daeron dusted off his hands, beyond satisfied. Out on the farm, on the untillable grassy areas, he had already planted a small forest of oak trees. Many of them had tappers attached, slowly producing oak resin. At the base of the oak trees, he had placed newly crafted mushroom logs, which periodically grew various types of mushrooms. Daeron hadn't forgotten, he needed to harvest mushrooms to craft life elixirs. 98, Chapter 95, Ares burned by dragonfire. Leaving the farm, Daeron arrived at Bounty Hall and saw Shayna tending to the flowers and plants. Shayna looked up slightly. Morning. Morning. Daeron walked right up and gave her a hug, making himself entirely at home. Shayna furrowed her delicate brow, but her body betrayed her as she didn't pull away. I'll give you those 3 dragon eggs. How about you look after them for me? Daeron handed out a quest right off the bat, acting like a video game NPC. What dragon eggs? Shayna asked. The 3 petrified dragon eggs were from the same clutch as Toothless Egg, found deep within the Dragonmont. Daeron led her to his room and dug out the clutch of eggs. There had been 4 in total. One was shattered beyond saving by anyone's hands. The remaining 3 were all covered in a layer of stony crust. Dragon eggs. Shayna murmured in surprise, her pale, delicate fingertips gently brushing the shells. The 3 eggs were a dull gray, but their original colors were faintly visible, one grayish-white, one pale green, and one yellowish-gold. They can't be hatched right now, Daeron explained, but I'll figure out a way to restore their vitality. Petrified dragon eggs were completely different from normal ones. Normal eggs still had a spark of life and could be energized with solar essence. Petrified eggs were essentially dead. Ordinary materials wouldn't do a thing. Shayna's gaze suddenly grew determined. Her voice was soft. Okay. You're the best, Daeron smiled. Shayna had been living in Bounty Hall for over a month. Aside from teasing Cersei, she spent her days gardening. Handing this clutch of eggs to her gave her a sense of purpose. Shayna lifted her chin proudly, looking genuinely motivated. Knock, knock, knock. The door chimed as Davos came in with a message. Prince, there's news from King's Landing. A hint of doubt crossed Durin's brow. Anything important? For the past month, his father had been writing constantly. The gist of every letter was the same, trying to trick him into returning to King's Landing with promises of making him the heir. It was like a scammer promising free gold if you just walked into a dark alley. Davos glanced at Shayna and hesitated. Prince, it's actually something major. I'll leave you to it, Daeron told Shayna. He found an incubator for her and placed the 3 petrified dragon eggs over the charcoal fire. Shayna simply stared blankly, showing no extra emotion. Stepping outside, Daeron walked and asked, what's the big emergency? Did the Triarchy invade? He had heard about the Triarchy seizing the Stepstones. They were just a bunch of pirates and greedy merchants. Once his dragons grew up, dealing with them would be a piece of cake. No, Prince, Davos stammered, struggling to force the words out. The letter from King's Landing says, His Grace has fallen ill. Huh. Daeron stopped dead in his tracks. Davos hurriedly pulled the letter from his tunic. See for yourself, Prince. The letter was brief. His father, Ares, was sick. Gravely sick. The small council was summoning Daeron back to King's Landing immediately, just in case the worst happened. After reading it, Daeron looked grave for a second before his expression melted into an amused smirk. He's really pulling out all the stops to trick me into coming back. They say the good die young, while the wicked live forever. His father hadn't earned the title of the Mad King for nothing. Unless someone literally stabbed him with a sword, he wasn't dying anytime soon. Davos looked helpless. We thought the same, but the small council used His Grace's severe illness as the official reason. We can't just ignore it. Any word from Lord Lucerys? Daeron asked. Ever since the Triarchy started wrecking the Narrow Sea, Lucerys had been sending him frequent letters before heading back to Driftmark to gather resources, temporarily going off the grid. Davos shook his head. Guess I'll make a trip back, Daeron decided, flicking the letter. It wasn't because of his father's fake illness, but because of 2 other points mentioned in the letter. After a lengthy selection process, the conclave at the Citadel had chosen a candidate for Grand Maester, and he was currently en route. At the same time, the recruitment for the new Kingsguard was almost complete. Picking a Grand Maester without asking me first. Daeron wasn't having it. Who knew what kind of sketchy old man the Citadel was sending? In his mind, the position of Grand Maester already belonged to his great-uncle, Maester Aemon. No time like the present. He ordered Davos to gather their men and prepare to return to King's Landing. King's Landing. Riding car axes, Daeron led his retinue through the King's Gate. The moment the red dragon appeared, the people of King's Landing erupted in cheers. The Triarchy's actions had somewhat impacted the lives of the common folk. Everyday goods were getting scarce. Things that used to cost 1 silver stag were suddenly jumping to 1 stag and 10 copper pennies. The dragon's presence gave the people a much-needed sense of security. The Red Keep. Ser Gerald came out to greet him, looking excited. "Prince, please come in." Daeron cut right to the chase. "How is my father?" Ser Gerald froze instantly. The honor of a white knight wouldn't let him lie. Seeing this, Daeron knew exactly what was up. "Prince, his grace is being sincere. He's missed you so much he can't even eat. He's lost a lot of weight," Ser Gerald sighed. Daeron didn't buy a single word of it. He wasn't missing his son, he was missing the dragons. "Ser, get out of the way." Before Ser Gerald could say another word, a large hand roughly shoved him aside. Ser Gerald scowled, clearly offended. Jacaerys, clad in heavy black armor, was leading a squad of dragon guards behind the prince, his attitude aggressive. Seeing the knight's displeased expression, he repeated his demand. "Ser, get out of the way." By now, Daeron was already taking the stairs 2 at a time. Helpless, Ser Gerald turned his gaze to the retinue, giving them a scrutinizing look. And what he saw shocked him. The group was subtly divided into 3 factions. The first was led by the 2 Kingsguard, Ser Barristan and Ser Jon, followed by the smooth-talking Davos. These 3 were Durin's earliest followers. The second faction was the arrogant Jacaerys standing right in front of him. He was Lord Lucerys' nephew and the current commander of the Dragon Guards. By his side was the short-statured Howland Reed. The last group was the Blackfish, Brynden, and the Riverlands Knights he had brought with him. They were the only cavalry force under Durin's command. Assuming dragon riders counted as cavalry, that is. "Jacaerys, do not disrespect Ser Gerald," Barristan stepped up, defusing the imminent conflict. Ser Gerald wasn't scared, just surprised by the sheer muscle Daeron had amassed. He could see it clearly, every single one of these men had mastered vitality. What was even more terrifying was that most of them were armed with special weapons. Even Davos and Howland, who looked like they couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag, had special daggers tucked into their belts. All of them were loot Daeron had farmed from the mines. "Ser, get out of the way," Jacaerys said for the 3rd time, though slightly more politely. "You protect the king, I protect the prince. Let's just stay out of each other's lanes." With that, he led his squad of dragon guards up the stairs. Aside from Alliser, who served as the deputy commander of the city watch, Jacaerys had the most men under him and the most aggressive style. Anyone who dared disrespect Daeron would immediately face his wrath. Ser Gerald reluctantly stepped aside. As the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, he was undoubtedly a failure. He had basically turned himself into a general without an army. The throne room. Before Daeron could track down his father found him first. Aerys was wearing his crown and fine robes, looking about as sick as a horse. "Boy, you finally realized you should come back and see your king." Daeron kept a straight face, glancing at the few remaining lords standing before the Iron Throne. Staunton was recovering from his injuries, and Lucerys was on Driftmark. The Grand Maester position was empty. An incompetent ruler really dragged the whole court down. They couldn't even scrape together a full small council. Daeron sighed softly. "Father, I'm here. Spit it out." Aerys had been waiting for those exact words. He roared, "Fine. Give me my dragon back. My black dragon." "Sure." Daeron said softly, an unreadable expression on his face. "As long as you can tame it." A moment later, a commotion came from outside the doors. A squad of dragon guards led a goat into the hall, luring Toothless inside. "My dragon." Aerys was practically vibrating with excitement. He shot up and practically sprinted down from the Iron Throne. "Scree!" Toothless screamed, slitted eyes filled with confusion. He had absolutely no memory of this man. He quickly turned his attention back to the goat. Compared to a month ago, the young dragon had hit another growth spurt. He had gone from the size of a warhorse to over 16 feet long, starting to show the true majestic bulk of a dragon. "Easy, Toothless." Daeron spoke in High Valyrian, calming the eager hatchling. Toothless raised his head and locked eyes with Aerys. Aerys rushed over and demanded, "Boy, how do I tame it? How do I make it obey my commands?" He wanted a dragon so badly it physically hurt. "It's simple," Daeron said calmly. "Just give it a command and make it obey." "Are you messing with me?" Aerys flared up immediately. If he could get the baby dragon to listen, he would be riding it already. Daeron shot back. If there was a shortcut to taming dragons, the blood of the dragon lords would be a joke, wouldn't it? Aerys paused. His second son was right. If he couldn't win the dragon's approval through his own bloodline, then his Targaryen blood was completely useless. Aerys gritted his teeth. "Fine, then I'll try again." He refused to believe he couldn't tame a single dragon. Daeron stepped aside. "Scree!" Toothless was already starving, practically drooling as he stared at the bleeding goat. He wasn't a tiny baby anymore. As they grew, the 3 dragons' appetites had skyrocketed. Feeding them exclusively special fish was impossible to maintain. While they still got a steady diet of special fish, regular livestock like cows and sheep had become their main filler food. Occasionally, the 3 dragons would hunt in Blackwater Bay and the Kingswood to catch their own meals. When they got desperate, they'd even raid the farm's special crops, devouring whatever fruits and veggies they could find. As long as it provided the nutrients they needed to grow, the dragons weren't picky. Aerys rubbed his hands together and walked up to the young dragon, shooting nervous glances at his son and the dragon guards. Careful, Daeron warned out of sheer common decency. Aerys was a bundle of nerves. He looked back at the lords. Tywin, ever the concerned old friend, was standing on the steps of the Iron Throne, keeping a hawk's eye on the dragon's every move. I am the dragon. I am the king. Aerys hypnotized himself, forcing down his fear until his eyes turned sharp and manic. Scree! Toothless, beyond hungry, yanked the chain right out of the dragon guard's hand and scrambled toward the goat. Now's my chance. Aerys looked absolutely deranged as he suddenly screamed, Dracarys. The command, barked in High Valyrian, startled the dragon right out of its hunting crouch. Scree! Toothless instantly snapped. Aiming right at the screaming human, he unleashed a blast of spectral green dragon fire. Aerys' face drained of color as he shrieked in sheer terror. Your Grace! At the critical moment, Ser Gerald launched himself through the air, tackling the king out of the way just as the flames washed over where he'd been standing. With a sickening crunch of breaking bone, the two men crashed to the floor. Scree! Toothless, his wild instincts taking over, moved to press the attack. Daeron, who hadn't moved an inch, finally spoke up, barking a command in High Valyrian, stand down. Toothless froze. His green, slitted eyes darted between the annoying human pinned under the giant knight and the dark expression on his father's face. He decided it was best to chill out. Scree! With a quick burst of green flame, the goat was instantly roasted. Toothless scrambled over and started tearing into his meal. The sound of the dragon ripping and swallowing meat echoed alongside the king's agonizing screams. The lords looked grim. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to absolute zero. Guards, get in here. Julstead was the first to react, yelling for men to put out the fire on Ser Gerald's back. Fortunately, the dragon fire had only ignited his white cloak without melting through his silver armor, leaving the Lord Commander with only moderate burns on his back. Ah, it hurts. Pinned under the literal brick wall that was Ser Gerald, Aerys felt like he had been run over by a carriage repeatedly. When the guards finally lifted Ser Gerald off him, they saw the king was ghost pale, his forehead slick with cold sweat. I'm here. Maester Harvey rushed in to examine the king's injuries. The initial diagnosis, he hadn't been burned by the dragon. Instead, Ser Gerald landing on him had snapped 3 of his ribs and fractured his shin. Your Grace, are you all right? Julstead was practically bawling, tears and snot running down his face in a touching display of loyalty. Aerys was in no condition to care about who was loyal. He was twitching in agony on the stretcher as they hauled him back to his chambers. And just like that, the circus act was over. Daeron hadn't moved a muscle, just watching the chaos with cold indifference. Baiting his father into taming the dragon and getting him hurt made him feel a tiny bit guilty. But then he remembered that his father had 3 broken ribs and a busted leg, had seen firsthand how vicious the dragon was, and would never dare covet his dragons again. And suddenly, he felt pretty damn good about it. Tywin approached with an icy expression. Prince, His Grace was injured while taming the dragon. We will have to ask you to step in and attend the upcoming small council meetings. Lead the way. Daeron gestured for him to proceed. Right in front of the other 2 lords, the master and student put on a masterclass in teamwork. The king was too injured to rule, so the prince would act as regent. Business as usual. The king's bedchamber. Aerys had his wounds treated, took his painkillers, and ate a hoarded special crop, slowly stabilizing his condition. But the terror the young dragon had struck into his heart was like a jagged scar that refused to heal. Damn it all. Aerys pounded his fist against the bedboard, his bloodshot eyes filling with tears as he choked out helplessly, my dragon. It's all that ungrateful bastard's fault. He must be colluding with Tywin to murder me. Thinking about his broken heart brought fresh tears to his eyes. He couldn't even tame a dragon. He wasn't worthy of the blood of the dragon. Knock, knock, knock. People knocked on the bedroom doors. Some came to check on his injuries, some to report on Ser Gerald's status, and others just to make sure the king hadn't gone completely off the deep end. Jaime was mixed into the crowd, stopping to stare at the broken, miserable king. Aerys' sharp eyes immediately locked onto the Lannister boy by the door. He saw Jaime's youthful arrogance and recognized him as Tywin's golden boy. A wave of vindictive malice swelled in his chest. Aerys' lips twisted into a cruel smile as he let out a demonic whisper, boy, do you want glory? 99, Chapter 96, Adding Fuel to Fire. I'm going north to bring back Aemon Targaryen. Daeron made his announcement at small council meeting. Tywin frowned, asking, Maester Aemon is ancient. What good will bringing him back do? I'm going to make him Grand Maester, Daeron stated flatly. He will serve House Targaryen. It was a notification, not a discussion. Given current situation, Rhaegar and Lyanna were bound to elope, triggering War of Usurper. Daeron wasn't afraid of war. Rebel army defeated royalists mainly because Rhaegar got killed by Robert in single combat, causing army to collapse. If anyone else stepped into that role, Targaryen dynasty wouldn't fall. Besides, he had 3 dragons. Once war broke out, continent's rules would be shattered, forcing a complete reshuffle. Daeron wanted to fight this war, and he intended to win it. He would use victory to legally become crown prince. To do that, he needed political backing. Maester Aemon, with his massive seniority, was a perfect candidate. Daeron also wanted to take opportunity to find lost ancestral sword, Dark Sister. Small council fell silent for a long moment. Cholstead and Varys exchanged looks but stayed quiet, knowing they lacked weight to object. Tywin chewed it over before finally conceding. Very well. Maester Aemon has dedicated half his life to Night's Watch. It's time he returned to King's Landing to enjoy his twilight years. What threat could an 80-something-year-old man pose anyway? Let him do what he wants. 3 days later. Mudgate, Harbor. Rogue Prince led 2 large ships out toward Gullet. Tywin stood on city walls, watching ships leave. Scree! A long, piercing shriek tore through sky. A violent gust of wind swept overhead, forcing everyone to duck. With its rider mounted, Caraxes slithered through air like a snake, catching up to departing fleet to act as escort. Tywin turned his head, looking toward towering cliffs along coast. Tessarion and Toothless crawled to edge and dove off together, spreading their massive wings to follow their older brother and father. 1 man, 3 dragons. What a sight. A sharp glint flashed in Tywin's eyes, solidifying his resolve to secure a royal marriage. Even if Daeron was off-table, Jaehaerys or Viserys would do. As long as Targaryens had dragons, there would always be an opening to exploit. Meanwhile, Aery was hosting a secret meeting between uncle and nephew. Uncle, marrying into royal family has no downsides, Elbert urged again. Lord Jonaran sat behind his heavy desk, slowly savoring a glass of rich red wine. Lord Arryn was getting up there in years. He had kind, proper features and a slightly plump build, looking every bit gentle old man. But in front of him, Elbert felt like a child. I know what you're getting at, Elbert. Lord Arryn set down his goblet, gently dabbing his mouth with a handkerchief. He spoke with a lecturing tone. You talk about a royal marriage, but those 2 princes are basically toddlers. It'll be at least a decade before they come of age. Can House Arryn afford to wait 10 years? Mad King has 7 kingdoms on edge, Elbert argued. But Prince Daeron is young, capable, and a dragon rider. Backing him is a sure bet. But he isn't going to marry a daughter of House Arryn. Lord Arryn hit nail on head. He added silently that House Arryn didn't even have a girl of right age anyway. Among great houses, House Arryn of Aery was unique, famous for its notoriously thin bloodline. Historically, whenever a major crisis hit, they were always caught in an awkward position with only widows and orphans left in charge. Lord Arryn was over 60 and childless, forced to prop up his nephew Elbert as heir. Elbert was past 40 and also had no kids. Even if they locked down a Targaryen marriage, they'd have to scrape up a girl from a distant branch family. Elbert was speechless. His uncle left one harsh truth unspoken: alliances were built on equal footing. House Targaryen was experiencing a massive resurgence. If House Arryn jumped into a betrothal now, they likely wouldn't be able to enforce it 10 years down line. Don't look so down, Lord Arryn continued. We might not get a royal marriage, but I fostered Robert and Ned. They are honorable men. They'll be House Arryn's strongest allies in future. Yes, uncle. Elbert forced a smile. Few realized that in Stab Alliance Eagle, Stag, Wolf, and Fish Eagle and Wolf were actually pulling strings. His uncle, Jonaran, was brains of entire operation. Asking him to ditch 4-region alliance for a royal marriage was like asking him to chop off his own arm. Lord Arryn, ever cautious and calculating, pulled out paper and quill. Stories of Blacks and Crown Prince's faction are spreading out there, making 7 kingdoms restless. I'm writing to Lord Ricard. I'll tell him to get his kids married off ASAP to solidify foundation of our alliance. If we really are looking at another Dance of Dragons or Blackfire rebellion, we need a secure foothold to survive chaos. Brilliant, uncle. A short while later, a raven flew out of Aery, heading straight for Winterfell in north. But Lord Arryn's calculations were already obsolete. Dragonstone. In a single day, Rhaegar received a letter via raven and an anonymous gift. Letter was from Lyanna Stark. Gift was a Valyrian steel dagger. Doubt flashed in Rhaegar's eyes. He held Valyrian steel dagger over a fire until glowing red blade revealed rows of tiny script. It was written in High Valyrian, meaning, Song of Ice and Fire. Father's dagger. Rhaegar recognized it. When he was a boy, his grandfather, Jaehaerys II, had taken him into his chambers and personally told him secret carved into this blade. But why was it here on Dragonstone? Who stole it from his father? Rhaegar couldn't figure it out, so he focused his attention on dagger itself. It held Song of Ice and Fire passed down by Conqueror, warning future generations to stay vigilant and unite all possible strength against an unknown darkness and cold. Rhaegar became mesmerized, muttering to himself, Dragon has 3 heads. Prince that was promised will be born from my line. His wife Elia had given him a daughter. After Tourney at Harrenhal, she stayed in King's Landing for a short visit and never returned to Dragonstone. Rhaegar's hopes of having more children with her were shattered. However, he saw hope in Lyanna. She was brave, beautiful, and wild like a dire wolf running through snow. Rhaegar let his imagination run wild. Targaryen was fire. Stark was ice. Prophesied prince born of ice and fire could be perfectly conceived by him and Lyanna. Once they had an idea, Targaryens were people of action. Rhaegar tucked Valerian's steel dagger away safely, summoned Ser Arthur, Ser Oswell, and rest of his crew, and rowed hard for Riverlands. Day 2 at sea. Daeron flew Caraxes midway across Narrow Sea, entering Crab Bay. Gulltown is just ahead. Before reaching White Harbor in deep north, Gulltown was essentially last major open port. Daeron surveyed area, his mind drifting elsewhere. In Game of Thrones, entire story originated from that Valerian steel dagger. And he was one who had secretly forwarded that dagger to Rhaegar. His father didn't need damn thing. Rhaegar was superstitious about prophecy, he'd put it to use. Better to steer flood than try to dam it. If Daeron couldn't stop false spring, he might as well hit fast forward on it. Eagle, stag, wolf, and fish were tied together, presenting a united front. Once war kicked off, he would rip them out by roots. Just as he was thinking this, a sinister laugh echoed from below, followed by sounds of slaughter. Daeron focused his gaze. A merchant ship flying flag of a burning yellow tower had been intercepted by pirates. Sailors fought back desperately but were being butchered without a prayer. Ha ha ha, kill all these noble lapdogs. A young swordsman dressed like a knight let out a maniacal laugh, his mouth splitting almost to his ears, making his face look utterly demonic. His swordplay was vicious. Everywhere he walked, nearby sailors lost their heads. Whenever someone tried to strike back, they found their swings effortlessly dodged, no matter angle. A flash of emerald green lit up Smiling Knight's eyes. He channeled his specially enhanced vitality into his feet, weaving across deck like a viper, brutally hacking down terrified sailors. He wanted revenge. Kingsguard had slaughtered his crew, forcing him to run like a beaten dog until he had no choice but to join Triarchy. Since he wasn't dead, he was going to make sure 7 kingdoms never knew peace. He would make name, Smiling Knight, famous across realm, a boogeyman to silence crying children. Ha ha ha. Smiling Knight laughed wildly. Suddenly, a streak of blazing red tore through sky. An inescapable shadow fell over ship. Before he could react, a command in incomprehensible High Valerian echoed from above. Dracarys. Caraxes' molten gold eyes gleamed with malice. His serpent-like body circled above ship, unleashing a continuous torrent of dragon fire. What hell? Smiling Knight panicked. Out of corner of his eye, he saw roaring flames engulfing his pirates, burning them alive as they screamed. Survival instinct kicked in. He flooded his legs with his special vitality, preparing to launch himself into ocean. Boom! A blast of diamond blue dragonfire swept past, igniting man and his armor. He screamed as he plummeted into water. 2.5 seconds later, he went completely still. Targaryen, agile and sleek, did a lap around ship. Yep, that's all of them. Daeron looked down from high above, confirming no pirates survived. Just a bunch of pirates. Kill them all and be done with it. He had zero idea that his dragonfire's AoE damage had just one-shot a mini-boss. Daeron saved surviving sailors, waited for Rogue Prince to catch up, and shipped them back to Gulltown. That same day, he was treated to a massive feast by Lord Grafton. Inside Grafton Estate, Lord Gerald Grafton was in his 20s, short but built like a brick house, sporting a highly noticeable mop of blonde hair. He enthusiastically shook Durin's hand, thanking him endlessly. Thank you for riding your dragon and burning Smiling Knight to a crisp. Gulltown will never forget this favor. Daeron paused, realizing that pirate crew actually had remnants of Kingswood Brotherhood. Lord Grafton had all loot recovered from pirate ship sent over to Rogue Prince. Hearing Prince was heading north, he also opened his own vault to heavily fund expedition. His whole vibe perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be filthy rich. Daeron hit it off with him immediately. Not just because of money, but because during War of Usurper, Lord Grafton locked gates of Gulltown, directly defying his liege Lord Jonarin and Robert's rebel army. He was a certified, hardcore loyalist to Crown. 100, Chapter 97, Catching Wolf and Snaring Eagle. 1 month later. North. Wall. Freezing wind howled. Snow blanketed ground half a foot deep. Biting cold cut right to bone, feeling like dead of winter. Prince, this is Castle Black. Davos wrapped himself in a heavy coat, rubbing his hands together as he led way for Prince. After a rough journey, they had finally reached Wall. Daeron exhaled. His warm breath turned into a cold mist, blurring his vision. Beneath towering Wall, Night's Watch fortress of Castle Black stood right in front of them. Scree! Caraxes circled in sky, his snake-like body twisting constantly to shake snow off his red scales. Ever since arriving at Wall, Dragon had been restless. Like a fish thrown onto shore. Targaryen and Toothless were in even worse shape. Their tempers grew increasingly volatile. They spent most of day curled up together, only calming down slightly when dragon guards fed them sheep. We can't stay long. Daeron realized dangers of playing away from home. Massive gates of Castle Black slowly opened. Lord Commander of Night's Watch strode out to greet them. Welcome, Prince Daeron of House Targaryen. A squad of Night's Watchmen followed, offering hot soup and thick furs. Daeron was treated with warm hospitality. After entering Castle Black, Lord Commander expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you sending over 800 criminals to Wall, Night's Watch has replenished its ranks. We have more manpower to brace for winter. Pleasantries finished. Daeron was led to a tower and told person he was looking for was inside. Creak. Pushing open old wooden door draped in animal skins, latch scraped with a harsh squeal. Daeron shut door behind him, locking freezing wind outside. Inside, room was packed with bookshelves and tomes. Wall sconces in corners flickered with weak flames. Smell of burning grease mixed with scent of old parchment, creating a unique vibe. Who is it? Deep within rows of bookshelves, an old man's soft voice asked, sounding as gentle as someone asking if you'd eaten. Durin's Adam's apple bobbed. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of nerves. He was finally going to meet oldest living Targaryen, his great-grandfather's third older brother, family elder who had stood watch on wall for decades. He walked forward slowly. A silver-haired old man in black robes holding an oil lamp stood up. His large, wrinkled hands felt along desk as he straightened his slightly hunched back. Daeron stopped a short distance away, quietly watching old man. He had a full head of silver hair and a gaunt frame. Night's Watch black robe was far too loose on him, but it provided solid insulation, keeping cold at bay. Old man had his back to him, but suddenly his body stiffened. Daeron reacted, stepping forward to check on him. Child, is that you? Maester Aemon spoke, his soft voice turning urgent, like seeing a fire in pitch black. Daeron was about to answer. I know, it must be you. Maester Aemon didn't turn around. He could already feel shared connection of fire and blood. His tone grew emotional. They had exchanged letters beforehand, with Daeron promising to visit him at Wall. Daeron stepped closer, speaking with his youthful voice. Great uncle, I came to see you. It really is you, child. Leaning on his cane, Maester Aemon hurriedly turned around. His heavily wrinkled face was already streaming with tears. Before Daeron could even get close, Maester Aemon set down oil lamp and cane, two old friends he relied on to survive, and opened his arms, pulling his blood relative into a tight embrace. Daeron hugged him back, offering warmth of a Targaryen. He whispered, take it easy, great uncle. I'm here. Maester Aemon choked on his sobs, unable to speak. He nodded vigorously while clapping young man's sturdy back. From this young, strong body, he felt a scorching heat, boiling dragon blood of a true Targaryen. Deep in dead of night, Daeron and Maester Aemon sat across from each other, discussing family's future. Maester Aemon's eyes were cloudy. By light of oil lamp, he dug out a stack of letters and smiled. Look, before you, your brother used to write to me constantly. His smile was pure, as if talking about a rare burst of warmth in freezing wind. Daeron was curious. What did Rhaegar talk about? We talked about everything. Sometimes state of 7 kingdoms, sometimes your father's madness. Maester Aemon looked both happy and sad before letting out a sigh. He was always asking for my advice. I tried my best to give him solid, reliable solutions. I don't know how well he carried them out. Are you two still writing? Daeron asked. Maester Aemon shook his head. No, I stopped hearing from him about 6 months ago. 6 months ago, right around time Tourney at Harrenhal was being set up. Daeron understood. He reassured old man. Rhaegar is doing great. He's always done well. He's wildly popular with lords of 7 kingdoms. Heh, don't bullshit this old bag of bones. Maester Aemon smiled, speaking with a hint of regret. If Rhaegar was doing fine, why would you trek all way out to this frozen wasteland to see me? Daeron was left speechless. He realized old man knew exactly what was going on. Don't hide it from me. I want truth. Maester Aemon squeezed his hand, emphasizing his point. While I still have breath in my lungs. Facing worried elder, Daeron explained his rivalry with Rhaegar, laying out how Rhaegar was currently playing with fire. Finally, he brought up his request, asking him to leave Night's Watch and return to King's Landing to serve as Grand Maester. Sigh. I knew from his letters that boy had a dangerous obsession. I never thought he'd stray this far down wrong path. Maester Aemon let out a long sigh, completely rejecting Rhaegar's actions. Prophecies are just tools to warn future generations. How can you treat them like absolute divine mandates and force them to happen? If prophecies were actually useful, why didn't every noble house in 7 kingdoms keep wizards and warlocks on payroll? If prophecies could avert disaster, his uncle Baelor Breakspear wouldn't have died, and his father King Makar wouldn't have lived a life full of regret, and he wouldn't have had to hide away at Wall, enduring brutal winter torment. Daeron asked, will you come back with me? Of course. Maester Aemon was far more proactive than expected. He immediately got up from bed and started rummaging through his trunks. Once I pack my things, we leave immediately. Family was facing a massive crisis. Fact that younger generation could still count on an old relic like him filled him with nothing but joy. Daeron grabbed his hand, bringing up one last thing. Great uncle, do you have any leads on Bloodraven, Brynden rivers? Meanwhile, shockwaves rocked 7 kingdoms. Crown Prince Rhaegar had abducted betrothed Lyanna Stark. But anyone in know understood perfectly well that it was a premeditated elopement. Airy, kept in dark for far too long, Robert finally learned his fiancée had cheated. Filled with explosive rage, he tracked down his best friend Ned for a confrontation. Look at this, Ned. Your sweet sister ditched Lord of Storm's End to elope with handsome, charming Crown Prince Rhaegar. He was grieving, furious, and bitter at world. Robert's eyes were bloodshot. He glared at his best friend, desperately demanding an explanation. Calm down, Robert. Ned was drowning in stress, trying to defend his sister. Maybe things aren't what you think. Lyanna is honorable. I'd bet my life she wouldn't just run off for no reason. She didn't run off, she eloped. Robert bit down hard on his words. Before he could spit out any more harsh insults, his eyes suddenly welled up. 7 hells. Gods know how much he had looked forward to this marriage. She was his best buddy's sister. Gorgeous, bold, and she rode a horse faster and steadier than he did. But woman of his dreams just ran off with Rhaegar. Ned was completely blindsided. Robert, don't do this, man. Please. He would rather Robert swing those massive fists and smash his skull in than stand there crying in front of him. I'm going to kill Rhaegar. Blind with rage, Robert's face twisted with absolute, homicidal resolve. I, Robert Baratheon, swear I will kill Rhaegar and take my woman back. Even if it cost him everything. Even if it cost him his head. King's Landing. Outside Dragon Gate, a squad of cavalry galloped hard, kicking up clouds of dust. Hi-yah, hi-yah. Brandon Wild Wolf whipped his horse mercilessly, desperate to charge into King's Landing just a second faster. Behind him, a few Northern Bannermen and Elbert rode fully armored. A full 2 weeks ago, Rhaegar and Lyanna had eloped. Lord Arryn got news first and immediately sent his heir, Elbert, to Riverrun to inform Brandon, who was busy finalizing his wedding date with Lord Hoster's eldest daughter. Moment Brandon heard, he exploded with rage. Part of him couldn't believe his sister Lyanna would pull a stunt so deeply shameful. Other part of him hated Rhaegar with a burning passion, wanting to hack man into bloody pieces. Elbert panted heavily, trying to talk sense into him. Brandon, cool off. Even if we storm Red Keep, we aren't going to get any answers. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to find Rhaegar, or Mad King is going to give me an explanation. Brandon was completely beyond reason. Before they even rode out, Lord Ricard had sent a raven explicitly forbidding him from going to King's Landing. Brandon obviously ignored it. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers blocked road ahead. Whoa. Brandon yanked on reins, cracking his whip and shouting furiously, "Who hell are you? You dare block my path?" Soldiers had mixed gear, some wore half-plate of gold cloaks, others sported Lannister armor. A young figure in silver armor and a white cloak stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it straight at arrogant Brandon. "You northern idiot, who do you think you're screaming at?" Brandon sized him up, surprised. "Jaime Lannister, why hell are you wearing Kingsguard armor?" Standing at head of troops, Jaime wore his white cloak with an arrogant, rebellious sneer. "I'm not wasting my breath on you. You're not worth it." He waved his hand, ordering his men to disarm and capture a lot of them. "Lannister, you wouldn't dare." Brandon roared, drawing his sword to fight back. But he was no match for Jaime. In 2 or 3 moves, he was knocked to dirt, tied up tight, and dragged into King's Landing. Jaime scoffed. "Northern savages, thinking you can just charge wild through Iron Throne's territory." In a realm flooded with bad news, he had some great personal news. He had been promoted to Kingsguard by King. Not only did he get White Cloak, but he also got to level up his life frequency. Red Keep. While Jaime was thrilled with his brilliant maneuver to become a Kingsguard, Tywin was so fucking furious he almost resigned as Hand of King. His only competent heir had been drafted by Mad King into Kingsguard, voluntarily giving up his right to inherit Casterly Rock. What an absolute fucking idiot. Tywin's face was dark as a thundercloud. If hatred could kill, Aerys would have died 1,000 times over. Door opened. Jaime walked in, looking incredibly smug. "Father, I captured Brandon Stark and Elbert Arryn. They're locked up secretly in Red Keep's dungeons." Smash. A wine goblet flew across room, nailing him right in forehead and drawing blood. Tywin's scowl deepened as he ground his teeth. "You stupid fuck. Don't call me father. If our grand plans weren't still in motion, I would have abandoned you here and gone back to Casterly Rock already."
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.